Okay now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys. What are you talking about?
All young men with suits and ties, just sitting in the crowd smoking big cigars. I hope you're ready for what's coming now. I'm the one on the lady that will bring it down.
You owe everyone a favor. Watch the population rise, and if you want them to like you more, that only costs you who you are. Keep away from the I've been thinking lately about the writing on the wall, how I died for your approval, like this for far too long. It's like a nightmare, doing what you want, just like a nightmare. It's such a nightmare, trying to keep everyone happy, just a nightmare. Keep away from the Have you ever felt this free? Like I am you and you are me. It's such a nightmare, trying to keep everyone happy, just a nightmare. Keep away. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go. Driving cars on a Mars tonight. We're passing off to the stars tonight. We wanna go, go. We wanna go, go. We're driving cars on a Mars tonight. We're passing off to the stars tonight. We wanna go, go. We wanna go, go. I wait to see your golden smile, feel of 1,000 kisses. Oh, please stay a while. I reach up to hold your sunlit face. Feels like a handful of silk now. I'm in your warm embrace. Oh,
Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys. What are you talking about?
All young men with suits and ties, just sitting in the crowd smoking big cigars. I hope you're ready for what's coming now. I'm the one on the lady that would bring you down.
like I am you and you are me. It's such a nightmare trying to keep everyone happy, just a nightmare. Keep
Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Together we'll hold back the sun in this moment forever. charm, enchanted by your ways. In the magic of your eyes, I'll become lost in their spell. So come closer, my dear, because all is well. Oh, I hope this feeling lasts till the oceans turn to glass and the world around us turns and fades to black. Together we'll hold back the sun in this moment, forever young. Against the stream of time we'll run, baby. We'll hold back the sun. When the sun goes down and the world spins round, when I lay right next to you, I can't close my eyes even though I try. These perfect moments are few. I fall asleep to embrace in the morning, awake to that perfect side of you. Together we'll hold back the sun in this moment, forever young. Against the stream of time we'll run, baby. We'll hold back the sun in this moment, forever young. Against the stream of time we'll run, baby. We'll hold back the sun in this moment, forever. When you're running out of luck, need to get unstuck, so cough. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so I'll wait to see your golden smile, feel of 1,000 kisses. Oh, please stay a while. I'll reach up to hold your sunlit face. Feels like a handful of silk now. I'm in your warm embrace. Oh, I hope this feeling lasts until the oceans turn to glass and the world around us turns and fades to black. Together we'll hold back the sun in this moment, forever young. Against the stream of time we'll run, baby. We'll hold back the sun. This feeling moves me every single day. I'm captured by your charm, enchanted by your ways. In the magic of your eyes, I've become lost in their spell. So come closer, my dear, because all is well. Oh, I hope this feeling lasts until the oceans turn to glass and the world around us turns and fades to black. Together we'll hold back the sun in this moment, forever young. Against the stream of time we'll run, baby. We'll hold back the sun. When the sun goes down and the world spins round, when I lay right next to you, I can't close my eyes even though I try. These perfect moments are few. I fall asleep to embrace in the morning, awake to that perfect side of you. Together we'll hold back the sun in this moment, forever young. Against the stream of time we'll run, baby. We'll hold back the sun in this moment, forever young. Against the stream of time we'll run, baby. We'll hold back the sun in this moment, forever. I'll wait to see your golden smile, feel of 1,000 kisses. Oh, please stay a while. I'll reach up to hold your sunlit face. Feels like a handful of silk now. I'm in your warm embrace. Oh,
Hello everybody and welcome to Snetterton. Quite a windy day today, a little bit of overcast cloud, but the rain is a little bit intermittent as well. Hopefully we end up with some nice steady conditions. The weather is saying it's going to be changeable, but lots to look forward to this afternoon. This morning we've seen lots of qualifying sessions, 5 or 6 qualifying sessions this morning for all of the series that are joining us today on Saturday. Tomorrow we've got more of a classical day. We've got the swinging 60s, we've got Morgans out tomorrow as well, but today is all the more modern machinery, the tin tops, the turbo tin tops, slicks and machinery, the tin to that. A very, very interesting day today, even more so tomorrow as well. Like I said, we're here at Snetterton, the second race week tomorrow as well. Like I said, we're here at Club. A month ago, the Classic Sports Car Club got underway at Silverstone. That was a incredibly interesting weekend as well. Lots of action. The turbo tin tops, the Puma Cup and the tin tops were all sharing the grid as well. In a few moments' time, the Co-World Sport tin tops will take to the circuit for their one and only race this weekend. We've got 2 green editions, but qualifying went well. There was lots of chopping and changing in the order, and there's still lots to look forward to. Joining me on commentary duties this weekend is Mark Rerrell. So Mark, the cars are going out onto circuit. Up to you.
Thanks, Jack. Yep, so the cars making their way out onto the circuit in advance of race number 2 of the season for the Co-World Sport tin tops, and that will include the Puma Cup cars that are on the grid as well. A few cars with a few issues over the course of qualifying, which might mean there's a gap or 2 on the grid. I gather that Carl should have qualified 7th. Michael Williamson may well not be on the grid. I think there are issues also for Lee Briscoe as well, who should have lined up on the 5th row of the grid, but we'll wait and see whether their cars are there or not. It is a 40-minute race, this race. It will have a mandatory pit stop in the middle of it as well, so the mandatory pit stop is for all of the cars. They all have to come in and conduct that mandatory pit stop, and it is a timed pit stop now. It used to be as quick as you can get out of the car and back in again, or swap over drivers in the Co-World Sport tin tops, but for this year it's changed. It's a mandatory timed pit stop of 1 minute and 30 seconds from when you break the beam at pit entry to when you break the beam at the exit of it. So that's what we will see throughout the course of this race. A very, very busy pit stop. So let's guide you through the grid then and the way that they line up. Andrew Windmill qualified his Honda on pole position, and Manoj Patel in the similar Civic sits alongside. Row 2 of the grid is Adam Brown and Danny Kassar, who had slave cylinder problems with his car. Row 3 of the grid sees Jay Slater line up alongside Richard Field, who will start in the Proton Persona, and it's James Wilson and Mick Dwayne that line up there on row number 4. Onto the 5th row of the grid, and on the inside of the 5th row of the grid, it's Mark Carey. He's got Dave Hutchins for company on that 5th row of the grid. And row 6 of the grid, as we get there, is Miles Mosley at the wheel of his Peugeot alongside Blair Roebuck, another Civic, but it's a slightly older. He's a Class D car. 7th row of the grid, Adrian Matthews in the rather unique Volvo C30 has Sean Lee's Peugeot 205 for company. And onto row 8 of the grid. On the inside of the 8th row of the grid, Sean Reynolds will start the number 46 car. Alongside him is the first of the Mazda RX-8s in the field, which is Jack Hordley. Steve Papworth lines up on the inside of row number 9, and alongside him is a number 45 Ford Fiesta, which will be started by Alan Wilshire for the first part of the race. And it's Stuart Eardley and Eric Bolton that complete the 10th row of the grid. Onto row number 11, on the inside of that 11th row of the grid, it's car number 146, which is Chris Deere and Robert Campbell. Don't know which driver is starting that car, but Mitchell Rust sits alongside on the 11th row of the grid. And it's Luke Johnson who qualified on pole in the Ford Puma category on the inside of the 12th row of the grid. And alongside him, it is going to be the number 123 car of Smith and Clothier. James Clare lines up there on row number 13 with Gareth Knopp, who starts alongside, and it's James Manning and Catherine Henderson that complete row number 14. Onto the 15th row of the grid, still they keep coming. Gareth Cockcrove with his Puma has Andy Millard's Mazda RX-8 for company on the 15th row of the grid. And with row number 16 then, that's where we see Mark Jackson and number 32nd car on the grid, car number 196, John Glover, will start and hand over to Mark Chappell, who's making his debut. Jonathan Weiss lines up on the inside of the 17th row of the grid with the little Austin MG Rover being started by Ray Kirschberg, and the final row of the grid. Problems in qualifying, but we did see the car qualify out of session, so hopefully all is well for Davey Mann, who will start at the tail end of the field, that car not having set a time over the course of the qualifying session. So all of the cars making their way around the circuit. As Jack alluded to, you can see from the clouds here at Snetterton that it's rather cloudy. Some of them are grey, but there are breaks in the clouds. So when it's not raining, it's either cloudy or the sun's out. Well, the sun is out at the moment, but we did have a bit of a downpour just before this race, so there will be 2 formation laps. And when they head on to their second formation lap, Jack, that is the point at which the clock will start counting down. So in reality, once they've completed the first green flag lap, we start the 40 minutes of the race at that point.
Yeah, very interesting you mentioned that actually, because at Silverstone there was something similar. The clock started, I can't remember whether it was early or they had 2 green flag laps once again, and of course then the timer starts at the end of the first lap, and we saw a couple of the Puma Cup drivers specifically get caught out with that one because the pit window is very, very specific. Well, I think it's 10 minutes into the race and 10 minutes prior to the end of the race, the pit window is open.
15 to the end, yeah.
15 to the end.
25th minute.
So you've got 25 minutes to make your pit stop, and of course, if you're doing an extra green flag lap, that could be an extra 3 minutes into the race that you are and not expecting it, so you end up pitting outside of the pit window and picking up a 30-second penalty. John Glover ended up getting caught out with that one. He remained in place because the driver that would have finished and would have finished behind him and inherited his position got caught out with exactly the same thing. So now the clock starts running as they cross the line, and it's nice to see a capacity grid, isn't it?
It is, yeah. 39 cars having set times in qualifying. Just to clarify, the pit window, it's a 40-minute race. Pit window opens after the first 10 minutes of the race, but closes at the 25th minute of the race. It's only 15 minutes that it's open for. And during that period of time, if you share the car, then you need to do the driver change, but you cannot exit the pit lane any sooner than 90 seconds after you entered it. If you're driving solo, you can remain behind the wheel of the car with the engine turned on, and again, you cannot exit the pit lane any shorter than 90 seconds after you entered the pit lane area. So it's not 90 seconds stationary, it's when you break the beam on the way into the pit lane to when you break the beam on the way out. You can see sun shining now. You know, it's only 10 minutes ago that it was chucking it down with rain, and now sun is shining beautifully as the cars head around the Wilson hairpin on their second formation lap.
Yep, so through Wilson bleed the entire pack. It's nice to see the real range of cars, and that's what CSCC do really, really well. They cater for all types of cars, all types of performances and things like that, from all ranges of manufacturers from all around the world. And you can see now there's Honda Civics, Honda Integras and Volvos, but then you can go back to the really early Peugeots and things like that. That's great to see. And the Volvo specifically, I know you're a fan of that one. It sounds amazing. It goes really, really well. And it's nice to see cars like that up to date, albeit on the grid, like a Volvo C30 or a Honda Integra DC5 fighting away with an old Peugeot 106 or something like that.
Yeah, or even the Proton Persona, of course, which, as I mentioned this morning, harks back to a one-make series we had for the Proton Persona briefly in the UK, and that would have been about early mid-90s, really. We had the Proton Persona Cup. So you can see them all just weaving from side to side to try and build a little bit of temperature into the tyres and the brakes that all of these cars run. The tyres are treaded tyres, so you can't run a slick tyre in this category. All of the categories will see out racing this afternoon, with the exception of Special Saloons and Mod Sports and the Slick Series. Everybody else is running a treaded tyre, such are the way that the regulations are written. There's Ray Kirschberg off the back of the grid. He's just heading up towards Agostini now at the wheel of the beautifully liveried, isn't it, the computer vision, the period livery on the MG Maestro. We've also got the very back of the grid. I'm pleased to see Davey Mann at the wheel of his Mazda RX-8. Himself and David Rayburn sharing that car. Didn't do a single lap in qualifying, but they were allowed to qualify out of session, so both drivers have completed the 3 requisite laps, so they can start off the back of the grid.
Yeah, and that's always something you've got to think about. We've had a couple of amended grids throughout the day where we've seen penalties or track limits has been a big one this morning as well, so drivers getting caught out with that one. We've had a couple of retirements as well. I've noticed the number 11, Michael Williamson, he has withdrawn that entry. That car struggling with water. It wasn't keeping hold of the water. It was either falling out the bottom of the car or some sort of cooling issue, but annoyingly they will not be taking part in this race. And of course you mentioned Danny Cassar. He had a clutch slave cylinder issue. He's managed to get that fixed, so that car is retaken to the circuit. Adam Brown, did he make it out?
He's out, yeah.
He is out, yeah, 'cause, just after the qualifying session the gearbox was on the floor, so very, very quick work from Adam's team to get that car out, and it's nice to see that we've only lost one, I think, from the qualifying session.
I think Lee Briscoe, I can't see Lee Briscoe's car there either, so the blue and the yellow Renault Clio would appear to be missing as well, so I think that's a couple that have fallen by the wayside as a result of mechanical issues over the course of qualifying, but everybody else is still there. This fantastic variety that we've got, which includes the Mazda RX-8 trophy cars and the Puma Cup cars as well, but we're about to get racing very shortly underway here at Snetterton. The clock, remember, had already started ticking on the second formation lap, so we are now down to 36 minutes of the race remaining, and you can see them all getting into 2-by-2 order, ready for the rolling start to get underway. The safety car is going very slowly around down through Coram, but it's almost a snail's pace at the front. Andrew Windmill is controlling the pace beautifully well at the wheel of the Honda Civic Type R Leggera, as he calls it, because that Honda Civic there, the white one with the light blue flashes to it that starts from pole position, has been on a diet over the course of the last few years. He has stripped lots and lots and lots of weight out of that car. It still complies with the regulations, but it is a very light, very quick, very nimble Honda Civic with a very, very good driver behind the wheel of it. Manoj Patel, who was a race winner in Tin Top, sitting alongside in the TGM Sport car, the silver car with the blue and the yellow flashes to it, and then row 2 of the grid, it's the white and the blue and the grey Ford Fiesta of Adam Brown alongside the white and the light blue Danny Cassar driven Honda Integra. So they're in neat 2x2 order. They're coming up the centre straight up towards the starting line. The red lights are on the gantry, and we're about to get the Co-Ord Sport Tin Tops and Puma Cup race underway here at Snetterton. Neat 2x2 order, pace controlled beautifully well at the front. Red lights go out now, and we're away and racing. It's a rocket of a start from Danny Cassar, who's going 3 wide. He's on the left-hand side of Manoj Patel, and it looks as though he's drawing the Honda Integra up to potentially into the lead of the race when they get towards Ritchie's. Yes, sweeps across the nose of Andrew Windmill, and with those clutch slave cylinder problems behind him in the course of qualifying, he is already up into the lead of the race even before they get towards Ritchie's corner. So it's Danny Cassar that leads the way. Cold rear tyres almost get away from him as he heads in towards the Wilson hairpin. It's Andrew Windmill that's there in 2nd position. Manoj Patel down into 3rd, but everybody, by the look of things, treading gingerly on what is cold tyres, on what it might still be in a couple of places, a slightly damp circuit.
Yeah, but a damp circuit that is definitely drying as well, because the sun is well and truly out. The wind is still blowing, albeit not as strong as it was this morning, so the conditions will only get better. Danny Cassar still remains in the lead after starting in 4th place. Manoj Patel has gone from the outside of the front row of the grid down into 4th place. It's all go in the mid-pack. You can see heading through Agostini now, the 234 of James Wilson in his Peugeot, fighting away with one of the Renault Clios we've got out. I didn't quite pick out exactly who that was. That was Michael Dwayne in the 777 machine, but already Danny Cassar making his intentions known up into the lead. You can see heading onto the Bentley straight now, hard on the brake through Williams, the inside rear wheel lifting off the ground, a little bit of locking, still cold rear tyres, still cold brakes as well, albeit the second green flag lap will have helped. Back down the Bentley straight goes Michael Dwayne, having just made up that position, looking to make it another in the on the way into Brundle and Nelson. I've got a feeling Manoj Patel is under pressure already. If not, he's already lost a position and down into 5th place.
Let's have a quick look. Yeah, I think you might be right. I think Manoj might have lost a further position there. The squabble's still continuing down through the mid-pack as well. There's Adrian Matthews in the Volvo just heading in towards Brundle and Nelson. He qualified outside of the top 12. He was in 15th position at the wheel of that Volvo, and I don't think he's made a great deal of inroads subsequently. He had a good run at Silverstone, but didn't quite hook up qualifying to the degree that I would have thought this morning. But they're about to come through and conclude very shortly the first lap of the race, and it looks as though it is going to be Danny Cassar that is going to be over the start-finish line in the lead of the race. So Cassar chalks the first lap into the book. Yeah, Manoj Patel is slowing, ever slowing. He retired so early from the race at Silverstone, Manoj Patel, and it looks as though the car that started on the outside of the front row of the grid is crawling its way round through Murray's. He's trying to stay out of the way. He's indicating that he is destined for the pit lane, and I'm afraid to say that for Manoj Patel, the Gremlins have struck again, and very early on in the race yet again. What was it, first lap at Silverstone?
Yeah, it was the first lap at Silverstone indeed. He had gearbox issues. I think it was gear linkage failure at Silverstone, and now here at Snetterton, it could be brakes. I know he's put new brakes on that car, and he had a brake hanger issue earlier on in the weekend. He thought he'd got it fixed, but clearly some sort of mechanical gremlin. Danny Cassar heading through Agostini now. He's already pulled that lead margin out to 1 second. Adam Brown's 3.8 seconds away now, so it's a rocket of a first phase of a race for Danny Cassar, but the mid-pack is well and truly where you need to be looking, because that is where all the action is taking place. Through Agostini goes the 189 machine of Mark Carey. He's looking to make further inroads and catch the 777 of Michael Dwayne up the road. We've got another car in the pit lane, Mark.
Yeah, that was Dave Hutchins that brought the number 49 car in towards the pit lane. Dave had qualified in 12th position. He's been racing his Honda Civic himself and his son for a good few years now, but clearly some issues there for him. There's another good fight that's going on as well. That's between another Honda Integra. That is Mark Carey, who's coming under pressure from Sean Ely. So Honda Integra DC5 fighting away with a Peugeot 205 GTI. This will be for 8th and 9th position. And in a straight line, the 205 is absolutely a match for the Honda Integra DC5, and it wouldn't surprise me if Sean Ely gains the place by the time they get down in towards Brundle and Nelson. No, he finally runs out of puff a little bit. The VTEC really kicks in the hands of Mark Carey. Sorry, I think I was calling him Tom Carey. That's another racer. So Mark Carey manages to hang on to the place. Sean Ely couldn't quite, despite his very best efforts, managed to muster the recycled racing Peugeot 205 through and ahead of the Honda. Into the pit lane, we said Manoj Patel had come, and yeah, bonnet up on Manoj's Honda, and I think that's going to be him out of the race potentially.
Yeah, it's such a shame. Very, very sideways into the final corner for Michael Dwayne. He could then lose out to the Wilson Peugeot, and is what I was talking about at the start of the race. Sean Ely in his Peugeot 205 fighting away with a Honda Integra DC5, and by the looks of that, Michael Dwayne, after a massive moment, will just about hold on to the place through turn one, and then on the run up towards Wilson, he's still continuing to extend that margin over the cars behind, but can't quite find his way through. It seems like at the moment those four cars are all battling away as they go in towards sector 2.
Yeah, they're brilliantly evenly matched. Mick Dwayne just hanging on to it, but a better exit coming out of the corner might just allow the Peugeot of James Wilson to squeeze his way through. He's got the inside line when they get towards Palmer, so through goes James Wilson and should pick up the position. So that should see him now through and up, confirmed into 6th position. But of course, he's just taken that place away from Mick Dwayne. Mick Dwayne is now wanting to try and fight back, so he's trying to break as late as he can. And is he going to go all the way around the outside at Agostini? Is he going to try and cut back on the exit? Sean Ely makes a big mistake at the wheel of the Peugeot, avoids contact with Mark Carey's Honda. The Peugeot skittles off in towards the grass area at Agostini. Now, that was a strange mistake. He came in fully locked up and what looked like fully committed, but thankfully, car-to-car contact was avoided. It was close, though.
It was very close indeed, but very clever driving. He saw the gap. He realised that I've got to do something, and thankfully managed to weave his way between a couple of cars at Agostini and end up on the grass. That's the worst that happened with that. The car's just got a little bit dirty. Adam Brown pushing hard, braking traction on the inside rear wheel in the braking zone on the run up towards Brundle and Nelson. Green flag still being waved at Agostini, meaning that there's a yellow just prior. We'll try and figure out where Sean Ely is and if he's got back going again. Back up towards Brundle and Nelson go the battle we were looking at earlier. That's Michael Dwayne and James Wilson. It's still Michael Dwayne in the blue and white Renault Clio that's just about fending off the attentions of James Wilson, but the body language of Wilson's car, he's desperate to get by.
Yeah, Sean Ely is still stricken on the outside of Agostini, so I can only assume it was some sort of mechanical issue and he was trying to avoid making contact with any of the cars around him. That being the case, he really threaded the needle beautifully to not avoid clattering into somebody. Through Murray's and up towards the centre straight again comes Mick Dwayne, the former Ferrari racer, having to stick his elbows out to try and hang on to positions. Also in the Puma Cup, we need to keep an eye on what's going on. John Glover is having a really good fight at the moment. His yellow car is having to work overtime to try and keep Mark Jackson's car behind it. The two of them are side by side heading down the Bentley Straight. They are not fighting for the lead of the class. I think that's for about 4th and 5th in the Puma class at the moment, because the Puma Cup element of the race is currently being led by car number 163, which is Luke Johnson, who has converted his pole in Puma Cup to the early race lead.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need to do. John Glover, of course, coming off the back of a 2nd place at Silverstone, so he's well and truly motivated. He's got his good friend and now co-driver in the car, Mark Chappell, that he will take over later on in the race. Back past us went the battle between James Wilson and Michael Dwayne, and we'll try and pick out exactly where they are. They're side by side in towards Agostini. This time it is James Wilson that is the leading car. Mick Dwayne will have to go all the way around the outside if he wants to make it work. Sean Ely's car has been pushed behind the barrier. Mick Dwayne is now in front of James Wilson, having made that move at Agostini, but all of this battling, Mark Carey is getting closer and closer to that duo.
Yeah, he's just edging up all of the time, isn't he, Mark Carey? Albeit last time through, actually, his lap time was a little bit slower than those around, so Mark Carey, having lost a couple of positions, is now wanting to try and catch back up and get fully involved with those that he was having a good little squabble with earlier on. 27 minutes just under of the race still remaining, which means the pit window is now open in reality. It's been open for 2 or 3 minutes. I don't think we've really had any takers as yet for the pit lane. We're talking about Sean Ely's Peugeot. Well, it's not the only Peugeot 205 we've got in the field as well, because there is Chris Deere, Robert Campbell car, and that's under pressure as well. That looks as though it's Kev Smith, car number 123, that's right behind it in one of the newer shape Renault Clios that we've got. That's what you talk about. You know, you're seeing cars here from the 1980s all the way through up into beyond the millennium, all in the same race, and all equally as competitive as each other.
Yeah, two little French hatchbacks, decades apart, but battling so closely on track. It's great to see. Danny Cassar goes back through, still in the lead of the race. This time 6.9 seconds, the lead gap between himself and Andrew Windmill behind. Adam Brown goes through, and he's still a number of seconds behind, 16 seconds behind the leader now. We'll wait for the battle to come back through and over the start-finish line that we've been watching. James Wilson is still chasing down the Renault Clio. So it's still very close between the pair of them. And go on, Mark, you've seen something?
Yeah, I think it's Kev Smith slowing out down on track, car number 123, the Renault. All of a sudden, coming down the Bentley straight, just seemed to lose pace, and by the time he's got towards Brundle and Nelson, you can see he's pulling the car off on the left-hand side of the circuit. The marshals are beckoning him towards the gap that exists in the barriers so that he can park the car well and truly out of harm's way. So that does now mean that the little Peugeot 205 that's shared between Chris Skiddeer and Robert Campbell, that we don't have a starting driver for that car, is now very much on its own. He had been having a great little fight.
Yeah, it was really good to watch, but unfortunately more mechanical gremlins before one of the drivers out on circuit. The 163 just coming onto the start-finish straight now. That is Luke Johnson in the lead of the Puma Cup class, crosses the line to take another lap in the book. It's still quite a sizable margin to the car behind that crosses the line now. That's the 100 machine of James Clare, and there's a good little battle going on between the pair of those two, between the Mazda RX-7 and the Civic.
There is, yeah. I love the livery on Luke Johnson's car for this year. So they spent more time putting the livery on than they probably did prepping the car when they got towards Silverstone, which he freely admitted that they've maybe got their priorities wrong. But it just looks brilliant, doesn't it? You're harking back and reminiscing about the rapid fit Ford Mondeos from the British touring car Super Touring era. That's what that is a take on that livery. There's a stricken 123 car. We can see it behind the barriers there at Brundle and Nelson. So that is out of the race for Kev Smith. So poor old Paul Clothier won't even get the opportunity to jump on board the Renault Clio. But hopefully whatever has brought it to a halt isn't too bad, so they'll be able to get that car fixed and back out for future rounds of the Coord Sports Tin Tops. We've got 24 minutes of the race to go. Danny Cassar leading by an ever-extending margin. It's up to 9 seconds, but he's got to keep pushing, Danny Cassar. He took the lead early on. He's the only car in the field, because of that win at Silverstone, that has an extra time penalty to spend in the pit. So he won't be pit in to pit out in 90 seconds. He'll be pit in to pit out in 120 seconds, 30-second penalty. Or
ideally 120 seconds, as he wants to be over 120, but as close to 120 as possible. And we saw, like you mentioned, car number 123, Kev Smith in his Renault Clio, fighting away with, it was the 146 of Chris Deere. Chris Deere has started that little Peugeot. Currently heading in towards Brundle and Nelson is the battle we were watching earlier on. That's still between the RX-7 and the Honda Civic. They are very quickly closing up on the leading Ford Puma. However, there we see the change of position. So we'll try and figure out exactly who that is going through Brundle and Nelson. That's the 280 or the 530 potentially.
It's Mitch Rust, yeah.
It is Mitch Rust, yeah. So Mitch Rust in the Honda Civic Type R has managed to work his way through and past the RX-7.
I think it's Stuart Eardley, so it's RX-8, isn't it? Stuart Eardley that managed to work his way through and past. We have got a pit stop, but we haven't had many takers as yet. We have had in Richard Field, which is dad, hanging over to Richard Jason Field, which is son. So senior giving way to junior. And I think that is largely the only car that we've had head into the pits as yet. We're not quite at the halfway point, so it's not surprising, but there is the Proton Persona in the pit lane. There is Richard Field, and Richard Jason Field leaves the pit lane and heads back out. We've also got our first taker from the Puma Cup coming in as well, so it looks as though from the lead of the Puma Cup in has come number 163 Luke Johnson, and also in has come car number 100 from the Puma Cup, which is James Clare. But out on circuit, Danny Cassar continues on his merry way. The gap between himself and Andrew Windmill just keeps growing and growing and growing. Albeit, do we have Andrew Windmill into the pit lane this time through? I think we do, yep. So I think Andrew Windmill, from second position in the race, dives for the pit lane. Yeah, and this is exactly when Danny Cassar needs to strike, because he's got no real pressure from behind. He will know that car's gone, and he won't be able to see him in his rear view mirror. I'm sure he was already struggling prior to Andrew Windmill going into the pit lane, but now Danny just needs to set some quick, clean and consistent lap times to build up that margin he needs to overcome the 30-second success penalty that he got from winning at Silverstone. We've still got, although not as close as they were earlier, James Wilson
battling his way in towards Murray's with Michael Dwayne. Go on, Mark.
Just the very tail end there of a mistake for the Proton Persona. It only just, of course, come out on track with Richard Jason Neal behind the wheel. But I think he got caught out as he went in towards Palmer, didn't quite have the grip that he expected, and briefly went rally crossing across the grass before he rejoined part the way down the straight in towards Agostini.
Well, it well held for sure, because it seems like the rain might be on its way again. It's slowly starting to get greyer and greyer over one side of the circuit, so we may see rain slowly starting to fall. Rain on the cameras as well. There is the Proton Persona going through Williams on towards the Bentley Straight. There's still a great battle going on between the number 8 Mazda RX-8. Who is in that car? Is it Davey Mann or is it David Raven?
Started, yeah.
So Davey Mann in the car. We do have the 189. We saw lots of battles for Mark Carey early on in the race. He is in the pit lane, retaking to the circuit, hopefully above the mandatory time is Andrew Windmill. Goes back past our commentary box now through the pit exit. Pit limiter comes off and away he goes, and he will be focusing on getting those quick, clean, consistent lap times to try and catch Danny Cassar. Yeah, pit lane filling up. Mick Dwayne, number 777 Renault Clio is in. Adrian Matthews at the wheel of the number 132 Volvo is in. I could also see that Adam Brown's father was stood there in the pit lane with a piece of wood in his hand ready to chop the wheel. So Adam Brown's going to be fairly quick into the pit lane, one would have thought. And you were talking about the rain was on its way, Jack. The rain's now falling. It is indeed, and of course, if you're getting into the car, you will have you'll get handed the car, and you'll think, great, I can get out on circuit. It's now raining, so that will be the really, really tricky thing for the drivers to get over. And I'm just waiting to see who is leaving the pit lane. Retaking to the circuit is the 189 of Mark Carey. Also there, going through turn 1, is Michael Dwayne. So it'll be interesting to see whereabouts James Wilson returns. Go on.
We're talking about, you cannot be any quicker than 1 minute and 30 seconds in the pit lane. Well, some of the drivers 1 minute 32, 1 minute 32, 1 minute 34, 1 minute 37. The Proton, 1 minute 30.559. They were only half a second slower than the absolute minimum they could be in the pit lane, so perfectly timed. But then, of course, on the outlap, he made the mistake.
Yeah, so he probably works out about even for the Proton Persona. Is it Richard Jason Field that is now in the car?
Yeah, in the car now. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and the rain is falling ever harder. You can see in towards Agostini goes the number 8 of Davey Mann. And there's lots of drops on the camera lens that we're seeing. Big lockups, car struggling to slow down on the exit of on the entry to Agostini. A big lockup for the 189 of Mark Carey. He finds himself pretty much where Sean Ely ended up in the grass, and that grass will be very, very slippy indeed. So with the rain falling ever harder, conditions changing consistently, we could see lots and lots of positional changes just for those drivers that haven't got the car set up nicely for both conditions.
Yeah, more cars into the pit lane. It looks like Mitch Rust is just exiting the pit lane. I've seen Blair Roebuck come in. I mentioned that Adam Brown was going to be coming into the pit lane shortly. His front-running Ford Fiesta is in. Leaving the pit lane is Catherine Henderson as well. We've got John Glover giving way to Mark Chappell. Mark Chappell on board, having his first ever car race here. He's been preparing John Glover's car, and the two of them working together for a very, very good number of years. But Mark only did his ARDS course a few months ago and is about to venture out onto track in his first ever race very shortly at the wheel of the yellow Ford Puma. So rain continuing to fall, Danny Cassar continuing to lead. He leads by 66 seconds at the moment from car number 234, which is James Wilson. Eric Bolton is up into third, and there's a spin for Mitch Rust. That's down at the Wilson hairpin. That the Honda has had a rotation, should be able to fire the engine back into life and he gets going, but you can see, having just been in the pits for his pit stop as the rain started to fall, it was a bit of a journey into the unknown really, because when he got down to Wilson, without question the grip would have been very different to the last lap that he did at Wilson, because he'd been sitting in the pit lane whilst all the rain was falling. So Andrew Windmill, having conducted his pit stop at the wheel of the Honda, is back out on track. Now, where did he feed back out relative to Adam Brown? No, the Fiesta's ahead of him. So it looks as though, yeah, in the distance was Adam Brown's Fiesta heading up towards Hamilton and Oggies. So there has been a change in position there. Adam Brown has managed to leapfrog the Honda of Andrew Windmill in the pits in reality. So that's something we need to keep an eye on. And from the rain having fallen, it still looks very dark down through Brundle and Nelson on the cameras, but certainly now where we are on the start-finish line, the sun is beginning to shine again all of a sudden. Eric Bolton in the number 15 Ford Fiesta having to work overtime, trying to keep one of the Mazdas behind him. That's Stuart Eardley's car that sits behind. Slithering their way with 16 minutes to go round through the bomb hole and up towards Corham. A few more cars just completing their pit stops heading back out. Alan Wilshire having given way to Alan Churchyard. And there was also, I think, another one of the Mazdas just making its way out. I think that was Jack Hordley. So, still a few cars that we need to get into the pit lane area and get this pit stop done and dusted, and there's only 50 seconds in which to do so now, because the pit window should close after 25 minutes of the race. Now, remember, the clock started ticking when they started their second formation lap, so if the drivers didn't stop watching their car, they might think there's an extra 3 or 4 minutes to go yet, but there won't be. And hopefully, Jack has some news from the pits.
We do have news, but not the news we were expecting. The 132 Volvo C30 that, of course, we are both big fans of. Bonnet is up, and I've got a feeling there's a little bit of oil that's just over the top of that engine, so something that maybe hasn't quite worked as intended, potentially in towards retirement as well. Unfortunately, I'm just sat next to the number 234 Wilson Peugeot that is about to retake to the circuit. James Wilson has been pushing hard all race. We'll have to keep an eye on that one, Mark, because Michael Dwayne and James Wilson were nose to tail when he came into the pit lane. James Wilson now leaves his pit box, will head back out onto circuit, and we'll have to figure out whereabouts Mick Dwayne is in relation.
And it looks as though, is that a problem, or was that a part spin for Mark Chappell there? Just caught something at the tail end of the Ford Puma coming through Brundon and Nelson, as though he was getting back up to speed all of a sudden. So I do wonder if he might have had a small problem there, possibly Mark Chappell. 14 minutes of the race still to go. We've still got a couple of cars that haven't pitted as yet. Chris Deere is one of them at the wheel of the little yellow Peugeot, and the pit window has now closed. So they've been caught out. Also, Davey Mann off the back of the grid is still making great progress, but has also not pitted just as yet. And who else have we not had into the pit lane as yet? We have not had in Mark Jackson at the wheel of his Ford Puma, that's the light green car, or the number 64 car I don't think has been in as yet either, which is Jonathan Vise. So there's a few cars that are going to fall foul of pitting outside of the window. Yeah,
quick question, Mark. Is it in the number 46 Honda Civic, is it Reynolds that started the car, or is it Ridgeon that started the car?
This is the number 46. Stephen Reynolds started, so it should be John in the car now.
Okay, I might be able to grab Stephen Reynolds for a quick interview. I believe they were in, what, 3rd or 4th place, so I'll just wait for him to get his helmet off and hands device, and then we'll be able to get a quick interview. And did you say it was Steve Reynolds that started the car?
Yes, it was, yeah.
Perfect. We'll try and grab a quick interview with him. Danny Cassar leaving the pit lane now as well, so keep an eye on him to see whereabouts he is in relation to Windmill that's going past the pit lane now.
So Danny Cassar heads out of the pit lane already. Adam Brown has gone through. So Adam Brown has been able to get through. So Andrew Windmill leads the way from Adam Brown, and Danny Cassar, despite having to stop for an extra 30 seconds, is probably only going to be about 6 or 7 seconds behind them by the time he gets fully up to speed. So it's not been a bad race for Danny Cassar. There's still 13 minutes to go where he can chase them down.
So I've got Steve Reynolds for a quick interview here, but the driver of the number 46 Honda Civic. Steve, it seemed like a changeable start to the race. The rain started, then it stopped, then it started again. How was it behind the wheel?
First part of the race was fine. It was dry, bone dry. Yeah, they gave us 2 warm-up laps because it was a little bit damp on the straight, but that wasn't an issue. And then, yeah, when the rain came down, it just turned it into an ice rink. I had no rear grip. Tyres were probably a bit too pumped up for the dry conditions, and I was slipping and sliding everywhere, so tricky. And I had a spin, down at the end of the Bentley, so didn't lose too much time.
Well, an interesting start to the race, but of course, unlike Silverstone, you're not joined with the turbo tin top, so a slightly quieter track. Is that something you favour, or do you just want somebody to have a good battle with?
No, I was having a good battle with I think it's the Odell Fiesta, the black one. I was having a good battle with him. He was really chasing me down, and he's quick through the corners, and we're getting used to this car. It's only the 2nd time out in it, so it's a whole new ball game for us. We bring back the old Clio, that's what we say. We like that car.
Well, it's a great performance from yourselves already so far this year, so thank you for chatting to us, and best of luck for the rest of the race.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, good to hear from Stephen Reynolds down there. They campaigned that Renault Clio for a very, very good number of years and had good success with it, really, as they developed it over the years. 11 minutes still to go. Through Agostini goes car number 530. That's Andy Millard's Mazda RX-8. You can see the novice cross on the back of his car as he accelerates his way up towards the tricky little kink, really, the left-hand kink at Hamilton. He throws the car in. You could see the tail end of the car was just starting to oversteer there, but a nice little drift through that section of the corner in the end. What we also need to try and keep an idea on is what's going on for the lead of the race, because Andrew Windmill goes over the start-finish line leading the way. The gap was 2.4 seconds between himself and Adam Brown, but Adam Brown will be more focused on trying to hang on to second place because Cassar's got the inside line as they head up towards Ritchie's corner, and Danny Cassar at the wheel of the Honda goes through into second place. He'll be about 5 seconds off the race leader, but he is lapping quicker than him. So you can see grey clouds as well in the distance, so I think we'll probably be all right for the next 10 minutes or so. It's difficult to tell though, because it is so breezy here that the wind is whipping the clouds in that were at distance very, very quickly. Race down pit lane, racing to first corner as well, so that is Robert Campbell, who's just taken over the Peugeot, trying to sneak his way through and ahead of the little Peugeot 106, which will be one of a couple of 106s we're supposed to have had in the race. David Bellamy's retired earlier on in qualifying, and I don't think we've seen that car back out subsequently, but that's the number 64 car that is just making its way around the track there. That's Jonathan Weiss, who started towards the tail end of the field as we enter the final 10 minutes of the race, and still some cars only now coming out of the pit lane. I think what a few of them did was probably not be aware that the clock started to tick when they went on their second formation lap, so they simply thought they'd got an extra 2 or 3 minutes in hand before the pit window closed, and that wasn't the case. Usually what always happens, particularly where you're pushed for time in a timetable, it's the last day really where we're going to be struggling for daylight potentially, because clocks move forward this evening as we move from Greenwich Mean Time to British Summertime. Then yeah, you always usually get the clock ticking away after the first green flag lap has been completed. So Andrew Windmill through Brundle, through Nelson, the number 888 Honda Civic leads the way. He was leading by 5.295 seconds from Adam Brown at the beginning of the lap, but we know that Adam Brown was overtaken by Danny Cassar as they went in towards Ritchie's corner. So Honda leads, should now be Honda in second place, but the Integra of Danny Cassar now is up into second place. What can he do about closing the gap? Because he hasn't got a great deal of time or that many laps in which to do it. They're lapping 2 minutes 10. There's 9 minutes on the clock, so what, we're going to get another 4 laps, maybe 5 laps out of this one. So over the start-finish line goes Andrew Windmill as he heads up towards Ritchie's corner. You might just be able to see in the distance that Danny Cassar comes over the start-finish line, and the gap between the pair of them, 6.3 seconds, so it actually went out very slightly that time through. Andrew Windmill was 0.7 of a second quicker than Danny Cassar. Adam Brown is now in third place, but is 1.6 seconds back in third place. James Wilson, number 234, is there in fourth place. Fifth place is number 2, Blair Roebuck. He's done really, really well. He qualified in 14th position, Blair Roebuck, at the wheel of the Class D Honda. Well, he's now in 5th and leading the class. 6th at the moment is 179, which is Richard Jashenfield, ahead of Mark Carey, Eric Bolton, Miles Mosley, and John Ridgeon will complete the top 10.
Yeah, so the battles have still been raging on, and I know when I said it last time it arrived, and I'm going to say it again. The skies are getting greyer, so in the final 8 minutes of the race, could we see yet more changes in the weather? Like you say, last time between Andrew Windmill and Danny Cassar, it was 5.9 seconds. It's now up to 6.3, but of course Danny Cassar did have an overtake on that lap, getting past Adam Brown. So Danny Cassar now will be just looking to continue to push forward and try and close that gap. He's got 7.5 minutes in which to make up the appropriate time and then overtake. As it is always said, catching up is one thing, overtaking is quite the other, and Danny's going to have a busy race.
He is, yeah, he certainly is. As for the Puma Cup, well, at the moment leading the Puma Cup is still Luke Johnson in the number 14 car. Second in the Puma Cup is car number 100, which is James Clare, and third in the Puma Cup at the moment is going to be car number 110, which is going to be the car of Gareth Cotgrove. That's the light blue and blue car that's just heading up towards Ritchie's corner now, so that's third in the Puma Cup as things currently stand. Mark Carey at the wheel of his Honda Integra DC5. We saw him off the circuit and going rally crossing earlier on at the wheel of number 189 car. He's still trying to make up ground from what he lost when he was down there at Agostini on the grass, and he's slowly picking up the places at the moment. For James Wilson in 4th place, it's a busy section of the race from him as well, because he's just working his way through Hamilton, and he's amongst the traffic at the moment, trying to lap cars and squeeze his way through whilst they're busy battling with themselves. So he just needs to be careful at this stage of the race. He's in 4th place. He is leading his class as well, and he is now picking off some of those back markers as he heads up towards Williams.
Yeah, it's definitely something you've got to be well aware of, because of course you think there's not too much between the cars, and the Classic Sports Car Club endeavour to make the racing as close as possible, but of course with a 40-minute race, traffic will always be an issue, whether it be mistakes that drop you down through the order. That's the number 27 machine currently leaving the pit lane, James Slater, and with only 6 minutes to go, do you think that was a mechanical issue or something like that?
It'd been in the pit lane for 14 minutes, so it must have been a mechanical issue that they were sorting out. Yeah, so he's back out there, and just use it as a testing session in reality now is all that they will be able to do. Our Puma Cup race leader Luke Johnson is just weaving his way at the wheel of the yellow and the blue car round through Corham and in towards the braking area for Murray's car number 163. Led the pace in terms of qualifying in the Puma Cup. He has led, other than the pit stop window, every single lap in the Puma Cup so far, and is looking good to try and make it a win. I think having claimed a win at Silverstone in the Puma Cup, if memory serves me correctly as well. So over the start-finish line goes our leading car in the Puma Cup. Where is he overall in the race? He is in 13th position, but of course the little 1.7 litre Pumas, very much standard specification the way that they run in the Puma Cup, so it hasn't quite got the grunt or the engine capacity of the likes of the number 86 car of Danny Cassar, who's there in 2nd place and trying to close the gap back down. Last time through, Danny Cassar in 2nd place, 2nd quicker than the race leader, so the gap is down to 5.3.
It is indeed, but I've got a feeling there will be a general rule of thumb from top to bottom of the order now. The lap times will slowly start to become longer and longer and longer because the rain is falling once again. This time it might decide to go the entirety of 2 minutes instead of the 1 minute that it's been doing throughout the day. Struggling to get past traffic there is Andrew Windmill, bouncing up and over the curbs of the final corner when Windmill coming towards the start-finish line once again, flashing his lights, so clearly a message being passed to him. This time Danny Cassar visually much closer, must be almost within a second now. We'll wait to see what happened. 1.3 seconds separating Andrew Windmill and Danny Cassar, still with 4.5 minutes to go. Of
course, if Danny Cassar wins this race, what he'll pick up is another 30-second penalty, so that would put him on 60 seconds, and that's for the rest of the season. You don't wipe the slate clean the way the regulations are written in the CSCC tin tops. In other series you do, you wipe the slate clean at the end of each race meeting potentially, or if you finish lower they're not carried over, or the time penalties reduced, but in the tin tops you just accumulate every time that you win a race overall. The rain beginning to fall, we can see the wipers are coming on the cars once more. The gap from 1st to 2nd continuing to come down, but there's still traffic to deal with as well as these tricky weather conditions, and now up towards Agostini we're pretty much nose to tail for the lead of the race. Andrew Windmill still leading the way. Danny Cassar is edging ever closer and is now pretty much on the boot lid of the car that is in the lead of the race and trying to hunt him down as they flick their way through Hamilton in towards a braking area for Oggies, where there's a back marker slap bang in the middle of the road that can't really get out of the way, and Andrew Windmill's trying to carve his way through and past without losing a great deal of time. For the moment, Andrew Windmill still hangs on to the lead. Yeah, just a little bit further up the road from the lead battle is Mark Carey trying to defend from Eric Bolton. Heading onto the Bentley Straight once again goes Danny Cassar, still closing up on the tail end of Andrew Windmill. Arguably in the rain, I'd say Danny Cassar's car slightly easier to drive. He's got the longer wheelbase, and then heading in towards Brundle and Nelson, Danny Cassar flicks the car to the inside. Andrew Windmill doesn't really go defensive, but it's not really worth making that move just as of yet. Still with 3 minutes of the race remaining, and then flicking left and right on the exit of Nelson is the number 8. I think that's David Mann that's now in that Mazda RX-8, and Danny Cassar, David Rayburn now in driving that car, but Danny Cassar on the way into Corham retakes the lead of the race. Andrew Windmill can't really do too much about it apart from keep his headlights on and start pushing forward to try and force the mistake from Danny, but Danny very experienced in that Honda Integra through the final corner, a flick of oversteer but very well held, still keeps it within track limits, and Danny Cassar in the lead of the race. In the lead of the race, but it's getting worse and worse and worse. The rain is getting heavier, it's getting heavier and heavier and heavier. Any temperature that's in the tyres is slowly dissipating and disappearing now, and you can almost see a bit of spray coming up now as well, so they're going to to have to tread very gingerly on what is now highly likely to be their final lap. There was about a lap time left as they came over the start-finish line, but of course the times are going to be slower, which means I don't think we'll get another lap squeezed out of this one. Danny Cassar still leading the way, needs to be careful as he brakes on wet tarmac down in towards Wilson. There's back markers just ahead of him as well, and they're not quite going to get past the back markers by the time they exit the corner. We've also got Blair Roebuck off the circuit. I said he'd had a good run through the order from, what was it, down in something like 14th. Well, he was up to 6th, but he's thrown the car off the circuit at Agostini and rallycrossed his way back onto the tarmac, so it's getting tricky out there. And we've had the change for the lead. Andrew Windmill, coming out of Wilson on the run towards Palmer, has retaken the lead of the race, and Danny Cassar is down into second once more. There's still traffic as they head in towards Agostini.
Yeah, queued up with Mike just as I saw that as well. The change for the lead, there was very little in it. Danny Cassar's car, just as I said it looks like it's not quite as comfortable, or maybe not set up for the wet conditions, but that is still Andrew Windmill in the lead of the race. He managed to put a car between himself and Danny Cassar crucially as well. Danny Cassar back on the tail of Andrew Windmill. This is the battle for the lead now, heading in towards Oggies, and then up towards Williams to head onto the Bentley Straight for what will be the final time. There's still nothing to pick between the pair of them. Danny Cassar pulling over to the right-hand side, potentially going defensive on the way in towards Williams, maybe struggling to put the power down, and he just can't get the car off the corner.
Yeah, he's almost getting caught by Eric Bolton at the wheel of the Ford Fiesta. Well, Eric Bolton is a lap adrift and is down in 8th position at the moment, but yeah, through that section of the circuit, it looked though the Fiesta was quicker than the Honda. Down the Bentley Straight for the final time they'll go, in towards the braking area for Brundle and Nelson. You can see our poor old television camera down there through Brundle and Nelson is rather wet and misting up almost. But it is still Andrew Windmill that leads the way. The checkered flag should be ready for them next time through, because there's only 20 seconds or so remaining on the clock. We've also got a 30-second penalty for an unsafe release, I'm afraid, for the two Allens, Alan Wilshire, Alan Churchyard. That car that's running in 23rd place will pick up a penalty.
It will indeed, and I've just been watching to see what happens for the lead, but that was Andrew Windmill very, very sideways, heading through Coram, then all over the grass, doing what he can to defend from Danny Cassar in towards the final corner. There was nothing to pick between the pair of them on the way in. There's still nothing on the way out. Danny's diving towards the puddles. He goes over to the left-hand side, struggles to put the power down, but towards the line to take the win will just about be Andrew Windmill, or will it? Yes, it will. A flash of the lights. Andrew Windmill takes the win here at Snetterton. Danny Cassar, there must have been nothing to pick between the pair of them. A 10th at the line.
Yep, so brilliant stuff from Andrew Windmill and Danny Cassar. A good battle for them. Andrew Windmill claiming the win, but of course he will pick up a 30-second penalty as well now for the rest of the season. So was that tactical driving from Danny Cassar? Did he want the win, or did he not want the penalty? Jack Werrell will be heading down to grab a word, hopefully with the top three, and maybe a chat with the winner of the Puma Cup as well. We'll see who he can get down there. So a brilliant race that was. We've still got number 163 Luke Johnson out there. He's still pushing hard on his final lap, but he is leading the Puma Cup at the moment as he's about to work his way up towards the braking area for Hamilton and Oggies. So flicking his way through Hamilton in towards the braking area for Oggies. It's been a fairly clean race from him. There's still some good squabbles going on further back as well. Mark Carey trying to fight his way through the traffic as well. I think that's James Clare's Ford Puma he's trying to work his way through and past, and I think Jonathan Vyse will probably be the other one as they head up towards Hamilton. So there's still some squabbles and battles to be settled out there on circuit, as we've got the first half a dozen cars over the start-finish line still, but everybody else still has yet to take the flag, and even some of them struggling for traction on the very final lap there. That looked as though that was a spin for one of the Mazdas just heading out of shot, and which Mazda would that be? We'll have to try and pick up on it, but it just disappeared out of shot as it started to get away from the driver. I think it was Stuart Eardley's car potentially. So here comes our Puma Cup winner. So Luke Johnson just heading up towards the bomb hole. After the bomb hole, you've only got really Coram and Murray's, but it's easy to say it that way when conditions are tricky, and you've now probably also got sun bouncing off wet tarmac as well to try and contend with as well. Then he still needs to just make sure that he strokes the car home. He's been fairly comfortable in the lead of the Puma Cup for the whole race, and it looks as though it is going to be another victory for the Premier Car Transport backed Ford Puma in the hands of Luke Johnson, who's been racing Pumas for a while now. First cut his teeth racing Porsches, did Luke, but then switched over to the Puma a few seasons ago. So he will win the Puma Cup. Blair Roebuck in a straight line will overtake him on the run to a flag. That's actually to place a lap on him, so Blair Roebuck takes the flag now in 6th place. but that also confirms that Luke Johnson, who finished as the winner of the Puma Cup in 13th position, we might be able to grab a quick word with him later on. Last few cars just to take the checkered flag. Mark Carey comes through at the wheel of the 7th place, number 189 Honda Integra. That's not a bad result from him. He started in 11th position and also had that moment down at Agostini as well, which cost him a little bit of time. But I think the vast majority of the cars now have taken the checkered flag, and from what were rainy conditions, you can see now we've got beautiful blue sky over us again here at Snetterton. The grey clouds have gone, they've deposited what they wanted to deposit, and now the sun is out again, and the track will, I would imagine, in this breeze that we've got here, very, very quickly dry as well. So let's just confirm the results for you then, for the Tin Tops and the Puma Cup, the Quad Sports Tin Tops. Andrew Windmill claims the win and will pick up a 30-second penalty for the rest of the season. Danny Cassar was second. Adam Brown was third, but won his class, with James Wilson in fourth, also a class winner. The fields, Richard Field and Richard Jason Field were there in fifth place, winning their class from Blair Roebuck, who completes the top six. Then it was Mark Carey, Eric Bolton, Miles Mosley. The Reynolds and Ridgeon car completed the top 10. Jack Hordley finished in at 11th place ahead of Deere and Campbell. Luke Johnson wins the Puma Cup in 13th place ahead of Nopham Wickenden, with James Clare, Catherine Henderson, Stuart Eardley, Mitchell Rust ahead of Cockgrove, and then the Man and Rayburn Mazda. James Manning finished in 22nd place, and it was the two Allens, Wiltshire and Churchyard, were the last of the finishers. So with everybody else that you can see there being a non-finisher, Danny Cassar setting the fastest lap of the race. Let's hand you downstairs to Jack Werrell, who I think is going to chat to one or two of the drivers from the Quad Sports Tin Tops and Puma Cup.
Thank you very much, Mark. And you join me down in what is somewhat a makeshift Parc Ferme. After changeable conditions throughout the race, it changed the order a hell of a lot from start to finish. But Danny, come here. Finished in second place in class, second place on the road as well, carrying a 30-second penalty, of course, in changeable conditions. Try and sum up that race.
Yeah, it was a case of try and get a break early and try and sort of put some time into Andrew in particular, because we know he's going to be very, very quick. And that was all going to plan, and the little bits of rain showers, they just cost us, because we're on Dunlops, which is a bit of a harder tyre than the Yokohamas. So when that rain come, I just lost a bit of traction, and I just couldn't get off the slow corners as well. But fair play to Andrew, he got it there first. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, absolutely. I know, speaking to you yesterday, that changeable conditions were expected. But of course, how do you set a car up for that? Because you, in the morning, now, clear sky, you wouldn't have known it's rained, but it is cold, and then the rain comes and all the oils come to the top of the circuit. How tricky is it to do that? It's
just it's pot luck. Yeah, I mean, and you come down a straight one time and it's perfect, you break normal braking points, and next time you couldn't even see a braking mark. So it was very difficult. I mean, I thought everyone was excellent out there, everyone sort of giving everybody a bit of space. I think I scared Adam when I come past, and then locked the rears in front of him and then proceeded to go off. But yeah, it is so tricky, but yeah, today we was second best.
Well, that is obviously true, but it means the 30-second penalty is all you carry now, and not a potential 60, which is what it could have been. But thank you very much for chatting to us, Danny. It's congratulations on second place. Adam Brown joins me down here as well. You finished third on the road. And of course third in class. And how did you find it? Changeable conditions, it must be pretty tricky.
Yeah, it was. All of a sudden, it went really slippy at the end. I mean, obviously, I know the rain came down, but you'd have thought with tyre temperature and brake temperature, you'd be all right. But it just went so slippy, it was unreal. I said, when Danny came past me, he locked the rears and went off in front of me. And when I came out the pits on my outlap, a Puma went off in front of me in the last corner, and I had to brake in the middle of the corner, so I went off as well. So it was a bit tricky, but you know, I'm just mega happy to not only be out there, but also to finish a race. I mean, I was in the New Millennium qualifying with Danny literally just before lunch, and I drove past my car in the garages and there was no gearbox in it. So massive thanks goes to all the team, Dad and Sam. They've had a gearbox out, they've had a gearbox back in between quali and race whilst I've been off driving other cars. So just huge credit to all those who even get me on the grid.
And one final one as well, of course, that now means that you've been out on the circuit in changeable conditions, in racing conditions as well. You'll be back out on circuit later on as well. Do you think this little bit of practice has helped?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when I'm racing later on, I'm in a completely alien car to myself anyway. I've only done basically 2 qualifying sessions in it anyway. So we'll see what we've got, but at least I've got a bit of track knowledge that I know that it's going to go super slippy, super quickly. So yeah.
Brilliant. Congratulations on P3, Adam. So that's everything. That's all the drivers we've got down here for an interview, unfortunately. But after what was quite a slippy, tricky race, hello. Actually, no, we do have one more driver. So come into shot. Changeable conditions. How did you find it?
Horrendous. Scary as. Didn't know what was happening from one lap to the next. Saw Danny catching me as well, and then we hit traffic. It was pretty sketchy to say. And look now, sun's out. What's that all about? But it was very tricky, and potluck, absolute fluke to get around that last lap, really.
Well, Andrew, we saw you very, very sideways heading through Coram on the final lap of the race, heading in towards the final corner. Was that a bit tense?
That was purely intentional, just to block Danny, make the car as wide as possible. Now, obviously I'd got one eye on my mirrors, got one eye on the pit straight, thinking, is the flag coming out? Because I thought we might have one more lap to go. Knew Danny was there and had got the legs on me, so I was just pushing as quickly as I dare, and then the back started to come round, and crikey, it was, got my attention.
Well, I'm sure it did. Congratulations on the win, and good luck for the rest of the season with the 32nd. That's all we've got there down here in makeshift Parc Fermé. But thank you very much. Back up to Mark.
Thanks, Jack. Yep, so the combined Liquid Moly, Slick Series and JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sports is what is up next. They are on slick tyres, and on the basis that whilst the track is actually probably dry again now, because the tarmac looks fairly dry from my commentary perspective, but there might be the odd little damp patch, so they are also getting 2 green flag wraps ahead of this 20-minute race that is about to get underway. So the way that they line up is that 4 times British Touring Car champion Colin Turkington starts on pole position. He set the pole lap on his very final lap. William Ashmore in the Ferrari sits alongside. It's Andy Southcott and Mark Lee on row number 2. Tim Davies in his Ginetta lines up alongside the Ariel Atom of Christian Douglas on row number 3. And it's Jack Gadd in the Ford Escort Mark 1 clone alongside Jake Severs, who will line up in the Ginetta G50 for this first race of the day. Dave Griffin, the Australian, has Chris Murphy for company on row number 5. Chris had problems in the latter qualifying session, so we'll see whether his BMW has made it towards the grid. And it's Nick Cresswell that will go in this race, that sits alongside Nathan Wells on row number 6. The 7th row of the grid is the BMW of Tommy Grout alongside Silverstone winner, the Lotus 340R of David Harvey on row number 7, and I think we'll have a gap on row number 8 where Pete Chalice had brake failure in qualifying, went straight on at Richie's corner. He's okay, Carl less so, sits alongside what will be Harry Petch on row number 8. Dylan Popovich is there on row number 9 with Warren Tattersall sitting alongside, and then it's Andy Roby. Nice to see Andy out back at the wheel of the 7 litre Marcos Mantis alongside Will Lynch on row number 10. Rod Burley lines up on the 11th row of the grid and started racing this very weekend many years ago. 50 years ago, and alongside him is Martin Reynolds with Ross Irvine, who also had problems in his qualifying session this morning, scheduled to line up alongside Peter Kennelly on row number 12. Colin Claxton has for company the BMW Z4 of Oliver Smith that sits alongside on row number 13, and row number 14 sees Craig Percy at the wheel of the monster V8 Chevy-engined Morris Minor, an ex-police car from the 1960s, running alongside David Claxton's Triumph Dolomite Sprint. Jordan Billington had a few spins at the wheel of his Lamborghini. He sits down row number 15 alongside the number 88 car, which will be started by Michael Scott in this race, and it's Andy Lambert and John Cockerton that line up on row number 16. And that is all of the cars that we have. We did have Will Goff out in qualifying, but his car has been withdrawn, his Porsche. Otherwise, I think that would have been possibly one of the front-running cars, but sadly problems in qualifying have kept him out of that one. So there is number 44, Rod Burley, who started racing 50 years ago this weekend. He had his first ever car race and has notched up yes, lots and lots and lots of whether it be class wins or overall wins over the years, and that car is going to be one to watch out for, as is the man that qualified on pole position, Colin Turkington, who has raced with Mark Smith in the past in Mark Smith's beautiful super touring car E30 that he's got at his disposal, but it's the first time we've seen Colin racing within the Classic Sports Car Club realms. And as I say, he qualified on pole position with a time of 2 minutes 0.517, and that was on the very last qualifying lap in which he managed to do that. So the car's now heading on to their second formation lap, and you can see there's hardly a cloud in the sky now beautiful blue sky over Snetterton. And I'm delighted to say, even in the distance, as I look from the direction the wind is coming, so it's usually the typical southwesterly prevailing winds that we have in the UK, there are clouds in the distance, but they don't look too ominous. So I think we might be all right for this race, which is scheduled to be a 20-minute race. But as we saw with the Co-Ord Sports tin tops, exactly the same is happening with the Liquid Moly Slick Series and the JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sports. They head on to their second formation lap and the clock starts to tick. So already in reality, the race is underway. Now, both sets of cars that we've got on the grid here are having 2 races over the course of today. We will see them race together in this race, but they will race separately later on today. The Liquid Moly's Slick Series will be back out a bit later on this afternoon for a longer 30-minute race, which will have a mandatory pit stop in the middle of it. And after they've completed their race on their own, then there'll be a separate sprint race for the JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sports, who will also have their race on their own. So they race together and they race separately later on this afternoon. So there is the BMW E36 from pole position. As ever, fantastic variety with the likes of BMW, Ferrari, Ariel Atoms, Ginettas, Porsches, Lotus, Seat, Marcus, Volkswagen, Triumphs, Lamborghinis, all present on the grid, an enormous amount of different marques that are represented. And even in terms of Ginettas, you know, we've got Ginetta G55s, but there is also the number 9 car of Dylan Popovic's, is one of the older G50 spec cars. So even amongst the Ginettas that we have on the field, we have varying differences in terms of the models and the age of the cars, but it's brilliant to see all of these cars out there on slick tyres, remember, so they'll all have been in the assembly area on their slicks. They'll have seen the rain come down and thought, oh no, oh please no, and then they'll have seen the rain disappear and the sun come out, so they'll be rather pleased, I would have thought. I cannot imagine for a second that anybody would have bolted on wet tyres, because they'd have been looking to the sky and thinking, we should be good to go on this one. So we'll wait and see as to what might happen in this one. Let's say the clock started ticking when they came over the start-finish line to start their second formation lap. Of course, depending on what happens to the weather, that will dictate, you know, if it stays dry all afternoon, the cars all qualified in dry conditions will only need a single formation lap. But once we start to get a little bit of rain, if cars have qualified in the dry and then are likely to be racing in damp conditions, then for safety reasons and acclimatisation process, then everybody's given an extra formation lap to get used to what the conditions might be like, if there is any standing water. I don't think there will be today, because I think there are going to be light showers just blowing through, not just today, but all day tomorrow here at Snetterton, where we also have another full day of racing action, and all of that action again can be brought to you on the live stream as well if you're tuning in. So Colin Turkington on pole position in the BMW, the Ferrari of William Ashmore, the yellow car sits alongside. Andy Southcott's grey liveried 2.3 litre MG Lennon Midget on row number 2 alongside the white Ginetta G55 of Mark Lee, and then row number 3 it's the dark blue and Dayglow pink Ginetta of Tim Davis lining up alongside the black and Dayglow yellow Ariel Atom of Christian Douglas. Fourth row of the grid, Jack Gadd, largely white, the Ford Escort clone, but it's got green and red and blue livery to it, alongside the grey and Dayglow liveried Ginetta G50 of Jake Severs, and Dave Griffin in the black and Works liveried BMW alongside Chris Murphy in the white and Works liveried BMW. Those are the colours on the first few rows of the grid. So we're about to get this first race of the day underway, the combined Liquid Moly Slick Series and JMC Racing Saloons, Special Saloons and Mod Sports race. Colin Turkington on the pole position. The safety car peels its way in towards the pit lane, and then we'll have to wait and see on the rolling start as to who is going to get the jump. So the lights are on the gantry, the speeds are being maintained by both men on the front row of the grid. Red lights are on, we're about to go racing, and as the lights flash their way out as they do now, it's not a bad start from Colin Turkington, but the Ferrari of William Ashmore just gets his nose ahead. But it's a brilliant start from Andy Southcott from the second row of the grid, and the Lennon Midget I think is going to squeeze its way through. There's a big accident further down through the order as straight into the barriers, making hefty contact with the barriers on the right hand side was somebody. That was towards the tail end of the order, but everybody else is safely through the first corner.
Yeah, they are indeed, and they will just continue around the lap as the relevant the marshals put in all of the work they need to.
John Cockerton, isn't it? So it's John Cockerton that's had the off. I didn't quite see the start of it. I just saw the car make very heavy contact with the barriers and slewed from the right-hand side of the circuit over to the left-hand side of the circuit. So we are having a red flag for this one. It's not unsurprising on the basis of where the car is and the fact that it was a very, very hefty impact indeed. So the red flags are coming out. I think the drivers now beginning to see those distributed around where the marshals are. So for the moment, I think they are still racing away in some places. The red flags, now slowly make their way around the circuit. So the red flags comes out at one's marshal's post, and it sort of, then has to make its way around the circuit. So it's not instantaneous as such. But yeah, all of the drivers now have all eased off their pace, and they will make their way back down into the pit lane area. John Cockerton out of the car, so that's good to see. So there is John Cockerton. He's out of the car. He will. As any driver has to do where there's an impact with a barrier, you have to go to the medical centre for the statutory and regulatory medical checkup just to ensure that everything is good. But that is good to see, Jack, that he's walking away from the car for what was a very large impact.
Yeah, it was incredibly hard to watch as well. Indeed, into towards the wall, and then luckily didn't get collected when he spiralled back across the circuit. And yeah, it's nice to see that he is out of the car under his own steam as well, and walking over to the barrier. And as typical race driver, more worried about the car. He was obviously the first priority has to be himself, and the marshals and the medical team are all there making sure he's okay. And I think his main priority was looking at his car.
Yeah, I mean, I only caught the very tail end of it. I'm not sure whether there was any car-to-car contact or whether he lit the rears up and it slewed that way. I simply do not know, but all I did see was the car go straight into the barriers. The barriers are coming across at an angle, and it's just on the right-hand side. So it's after pit lane exit, and it's after the scrutineering bay, and that was where the point of impact was made, on the right-hand side of the circuit. There's grass, there's mud, there's debris, all on that side of the circuit. And after he made contact with the barriers on the right-hand side, the car slewed across the circuit, as Jack suggested, thankfully not caught by anybody else, and then came to rest on the left-hand side of the circuit on the grass. And that must have been, I would say, probably about 15 to 20 metres further on than the initial point of contact. So it was still at that stage, the car had sufficient momentum, even though we had only really just got the race underway. So simply didn't see exactly what the first cause was. So it's going to be a while to clear this one up, I would imagine, Jack. The cars are all very sensibly crawling their way back towards the start line. Thankfully, John is out of the car, so we need to just make sure that he is okay, and then take him away for the checkup. And then, of course, there's the car to recover. We've got a chunk of sweeping that we'll need doing by our fantastic Snetterton marshals, and we can't see from our commentary perspective the point of impact, so I don't know whether there's any circuit furniture that then needs repairing as well.
Yeah, and of course it is a big old job, and straight away marshals straight to work. The medical car was there, the medical van, the ambulance in theory was there straight away as well, and the marshals already hard at work, like you say, sweeping and making sure we've got the circuit officials just checking out the barrier to make sure that is all okay. And it's the best way to describe it is almost like a fence, where you get a certain distance and then there's a post into the ground and a bit further and then there's another post, and if any of those have been bent back, and if one car can do it, another one can as well. So you've got to make sure that for safety reasons, above all, the circuit is up to spec and where it needs to be. All of the drivers just working their way back onto the grid, and they'll be waiting to hopefully get back underway. But it is great to see that Johnny's out of the car and receiving all the attention that is required. And like you say, he'll go off to the medical centre, and we'll get that car out of the way, and then we might get back racing again.
Yep, so if you're watching here at the circuit, or you're watching the live stream, and maybe you're wondering how you could get involved in marshalling, then let's not forget all of the marshals are volunteers. It might be that some race meetings they get a food voucher, or there might be a raffle for them, but they're all unpaid volunteers, albeit hugely, hugely professional. And if you fancy joining the marshalling ranks, whether it be either here at Snetterton or any meeting organised by the Classic Sports Car Club, for that matter, any circuit, any organising club, your best bet is log on to the official website for the BMMC. And as I say that, on our camera that we're seeing there on the left-hand side, it says BMMC on the back of one of the Marshals jackets. Yeah, the BMMC is the British Motorsport Marshals Club. They are the largest club for marshals in the UK. Their website is marshals.co.uk, marshals.co.uk. And what you can do via that website is sign up to what's known as a taster day, is a good way to do it, a taster day. And what that does is you sign up to a taster day, you look at all of the taster days that are available. So look at the circuit that you want to go to, look at the dates that are available. Nearly every circuit will have several dates over the course of the season. have a look at a date that is convenient for you and sign up to a taste today. And what you then do is you will get through an electronic ticket, an e-ticket, which will be sent through to you, and you will meet, when you arrive at the track early in the morning, you'll be met by a very experienced marshal who will act as sort of the mentor and the guide for the day. And what you do in the morning is you and the other people, because there'll be other people in a very similar situation having a taste the day at the same event for the first ever time, you get almost a guided tour around the circuit in the morning. So they will bring you to race control so you can understand what goes on in race control. They will bring you into the camera room so you can see all the cameras and the CCTV footage that's available for the officials here. They'll bring you to timekeepers, they'll bring you down to the scrutineering base so you can see what happens in scrutineering, which is the technical and safety process all of the cars go through to be signed off before they can enter the circuit. They'll probably bring you into the assembly area so you understand what happens there, where the cars are assembled in their grid order before they head out into the race or into qualifying. Sometimes they come up into the commentary box and timekeepers as well, and also out onto one of the individual marshals posts. So you do all of that in the morning, gives you really good insight as to all of the different areas where potentially you could work as a marshal. And then when you've done that in the morning, you then go out onto a marshal's post in the afternoon. Experienced team on that same marshal's post as you, who will guide you through what you need to do over the course of the day. And once you've done all of that, it probably gives you a really good understanding as to whether you want to be a marshal, and if you do, which area you'd like to work, because there's so many different areas available. So I would encourage anybody to do it. And even racing drivers, some championships give extra championship points to a driver that goes out and marshals for the day. It gives you a very different view and appreciation of what the marshals do. Marshals.co.uk, sign up to a taste today. What have you got to lose, Jack?
Yeah, absolutely. You've got everything to gain, because one, you get as close to motorsport as anybody ever will be. You can be hands-on with the cars. You could, like you say, scrutineering, parc ferme, everything like that. You get to see them up close and personal, and then you get probably some of the best seats in the house as well. There's nothing really separating you and the circuit, obviously, apart from the Armco barrier, and you get to watch the racing from there. Of course, you are spectating as well, but of course you need to be on and ready to look for cars that have maybe ran slightly wide or something like that, and then you can be listening to the radios. At points it can be quite busy, but the enjoyment that you hear the marshals get from it is brilliant. And the buzz this morning, I was just getting some breakfast at Tyrrell's here at Snetterton, and it was full of the marshals as it had just opened. They're sat there getting their breakfast ready for a busy day out on the marshals post, and the buzz in there was absolutely amazing. They've all got very similar sense of humour. They're all just chatting away and sharing thoughts about how the day might go. There was lots of chat about the weather throughout the day, and it's just great atmosphere. And you can see the barrier is being repaired on the start-finish straight, or being straightened out. So marshals helping the circuit staff make sure that the circuit's safe again, Mark.
Yep, absolutely. So it looks as though what we need to do is just make sure those barriers are in an absolutely vertical position, as you alluded to. There's various posts at different sections behind the barriers, and when a car impacts, what happens is the ground moves very, very slightly, which means that the barrier can go from being in an absolutely vertical position to slightly at an angle, and therefore that is simply not safe. Barriers have to be in an absolutely vertical position, because if they are slightly bent over, if another car were to hit that barrier, then potentially it could act as a launch pad. So barriers have to be absolutely vertical. On the stream, if you're watching, really good view of 4 times British Touring Car champion Colin Turkington, who is behind the wheel of the London and District housing-backed BMW E36 M3, the Amspeed prepared car. Aaron Moulton-Smith and the team preparing this and usually several other cars that we see out over the course of the Classic Sports Car Club weekend. And it's nice to see not just all of the different cars, but all the different colours of those cars there on the grid, Jack. We've got whites, reds, blues, greens, day-glow pinks, blacks, you name it. It's like a box of, or a packet of Smarties, isn't it? All the different colours out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've got to say, as much as I'm a strong believer, if white or black is the base coat on the car, and then you apply sort of various decals and stickers to it, it can look amazing. But this is what I like, that the range of liveries, colours that you wouldn't think go together too well. Like I'm looking at the number 68 Ginetta, that's Andre Severs and Jake Severs. That's got sort of like a silvery grey on it. It's got black down the middle. It's got day glow yellow, and then just the normal sort of orange, which is really nice. And then I've got to say, personally, I'm tied because there's so many good-looking liveries. I would say the number 23, Nathan Wells, BMW M3 46 GTR, as you alluded to earlier on in the day, it's running almost ex-IMSA colours, how it would have ran in period.
Yep.
And that looks amazing. But also, I am a massive fan of one of the Ginettas we've got out. I think that's the number 32 of Tim Davies. The dark blue with the bright blue and then the day glow pink. It just sets that car off beautifully. It matches it.
It does, yeah. I mean, I was looking at that car earlier on and thinking it looks a bit like Ian Duggan's car. And then we've got, things like the cars that are sitting there in the pit lane that didn't rejoin up on the grid. We've got the Ginetta, number 199, which is Mark Lee's car. That was coloured at Silverstone, but they've taken the wrap off it. And then behind it, you've got almost the custard, primrose-coloured Triumph Dolomite Sprint, which is going to be the car that starts towards the tail end of the field of David Claxton. So that's, I don't know what colour to call that really. Is it custard colour? Is it primrose colour? It's yellow, but it's an unusual yellow, that's for sure. So yeah, we've got so many different cars out there in different colours. So quite why those two cars came into the pit lane and didn't line back up on the grid, I'm not sure. And I think we've also got at the very bottom of the pit lane another car as well. And I think it's the BMW Z4 of Ollie Smith that's at the very bottom of the pit lane. So that's another car that came into the pit lane area. So all of the cars are assembled on the grid, so they are ready to go. What isn't quite ready to go is the circuit as yet still, because we've still got some circuit repairs going on, Jack, to those barriers that we spoke about on the right hand side where the impact was made. And we've now just got the recovery crew there who are in the process of having to use the HIAB crane to lift the stricken Porsche of John Cockerton out of harm's way from where it came to rest. So they need to scoop that onto the back without causing any further damage to it, and then strap it down, and then of course need to get the vehicle that they've brought out onto the circuit, the tow truck, out of the way, and only then can we get another green flag lap underway.
Yeah, one thing I have been looking at is just at the front of all of the cars on the grid, see if there's any bits of aero missing or any sort of telltale signs that there's been contact between both cars, and I can't say I've spotted anything, to be honest. So it could have just been lighting up the rear tyres. I guess we will never know unless we speak to Mr. Cockerton, but obviously he's getting all the help that he needs and getting all the relevant checks made at the medical centre. And I've got to say, Mark, what a fabulous job the marshals have done. That circuit is now spotless. There's no dirt, there's no debris, there's no nothing. They have literally wiped it clean. It looks absolutely brilliant. And one of the cars that you mentioned was missing, the number 72 Christopher Murphy, the sort of white and BMW Works liveried BMW M3 46 GTR. It is currently sat outside the Woodrow Motorsport lorry, so it's suggested that could be an engine fault, whether it's an engine failure or just a slightly more in-depth mechanical issue. We saw the car retire from qualifying on the inside of Oggies. That threw out the code 60 this morning. And that car is has taken no part in the race this afternoon. However, at the moment, 10-minute race 1 green, well, according to the gantry, green glag lap.
It is, yeah, it's a green glag lap. It's what the gantry says. So yes, I think we know what that means. So it's going to be a 10-minute race, and there is just going to be one single green flag lap as the cars head out there. You're talking about Chris Murphy and Woodrow Engineering. Well, they're going to have a busy week ahead because Chris Murphy is scheduled to be racing that car in GT Cup next weekend at Donington Park, another MSV circuit. So they need to get that car back to the workshop, get it stripped, get it rebuilt, and get it out and up to the East Midlands by probably Thursday, Friday at the latest of next week. So safety car, you can see, is at the front of the grid. The engines are running on all of the cars still, but we've still got a fair chunk of work going on track at the moment. John Cockerton's car has now been lifted onto the flatbed recovery unit, has been strapped down, and the recovery unit will be leaving the scene any second now. We've still got some barrier repairs just going on the right hand side. As Jack mentioned, all of that fantastic sweeping up of all of the mud that was there on the start finish line has now been dealt with. However, now all the mud has gone. There was clearly either a little bit of oil or a little bit of coolant that was strewn across the circuit as well, because we're now seeing some of the I'm going to say cement dust for want of a better term, but some dusting of the circuit taking place just to soak up whatever lubricant it is that's been put down there on the circuit. So we're still, I would say, Jack, 2 or 3 minutes away from getting this green flag lap underway. Yeah,
but we've got to make sure, of course, safety does have to be at the very top of the priority list. So it's great to see that all of that, all of the hard work is being put in, and if it means delaying just a little bit further, well and truly is necessary. And I'm trying to figure out whereabouts that car made contact with the barrier. I saw damage on the front, but then the rear right tyre had been deflated. So whether he'd gone in on the front and then it had slammed the rear in and he'd spun from there, it's quite an odd incident. But of course, with it being a rear-engine Porsche, I would probably imagine it is some sort of coolant if it was a front-end impact. But as you mentioned, all of the cars on the grid, they do have their engines running. I'm trying to figure out where the Ginetta and the Dolomite Sprints have gone. I can't see they've been sent round onto the circuit. Are they directly below us? Yes, they are. They are directly below us, waiting at pit exit. So presumably they will have to join the very tail end of the grid.
They will, yeah. They'll have to be a pit lane start. And I think the other car that we saw in the pit lane, which was the Oliver Smith BMW Z4, came from the very bottom of the pit lane into the scrutineering bay. So I think that car, we can probably assume now, is going to be a retiree or a non-starter, as the case may be. So I think that is going to be a absentee for this race. Who else have we got? Have we got any other gaps on the grid we need to look for? We do have a gap on the second row of the grid. That will be Mark Lee's car, of course. Then there's a gap behind Dylan Popovic's car, which would be Andy Roby. No, Andy Roby is further back down through the order. Warren Tattersall. Yeah, Warren Tattersall is missing as well at the wheel of the Seat Leon. So off they go on their formation lap. Just a single lap this time, Jack.
Yes, it is indeed, and the reason why we've had the Ginetta and the Dolomite Sprint into the pit lane, you were confused as to why they may have come in. The Ginetta, you said it at the start of the race, because the rain was here, and then it wasn't, and then it was, and then it wasn't. You were expecting everybody obviously just to stay on slicks, but we did have the 199 Ginetta of Mark Lee into the pit lane to change to slicks. So clearly he had started the race on those wet tyres. He's now heading out onto circuit and probably in the best conditions of the day. And out of all things, the number 84 Triumph Dolomite Sprint of David Claxton, really big issue. The dipstick had blown out.
Right, okay. And Warren Tattersall was there on the grid. The Seat Leon was there, so I do apologise. It was just a little bit further down than I had expected. So it is just a 10-minute race now, unfortunately. Now, the good thing is, I ever try and look for positives out of negatives. Might be a shortened race this time through, but we do have another race for both the Liquid Moly Slick Series and another race for the JMC Racing Special Saloons and Modsports later on today. So they still will at least get a bit more track time in separate races rather than the combined race that we've got here coming up.
Yeah, so that is always good to see. Of course, they qualify together, race together, and then they race apart as well. So they all get to have their various little battles within the class. I think somebody was trying to warm the brakes as best they could and had quite a big lockup. I didn't quite pick out who it was. It could have been the Petch's Ginetta that was just slightly too quick on the brake pedal, and the front brakes couldn't quite handle the force being put through. But of course, everybody, they worked their way back onto what their grid positions would have been. So we end up with the grid back looking how it did at the start of the race, meaning Colin Turkington, will start on pole position, followed by the Ferrari of William Ashmore, the Army Motorsport Sunfit D3 entry. So very interesting front row. Of course, we saw Colin get a good start, but he wasn't really a match for that Ferrari. He knows what's happening now, and it's not like Colin is inexperienced, but he might be able to change something, do something slightly different, just to make sure he is in front of that Ferrari at turn 1.
So cars just making their way through the infield section of the Snetterton 300. The safety car just turning its way through Williams and onto the top of the Bentley straight. The tail end of the field just coming round through Hamilton currently. Slow off the line to get the rolling lap underway was Michael Scott at the wheel of number 88 Vauxhall Cavalier space frame car. And there is heading down the Bentley straight, the car you were talking about. Maybe it was locking wheels, the number 2 car. Harry Petch, sharing the car with Chris Petch over the course of the races that we'll see them in. Lots of weaving, loads and loads of weaving. William Ashmore at the wheel of the Ferrari F430 Challenge spec car, weaving almost from full right-hand side to full left-hand side of the circuit, heading down the Bentley straight. just to see if he can try and build as much temperature as possible into the tyres. And I think rather fortuitously, I think the cloud level has lifted, and there's a few more breaks in the cloud now, Jack, than they've probably been for quite some time. So shortened race, but there should be no issue at all with any sort of moisture falling from the sky, I wouldn't have thought, for this race.
No, and of all the things, like you say, cloud level rise, we've got more gaps in the cloud, and the wind isn't exactly as strong as it was this morning. It's still there, I've noticed. It doesn't sound as loud, so potentially the wind speed has dropped slightly as well. It makes the circuit a lot more even, so you won't be going as slow into turn 1, but then you won't be going as quick into Brundle and Nelson. Great shot by the cameraman. You can see all of the rain clouds hopefully leaving us behind. They are over the back end of the circuit, but I say hopefully, you watch, that'll be here before the end of this race.
Well, the way the wind's going, I think that's going to avoid us, isn't it, those black clouds that we could see. I think it's the clearer skies down towards turn number 1 that are going to be blowing in. So I think we should be good for this one. So safety car is about to peel its way off. Let's have another go at trying to get this race underway. Colin Turkington in the BMW, William Ashmore on the front row of the grid, Andy Southcott, and a gap then on row number 2, because of course we know that Mark Lee at the wheel of the Ginetta is going to be, well, not starting from the pit lane. Where has he gone? I think they've let them out, and has he been able to take his original position? I wouldn't have thought so, no, but the pit lane is empty, so I think they'll be off the back of the grid. So we're going to have another go at trying to get things underway. It was a good start from the Ferrari last time through. Lights go out on the gantry, and this time through it's not a bad start from William Ashmore, but it's a better start from Colin Turkington, who I think he's going to lead as they head up towards Ritchie's corner for the first time. Is William Ashmore going to weave his way around the outside? No. He opts just to sit behind, so it's Colin Turkington that leads from William Ashmore in second position. And who's there in third? Did Andy Southcott hang on to it in third place, or was he pipped by the fast-starting Christian Douglas? No, it is Andy Southcott that's there, and it's not Christian Douglas at next up, because Jake Severs, who originally started 8th on the grid, I think is up into something like 4th or 5th position here, so it's not been a bad start at all from the grey and the Dayglow livery Ginetta G50.
No, great start, already trying to push forward and work his way up through the order, but Colin Turkington still remains in the lead, although pressure being mounted from the Ferrari behind, and then sneaking up the inside there is Andy Southcott. He just about managed to get in front, but then the Ferrari puts his foot to the floor, trying to pull himself alongside goes William Ashmore. He's got the inside for the run through. Hamilton just about gets that position back, and then in towards Oggies. He can break a little bit later and puts a good gap between himself and Andy Southcott behind. Colin Turkington will see this battling in his rear view mirror and just try and pull away as best he can, but look how close they are heading on towards the Bentley straight now. I've got a feeling Andy Southcott, he's going to go well and truly through and past that Ferrari of William Ashmore.
In a straight line, interesting to see as to what Andy Southcott can offer up to William Ashmore in the Ferrari. The Ferrari's quicker in a straight line. Andy Southcott should be better on the brakes and through the twiddly parts at the wheel of the very nimble little Lennon Midget, but for the moment the order remains the same. Colin Turkington leads, William Ashmore second, it's Andy Southcott there in third place, Jake Severs is there in fourth position, fifth for the aerial atom in the hands of Christian Douglas, and then we'll pick up on what's going on from sixth backwards at the moment. Other battles further down through the order is Martin Reynolds at the wheel of the white and yellow Ford Anglia. He's got plenty of cars amongst his collection, squabbling away with a man who is now capping off his 50th year of racing, which all started here at Snetterton back 50 years ago. Rob Burley, that's another good little squabble. Best of the fights at the moment, I would say, 5th, 6th, 7th place all together, which is going to be the aerial atom under pressure from Martin Gadd's Ford Escort Mark 1 clone, and then Nathan Wells at the wheel of the E46 GTR.
Yeah, so Christian Douglas slowly coming under ever more pressure from Jack Gadd, and then later on the brakes up the inside goes one of the BMWs. I'll try and pick out exactly who that was.
Dave Griffith.
That was Dave Griffith, who managed to work his way through and past the Ginetta. We'll wait for the leaders to appear. There they are, they're still side by side, but now one of the BMW M3 GTRs, that's the number 23 machine. I can't quite find it. Nathan Wells there was trying to work his way up the inside at Wilson, but then in towards Palmer. He's had to give up that position. Colin Turkington has managed to work his way away from William Ashmore behind, and Andy Southcott not as close as we've seen him, but the battle in the mid-pack is really where it's hotting up.
Yeah, Nathan Wells at the wheel of that white and blue and red, almost traditional IMSA spec works BMW livery. He's got his hands rather full. He's trying to attack the car ahead of him, which is going to be the Ford Escort Mark 1 clone of Jack Gadd, but equally as much he needs to watch his mirrors as well, because any slip up at all, then he'll be right into the clutches of the car that is almost directly behind him, because they're all pretty much nose to tail as they went through Agostini and then up towards Hamilton and then on towards Oggies. That's where they have exited now, and are now starting to pick their way onto the Bentley Straight, with Dave Griffin not too far behind, and then Tim Davies at the wheel of the number 32 car in on the mix as well. But the race leaders are already out of Brundle and Nelson, and to the naked eye, is Andy Southcott closing in a little bit on the Ferrari for second place? I think he might be.
Yeah, I would have said so as well. There was a bit of twitching on the exit of Wilson, struggling to get the power down. It looks like there Tim Davies has potentially just lost out to the Marcos Mantis of Andrew Roby. Did you see that change of position, Mark?
No, I didn't. No, I did. I saw that Andy Roby was through and ahead of him, though. Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, more lost positions there for Tim Davies. So Tim struggling to keep in that position. This time through, Colin Turkington extends that lead margin, 2.6 seconds, I believe it is now. So he's really starting to push forward. Having just got through, Andrew Roby has already built up quite a nice gap. Now we're seeing the two Ginettas fight nose to tail as they come across the start-finish line. They're no longer nose to tail, they're now door to door. So 32 against 15. That's Tim Davies trying to defend from Nick Cresswell in towards turn one. Nick Cresswell has just about got his nose in front, but will he have to lift out of the throttle on the way through? Look how dark the clouds are on the run up towards the Wilson hairpin. We'll wait to see when they appear. Is it Tim Davies or is it Nick Cresswell at Wilson? It's Nick Cresswell. He's managed to get through once again to another position lost for Tim Davies.
Yeah, and now he's got David Harvey in the Lotus queuing up behind him, and then the white Ginetta, which is car number 1199, in the hands of Mark Lee. So there might be a further place or two still lost by Tim Davies if he can't manage to wrestle a little bit more pace out of his car, which seems to be going backwards at the moment. Impressed by Colin Turkington. He's a four-times BTCC champion for a reason. First flying lap from Colin Turkington in the race, 2 minutes 0.322, 0.2 of a second quicker than his qualifying time for pole.
Yeah, of course, that may have something to do with the conditions, but even still, he knows what he's doing behind the wheel, doesn't he? We're waiting for the leaders to reappear, figure out exactly where they are, and is that Michael Scott that is below us and potentially into retirement, Mark, already? Yeah,
it looks like it, yeah. So the Vauxhall Cavalier Space Frame into retirement. That was a car that got off the grid rather slowly when we got the extra rolling lap underway. Good fight going on at the moment for 5th and 6th place. Christian Douglas at the wheel of the Ariel Atom is feeling the pinch here at the moment, because he's got the Ginetta G50 of Dylan Popovic right behind him at the moment. They're running in different classes, but Dylan Popovic is getting ever quicker at the wheel of this Ginetta, and it's good to see that Christian Douglas is actually having a reasonable race at the wheel of the Ariel Atom, which has been a rather troublesome car since he has tried to develop it. But this is a good little fight at the moment for 5th and 6th, and don't rule out that it might be 7th soon as well, because Nathan Wells, you can see, is bearing down as Popovic runs a little bit wide coming out of Murray's. That might be the opportunity for Nathan Wells at the wheel of the big E46 GTR to squeeze his way through, but he can't quite muster it. The order ultimately remains the same.
No, that Ginetta is very quick in a straight line, but then in towards turn one, we're seeing another change of position. The Marcos Mantis picking up yet another position, working his way through and past Dave Griffin. Last time through, Colin Turkington, another fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 59.146, and that's very quick. That is very quick indeed. The only driver in this session to break the sub 2 minute marker.
Yeah, and I think that's the fastest lap we've had, isn't it? Yeah, throughout any of the sessions so far over the course of the day. Just looking at Andy Roby, you're talking about the Marcos Mantis making progress, the orange car in the hands of Andy Roby. Well, he's now up into 9th position. The lap time he just posted was a 2 minute 4.8. That is the best part of nearly, 7 seconds quicker than he went in qualifying. So he's clearly liking the rather dry tarmac that we still have here at Snetterton at the moment. You can see that orange Marcos head disappearing in the distance away from the BMW, the likes of Dave Griffin as well. So the car he's just taken a place away from already, getting ever smaller in his mirror.
Yeah, absolutely. And somebody that will be getting ever bigger in the windscreen is Nathan Wells as well. He's just pushing forward, and you can see heading through Brundle and Nelson, Colin Turkington bouncing over the curbs, really pushing hard. He's not really got to, having set the fastest lap of the race last time through, 4.9 seconds. I'd imagine that will have been extended yet further on this lap to William Ashmore behind in the Ferrari 430, and then Andy Southcott in the MG Lennon Midget with the 2.3 litre Vauxhall engine. He's really dropped away, and Mark, just as I mentioned him, very slow through Coram is Andy Southcott. Clearly some sort of issue with him.
Oh no, such a shame for Andy Southcott. So that car was all going beautifully well and was the leading car that we'd got in the Special Saloons and Mod Sports section of this race. But yeah, he's getting ever slower, crawling his way around Coram and in towards the pit lane. And Andy is probably one of the most successful drivers we've had in the Special Saloons and Mod Sports, the Classic Sports Car Club over the years, but it's not going to be another win today. Andy Roby still gaining places sides the Marcus Mantis over the start-finish line past Nathan Wells, so that is another place gained now by Andy Roby. He's up into 6th position and he's trying to hunt down the 5th place car of Dylan Popovich, but that orange Marcos is flying.
It is indeed, and Dylan Popovich really has got to figure out what he's going to do about this one, because it feels, it could be the aircon in here, but it feels like it's getting colder. The wind is picking up once again. You can see, at least from where we are, a windsock that's just going absolutely mental at the moment because the wind is coming in. Maybe another weather front, maybe more rain will be arriving at Snetterton imminently. We'll keep an eye on the Marcos Mantis just to see whereabouts Andrew Roby can get to. He's coming under pressure from the car he's just overtaking on the brakes, at least, from Nathan Wells, but this will be the final lap of the race, Mark, so he doesn't really need to focus so much on going forward, just making sure he doesn't go backwards once again.
Yeah, well, I'm just wondering, I think, are we going to get Colin Turkington over the start-finish line before the clock ticks to 0? I'm not sure we are. I think he might just run out of time, so I think it's the final lap, but it's going to be nip and tuck stuff in reality for Colin Turkington, and he leads by 6.5 seconds from the yellow Ferrari in the hands of William Ashmore, who was a retiree at the first race of the season that we had at Silverstone. Up towards the braking area from Murray's comes Colin Turkington now. No, he's not going to beat the clock, so the clock I think will just be at 0 as he gets up towards the start-finish line. What have we got? 1 second to go. Colin Turkington doesn't quite get there in time, but does claim the win in the Liqui Moly Slick Series aspect of the race. William Ashmore at the wheel of the Ferrari will come through in 2nd position, and then 3rd place over the start-finish line. We'll keep an eye on who's going to be in 3rd place. It should be Jake Severs that comes through in 3rd place at the wheel of the Ginetta G50. That being the case for him, he'll be rather pleased to say the least, but there's still some really good fights going on further down through the order. It is just Jake Severs, but on the run to the line, could Christian Douglas just pip him? No, not quite. Jake Severs from Christian Douglas completes 3rd and 4th place. Dylan Popovich is not going to finish in 5th place in a straight line. Andy Roby just gets ahead of him at the wheel of the Marcus Mantis, so Roby finishes in 5th place. Dylan Popovich is there in 6th place. In 7th place, it's car number 23 that finishes in 7th position. That is going to be Nathan Wells at the wheel of his BMW. 8th place will go the way of the Cresswells, Nick Cresswell for that race. 9th place will be the number 32 car, which is going to be Tim Davis, 9th in the end, with Mark Lee finishing in 10th place, Dave Griffin in 11th, Dave Harvey 12th, Harry Petch 13th. 14th place is going to be the number 14 car. We'll give you the full results in a moment. Warren Tattersall in 14th place, Tommy Grant 15th, and Rob Burley, I think, is the first of the cars home in the Special Saloons and Mod Sports section of the race in 16th position, if I've got that right. So I think he will be the winner of that particular aspect of the race, but again, we'll be able to pick up on all of that, and that will have an important aspect to it as well, because the winner of the Special Saloons and Mod Sports section of the race, which I think is Rob Burley, subject to confirmation, will get a 10-place grid drop for the 2nd race that they have. So Rob Burley's going to have a chunk of work to do. And you know, I said that I think we'd get through that race without any rain. We did, but as soon as the checkered flag came out, the spits of rain have started to fall. It's only just spitting at the moment, but we are starting to see the clouds darken a little bit more, and those sunny spells that they had are going to be a thing of the past for a few moments until this next weather front moves through. The grey skies are building here at Snetterton. So a couple more cars to take the checkered flag, and then we should be able to confirm the results with you. Remember, we do see all of these cars back out later on, but we'll have a separate race for the Liqui Moly Slicks Series, and also a separate race for the JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sports. They're combined for that one, but they will race separately for their 2nd and final races of the weekend, coming up a little bit later on over the course of this afternoon. Jack has made his way down in towards the Parc Ferme area. We'll be grabbing a few words with whoever appears ready to chat to him, but we will be doing that once we have rattled our way through the results, which are just being confirmed by the timekeepers. And once they have confirmed, we should be able to confirm them to you. So here they are. The win goes the way of Colin Turkington from William Ashmore, and Jake Severs completes the podium. Kristen Douglas finished in 4th position ahead of Andy Roby and Dylan Popovich, with Nathan Wells, Nick Cresswell, Tim Davies and Mark Lee completing the top 10. Just outside of the top 10 in 11th position was Dave Griffin ahead of David Harvey, and then it was Harry Petch who came through in 13th place ahead of Warren Tattersall in 14th, Tommy Grout 15th, and Rob Burley, I think, was the first of the Special Saloons and Motorsports cars home, subject to confirmation, in 16th position. Then 17th place will have seen Lynch from Irvine, Gadd, Kennelly, Biddington, then the Claxtons, and the final place went the way of Andy Lambert, who I think was the last of the cars home. Problems for Andy Southcott, and you can see everybody thereafter was a retiree. So that confirms the results, which means I can now hand you downstairs to Jack, who's going to catch up with some of the drivers.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mark. It was a very interesting race, potentially changeable conditions as well, but it stayed dry all the way through, which is, I'm sure, what a lot of the drivers were hoping for. And the winner of that race, Colin Turkington. That seemed like it could have been tense towards the start. The first time we went racing, you lost a couple of positions very early on, and it seemed like the start would have been something that you struggled with. But then the second time, you nailed it and stayed in the lead.
Yeah. The first time around was I missed a gear basically. I went from excuse me, from second to fifth instead of third. So the Ferrari and one more car got past. But I knew after the red flag, I'll just start in third the next time, and not have to worry about the gear shifts. So so a nice race. All credit to Amspeed. They've given me a great car. The E36 M3 is a beautiful car to drive. I've enjoyed it since my first lap yesterday. So I'm looking forward to the rest of the afternoon and to the slightly longer races.
Yeah, and of course, you like you say, you're out later on this afternoon, but we saw the rain coming, and the rain actually came, and then it disappeared, and then it came back, and obviously, you being on slick tyres, that must have been quite tense on the run up to the race.
I was hoping those 10 minutes were going to run down pretty quickly, and as we sat in the dummy grid, it felt like it's going to be more wet tyres than slick tyres, but I think that's how it's going to be this afternoon. We're just going to have to make the decisions at the right time, and some you win, some you lose, but I think we just got a small window of dry running there. But really enjoying being with the Classic Sports Car Club this weekend. I've been made feel very, very welcome, so I'm enjoying myself.
Great stuff. Congratulations, Colin. We'll see you out later this afternoon, and we'll try and grab William Ashmore. We might have to take a couple of steps over to him. William, can we grab you for a quick interview? Again, I'll ask a similar question to what I asked Colin. We saw the weather front coming and the rain coming, and of course you're sat there on slick tyres prior to the race. Was that a bit tense?
It's probably the worst situation you can be in before you get onto a race, because slicks clearly don't work in the slightest bit of wet, and the wets would just fall apart in these conditions, so you're really stuck. I think the option is slicks unless it's really coming down, but as you've seen today, the showers come down really hard and then they're gone and the wind clears the track, so it's difficult, but it felt good then. It's a little bit sketchy, but mostly felt good.
And we saw you almost had the pace to stick with Colin. It was getting really close, and then the first time we started and we went racing, Colin missed a gear, and you're thinking, oh great, I'm in front, and then it all seemed to fall away. But you're racing again this afternoon, potentially in the wet. Is there anything you'd change, anything you want to do and apply that you've learnt from race 1 for race 2?
Well, I mean, the car being a challenge car, there's not much adjustability, so it's not that I can change. I can literally change tyres, and that's it. So yeah, it'll all be dependent on the weather, but privileged to be racing with a 4-time champ, and I doubt I'll catch him, but I'll do a good job, do a good effort. That's a better word.
Well, congratulations, William. We'll see you later on this afternoon. We'll see if we've got anybody else. We will grab him very quickly if we can. And Jake Severs. So, Jake, that seemed like it could have been a changeable race as we're seeing the rain come down now. What was it like sat in like the assembly area, seeing the rain coming on slick tyres?
No, it was a difficult one. We were sort of sat there with both tyres, just waiting, trying to watch what everyone else did and try and make the best decision. I think we just stuck with the decision of if everyone else goes on slicks, we'll go on slicks and we'll just run with them. But yeah, we could definitely see that cloud coming in towards the end, and it just finished right in time.
Well, you're out later on this afternoon as well, and of course that's just with your class as well. So is there anything that you want to change? Because of course you're not just racing with 2 series, it's obviously just the series that you're racing in. So is there anything that you're going to change, anything you're going to reapply?
Yeah, so we're struggling a bit with the front end, so we're going to change setup again. We changed from qualifying to this and we found a load of time. So we're doing another little tweak and we should be right ready.
Terrific, thank you very much, congratulations. That's all we've got time for, all the interviews down here in Parc Fermé, but back up to Mark in the commentary box.
Thanks, Jack. Yep, so we can see that the Lowen turbo tin tops are already out on the circuit. This is for tin top cars, but where they are forced induction, so supercharged or turbocharged. Phil Briggs qualified on pole position this morning at the wheel of the Seat, and alongside is the Ford Fiesta, which will be started by Lisa Selby. It's Andrew Marson in the Abarth on row number 2, alongside John Wyatt's Mini, and it's Keith Izzett on the 3rd row of the grid. He's got David Cox in the Volkswagen Golf for company. Tom Otley lines up on the inside of the 4th row of the grid, alongside local man in the Peugeot, Carl Chambers, as the heavens really open now at Snetterton, and it's David Marson that's there on the inside of the 5th row of the grid, alongside Bob Hosier, making his first outing of the season in the category. Onto row 6 of the grid, it's Colin Gunton that will start at the wheel of the Ford Focus alongside Richard Marson, and then row 7 is where we see the car of David Tyson, who will start alongside James Jonow. Onto row number 8, and on the inside of the 8th row of the grid, it's Stephen Warner that starts. Paul Clothier will start at the wheel of the number 123 Mini Cooper that sits alongside, and the final row of the grid, David Little will start this race. But from sunshine, crumbs, we now have rain. It is belting down with rain here at Snetterton, and it is just a single green flag lap that these cars are going to get, but the light has disappeared. You can see just how much rain is falling. That's why it looks so grey if you're watching on the stream, because the heavens have absolutely opened, but we are still going to get the Lowen Turbo Tin Tops race underway here. So the safety car will peel its way into the pit lane. This is a 40-minute race. Remember, pit stop window in the middle of it, between the 10th and the 25th minute of the race. And for these cars, it is a 90-second pit stop. The lights go out and we get the race underway with what was a really, really good start from Phil Briggs. He's already built a huge margin between himself and Lisa Selby, who was caught napping a little bit there, I think, and she's left the door open for Andrew Marson to squeeze his way through, but everybody doing the right thing in these tricky conditions and treading very gingerly as they head up towards Ritchie's corner, the first corner. See the spray coming off the cars now because there's so much rain has fallen in the last couple of minutes, but it's Phil Briggs that leads the way at the wheel of the set. Andrew Marson there in 2nd place, David Cox is in 3rd, Lisa Selby is already down into 4th, but has got a couple of minis queuing up behind her. The gold one is that of John Wyatt, then it's Cole Chambers, followed by Keith Izzett, which will be the next of those, and then as they head round through Palmer and onto the straight that brings them up towards the braking area for Agostini, windscreen wipers on, race leader Phil Briggs, who had a brilliant start but all of a sudden is under enormous pressure. Andrew Marson, very, very good on the brakes, is able to slide and slot the Abarth up the inside, and is going to go through and take up the lead of the race. So Andrew Marson with the lead of the race at the wheel of the little Abarth, which again harks back to a very brief one-make series that we had in the UK. The Abarth, I think it was only a couple of years that it was around for at the very, very most, and bizarrely for a chunk of it, it used to support the British Superbike Championship rather than car race meetings. So that car had gone into the lead of the race, and already you can see it starting to disappear up the road. Did I see in the background there somebody making a slight mistake? I think I did, you know. I think I saw Phil Briggs make a very slight mistake, and I think he might have lost a little bit more ground there relative to the race leader. Lisa Selby still there in what is 3rd position. David Cox was right up there. I wonder if it was his car maybe that made a small mistake, because it does look as though that car has tumbled down the order to a degree.
Yeah, it does indeed, and the rain is continuing to fall and already working a decent margin is our leader. It's all again, it's all about the mid-pack. It's where it's all going off, but you can see everybody so gingerly on any sort of input in the car, steering nice and smooth, running nice and wide, not using the preferred, we've almost normalised racing line through the chicane. You've just got to be so careful. Through the bomb hole it's slightly different, but you don't want to be on that slippy rubbered surface. You want to be offline where it's not rubbered, and that's just the way to drive in the wet. And you can see there the number 59 heading through the final corner of Andrew Marson. He's built up a very, very healthy gap to the Seat Leon of Phil Briggs behind.
Yeah, Keith Izzat now, by the look of things, is up into 3rd position, using all of that experience that he's got. Lisa Selby drops down into 4th place. John White coming under pressure from the Peugeot of Carl Chambers. Further down through the order, we've got Renault Clio still fighting away with the other Abarth, which is the white and orange example in the hands of Richard Marson. But everybody just sensibly approaching it with an element of caution in these first few laps, whilst they understand what the circuit is doing, how it's evolving, and how it may still actually deteriorate, because we've still got a fairly large grey cloud above us at the moment, which still seems to be depositing water, not to the same degree as it was 5 minutes or so ago, but it is still rather wet out there, to say the least. So Andrew Marson, what a great first lap from him. Not only took the lead of the race, but extends his lead advantage by 5.5 seconds.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need to do. And as soon as you get into the lead and you know you've got the pace, just drive your own race. The race will only be in the windscreen at that point, so just keep pushing forward. You can see everybody's got the windscreen wipers on, no matter where they are on circuit. It is, like you say, still continuing to rain. 5.5 seconds, still that lead margin. One of the minis, is that slow, or are they? Yes, they do have an issue.
Keith, is that? Yeah, I saw him slow down at Wilson, so I think that's the Mini Clubman that's heading for retirement.
Yeah, I noticed the window was open, so you could see whereabouts he was looking, and it looked like it was the one of the mirrors, just trying to make sure he was out of the way. And I've got a feeling, some sort of mechanical gremlin has befallen that car. The number 68 of James Jarno, just struggling to get the power down out of the corner. Still the sequential box in that Renault Clio as well. So as soon as you change gear, straight onto the power band as well. So it must be quite a tricky job to drive one of those in the rain. A big lock up for the 199 of Robert Hosier, and into the barriers, almost just about gets it stopped. We could see on the live stream heading in towards Oggies that he had locked up the front axle. Finally gets the car slowed down and then rejoins, but he has been joined off the circuit by the 175 of David Tyson. Clearly the rain getting heavier and affecting all the drivers.
Yeah, it had stopped raining. It is now absolutely belting it down again here at Snetterton. That was a strange mistake from Bob Hoge. He seemed to lock it up, and then as he came back off the brakes, that was the point at which it slid to the left. So very strange. Carl Chambers at the wheel of his Peugeot, who had rotten luck at Silverstone, splashing his way through Brundle and Nelson. He knows this circuit well. He races not just with the Classic Sports Car Club, but in the Snetterton Saloons, as it's called, Uncle Luke's Snetterton Saloon. So he's a regular here, the Peugeot specialist. And who's that off down at the bottom of the Hanger Straight? I was going to say the bottom of the Bentley Straight. That's the Fiesta. That's Lisa Selby. So the Ford Fiesta, which also had problems at Silverstone, I'm afraid, has fallen by the wayside once more.
Yeah, but that's the last thing you want. The rain getting heavier and heavier. Even our race leader, the number 59 machine of Andrew Marson, on the brakes just as he came past us, playing it nice and safe. There is a bit of a dry line. How long that will last, I don't know. But inheriting what is now 3rd place is the number 72 of Carl Chambers, past our commentary box. There you go. And the rain's still getting heavier, so visibility isn't too bad. There's not too many rooster tails, but they will slowly start to happen as the dry line disappears. And I've just noticed, Mark, the gap between a lot of these drivers has opened up. Everybody's giving each other a nice amount of space. Danny Cassar said that after his race in the naturally aspirated tin tops, and he said everyone was just being nice and careful, and lots of room was given. The closest battle is coming past us now, the 1-2-3 of Kev Smith against David Tyson. Is Kev Smith starting that car?
No, it's Paul Clothier.
Paul Clothier, so Dave Smith will take over later on. And dare I say it, the rain has somewhat subsided.
It has. All of a sudden it stops, and in a few moments we're going to have blue sky above us. There you go, sun starts to come out at Snetterton, and we'll have to wait. See, it might take a bit longer for the track to dry this time though. And of course, you know, it's just gone from being dry to that greasy in-between bit to being properly wet, and the drivers like it either dry or wet, not the in-between bit. And shortly we might go from full wet back to that in-between bit again, possibly. Wouldn't surprise me whether we also now get a few visibility issues, not because of spray, but because of the sunlight bouncing back off wet tarmac, which is going to make things very, very difficult. And we've also, not unsurprisingly, got a beautiful rainbow over here. If you can find the end of that one, that would sort out your motorsport budget for a year or two, wouldn't it? The crock of gold at the end of it. So Andrew Marson still leading the way, nearly a 10-second advantage that he has between himself and Phil Briggs in 2nd place. Recovering after his moment, David Tyson trying to squeeze the Dayglow Renault Clio through and up the inside of Paul Clothier, manages to do it as they head round through Agostini. So then the next target for the Renault Clio of David Tyson is going to be Bob Hosier's Seat Leon, which was the other car that had the off at exactly the same time at this point of the circuit where they're heading up to now. But I'm sure that now they know just how tricky the track is. Oh no, Bob Hosier locks the fronts again. Is he going to off again? No, he doesn't. He just about keeps the car on the tarmac. You can see the fronts were fully locked again as he got up towards Oggies, and that's 2 places lost. Through goes David Tyson, and I think for Bob Hosier, the way the car came out of the corner, Jack, suggested he might be pitching that car in towards a retirement.
Yeah, but one thing to note as well, I've just spotted that obviously you hit the brakes, you lock the front axle in a front-wheel drive car, that could potentially stall the engine because the revs will drop to absolutely nothing, and then all it is a case of finding the gear, putting your foot down, and it should almost jump-start itself back into life. Retaking to the circuit is number 281, Keith Issad, so whatever the issue was, they've clearly managed to diagnose and fix that. He does have the leader slowly closing up behind him of Andrew Marson, so traffic will slowly become an issue. We've got still covered by local yellow flags, the stricken machine of Lisa Selby at Brundle and Nelson, so they've managed to get that car in a position where they're ready to move it, but I don't think they're able to just as yet. But everyone's just, they've calmed down, haven't they? There's no reason to push in these conditions, and everything's very sedate for the moment, Mark.
Yeah, I was just having a quick look at one of the battles going over the start-finish line, and that was the Gold Mini in the hands of John Wyatt, fighting away with Richard Marson. That's for 4th and 5th place, so that's a good little battle that's out there on track. Not unsurprising in these conditions that everybody else has sort of spread themselves out to a degree. Pit window isn't open yet either, so we mentioned Keith is having come out of the pit lane at the wheel of his Mini Clubman. Well, he's going to have to come back in because that pit stop and the work that they did was outside of the pit stop window, so we're still 3/4 of a minute away from the pit window opening, so he'll have to come into the pit lane to serve another pit stop. So we've got 30 minutes of the race still to go.
And as the lead batter or the lead drivers slowly work their way through the middle sector of the circuit, if you're watching on the live stream, you can see on the exit of Agostini, the number 6 of Richard Marson is slowly applying the pressure to the gold Mini Cooper S of John Wyatt, who isn't too far adrift from the Peugeot 208 GTI of Carl Chambers, that being the Dayglow green nosed Peugeot. Heading on the run up towards Williams now go the fighting trio. It's still Carl Chambers leading that train of 3 cars. However, John Wyatt is well and truly within touching distance, and Richard Marson is getting ever closer, and this time that's Carl Chambers over to the right hand side of the circuit, doesn't have the grunt in a straight line. Flying past goes the gold Mini Cooper S R56 of John Wyatt, so too goes Richard Marson in the number 6 Abarth Assetto Corsa. And in towards the yellow flag zone goes the fighting trio. They all get themselves slowed down for Brundle and Nelson. I've got a feeling that was the Seat Leon of Phil Briggs that went for a bit of an off-track excursion. I didn't quite pick it up on the cameras, but it looks like the yellow flags have now been taken back in. But drivers still struggling with it. Like you said, Mark, they sat now almost at that greasy bit. It's still fairly wet, but you can see dry patches, so it's half dry, half wet, and it can be quite confusing.
Yeah, and as I say, also now we've got the sun out, so you've got the wet tarmac and the sun bouncing off it, which means that your visibility is slightly compromised as well. Phil Briggs is still there. Carl Chambers is the one that's dropped down, isn't he? Carl Chambers was running in 3rd position, so he is now down into something like 5th place. So I think it's probably Carl Chambers that had a bit of a minor issue over the course of that lap. Andrew Marson leads the way at this stage. Then it is, Phil Briggs did drop down. He's gone for the pit lane. So Phil Briggs into the pit lane. Also into the pit lane comes Carl Chambers as well. So the Seat is in, the Peugeot is in, which means that now the gold Mini in the hands of John Wyatt heads up into 2nd place in this race at this stage. Richard Marson comes up into 3rd place at the wheel of his Abarth. James Jono at the wheel of the Renault Clio, number 68, up into 4th place, and up into 5th now comes the other member of the Marson family, which is David Marson.
Yeah, I did just spot a Renault Clio stationary on one of our camera feeds. There it is. Who is that? Is that the number 68 of James Jono? Yes, it is. Very very slow and finally got rolling again on the exit of Ritchie's at turn 1, potentially just hitting the grass on the exit, and that just rotated the car, but he found himself stationary on the exit of what is quite a fast corner. He got the car back into life and now has continued on. He will have lost a couple of positions, but at the moment, as far as Andrew Marston's aware, he's on his own out there.
Yeah, he's not put a foot wrong as yet. I don't want to put the commentator's curse on him, but he has so far driven beautifully well in what are ridiculously tricky conditions. Phil Briggs heading out of the pit lane, so he has conducted his mandatory pit stop. So remember, it needs to be a minimum of 130 seconds that the cars have to be in the pit lane area from pit in to pit out. How close to that is Phil Briggs as he heads out of the pit lane area? He is 1 minute and 31 seconds, so yeah, he's the right side of the line. And then Carl Chambers heads out of the pit lane. He's got plenty of experience in these pit stops. Slightly slower, 1.34 minutes in the pit lane. Keith Izzat also conducts his pit stop, and again, slower one from him. So all the pit stops taking place so far are all the right side of the line when it comes to the regulations. However, for Phil Briggs, there is going to be a 10-second penalty for Phil Briggs. I did say that I thought his start was good. It's been deemed to be a little bit too good. When the lights went out, he was already too much on the gas before the lights went out, and therefore it's going to be a jump start for him.
Yeah, that's such a shame, but the rules are there, and he just eager to get going. And of course, in the changeable conditions, maybe the sooner they start, the sooner they finish. Kind of logic for that one. Would you believe it? We've only completed 4 laps at the moment. Back across the line, make that 5. Comes Andrew Marston to take lap number 5 into the book with the fastest lap of the race, as it's probably one of the driest laps we've had so far, at 2 minute 42.555. We look back to wait for John Wyatt, in his Mini Cooper S, and he stays out, crossing the line now. And as we are in the pit window, now is the time where we don't really settle for positions for the next, 10-15 minutes, because we're just waiting for everybody to make their pit stops and then retake to the circuit. But a great battle we've got going in towards Oggies now. Yeah, that's because Phil Briggs ran wide again, going in towards a braking area for Agostini, and didn't quite gather it up. Richard Marson heads for the pit lane area. Also looks as though James Jonow also comes in towards the pit lane as well. Or is that Tom Otley? No, I think it might be Tom Otley's car that's in the pit lane behind this Abarth that we've got in. So a couple of cars in towards the pit lane area. Also another new fastest lap of the race for the Gold Mini of John Wyatt last time through, 1 minute 42.478. Just eclipses the best lap of the race that Andrew Marson had put in a few seconds earlier. Bonnet's coming up on the number 6 Abarth, and I think that's purely for the Marson Racing mechanics just to have a quick look, check that everything is okay, and then they will lower the bonnet, do the clips back up again, and let the last few seconds tick away before we get him back out onto circuit. Yeah, but as more drivers come into the pit lane, there is James Jonow, as you alluded to earlier on, in towards the pit lane now. He's just got to wait for that time to tick away and make sure he is the right side of 1 minute 30 before he leaves the pit lane. And the track is definitely getting dry. There's still rooster tails being flown into the air. There's lots of spray as well. Through the final corner goes the battle that we were looking at earlier on. But at the moment, it seems fairly sedate. Once again, everybody's calming down. But at the moment, John Wyatt, with that fastest lap of the race, a spur of confidence maybe, he'll be able to push forward and still chip away at that lap time. And we could see maybe yet more fastest lap, but 20 seconds in 20 minutes, a second a lap. That's going to be a tall order, including a pit stop. Our race leader just splashing his way through Brundle and through Nelson. The cars that came into the pit lane are now leaving. They are all, again, not short of pit time, so they have all pitted and remained in the pit lane area for the requisite amount of time, which is 1.5 minutes and no less. But for Andrew Marson, is he going to dive for the pit lane this time through? He's still got a bit of time, so there's still about another, 8.75 minutes of the pit window being open, so the race leader doesn't need to come in this time. Let's have a quick look. He heads through Coram, through Murray's, and is about to accelerate his way onto the start-finish line. Is he going to stay out for a further lap? Yes, he is. So he hangs on to the race side of the circuit rather than diving for the pit lane. Down at the Wilson hairpin, we've had another spin again. Tom Oatley has just spun the number 16 Renault Clio, so still going to show how tricky it is out there. He'd only just come out of the pit lane, having done his pit stop, and he's now spun it away. And we've now also got another new fastest lap of the race, and it goes again the same way. So it's the Gold Mini of John Wyatt that sets the fastest lap, 2 minutes 40.977. He's flying at the moment. He is indeed, Mark, and I'm just working my way down towards the pit lane to see if we can grab an interview with some of the drivers getting out of the car. I was looking to try and pick up an interview with potentially Stephen Warner once he gets out of his Mini Cooper S. I believe that's the lead shared car at the moment, Mark. You'll be able to confirm with the timing screen.
Yeah, absolutely, yep. So they're in 5th place. Not as yet they've dived for the pit lane. We do have another pit stopper in, though, and this time it is David Marson that comes in at the wheel of the number 3 Bath. So whilst Jack will work his way down the pit lane, he'll pick up on a driver in a lap or two. We can see more cars being waved in. Into the pit lane comes David Tyson at the wheel of the grey and Dayglow yellow Renault Clio. So that's another pit stop taking place, but out front, Andrew Marson still leading the way, leading by 7 3/4 seconds from the gold number 17 Mini, the Cooper S R56 turbocharged car of John Wyatt, who keeps setting fastest laps after fastest laps after fastest laps. And now up into 3rd place is the first of the shared cars, which is Stephen Warner, who will hand over to Martin Tite a little bit later on. For our race leader, you can see, still working as hard as he possibly can. The sunshine that was causing visibility problems with it bouncing off the tarmac has now disappeared, so that's good because it's an improvement. But it's also not ideal because what it means is that we've got clouds coming over again, and those clouds are largely grey, so I don't think it's going to be quite as bad if we get another shower, but there might be a few more spits start to fall in the next few minutes or so. And we've also now had another fastest lap of the race, and this time it goes to the car that's running around in 6th position, the number 72 Peugeot of Carl Chambers. 2 minutes 37.666 from Carl Chambers, so he might be 6th in the race, but at the moment he's about 3 seconds quicker than anybody else has done so far. So he's pushing hard. 21 minutes of the race to go. Andrew Marson leads John Wyatt, and then it is going to be the car of Stephen Warner from 15th on the grid up into 3rd position at the moment. And some of that is a bit of a false economy because they haven't pitted and others around have, but also I think he's just been setting reasonable lap times and not making mistakes in what were very, very tricky conditions 5 or 10 minutes ago. Out of the pit lane goes David Tyson, so he has now completed his pit stop. So the dark blue and Dayglow yellow Renault Clio peeling its way back onto the circuit. He is going to be in something like 11th position, I would have thought, by the time he retakes to the circuit. We've got another 5 minutes of the pit window being open. Into the pit lane comes the 2nd place car, so in comes the gold Mini of John Wyatt. So he is into the pit lane this time through. We've still got a few other cars that haven't pitted as yet, so the race leader Andrew Marson still has yet to pit. Stephen Warner in what is 3rd, shortly to become 2nd, still has yet to pit. We've got David Little, who started off the back of the grid, still has yet to pit. We've also got Carnival 123 Paul Clothier as yet to pit, and I think those are the cars that we are still awaiting at some point in the next 4 3/4 minutes to head in towards the pit lane area and conduct their mandatory pit stops. We don't have any additional time penalties to worry about. Another spin, this time it's down at Agostini, where I'm not sure whether he turned it on the brakes there, but the way the tail end of the car came round suggested so. That's James Jonu that lost the number 68 Renault Clio. We've already seen a couple of spins from him. One up at Ritchie's, he had a part spin as well down at the Wilson hairpin. That's another one now at Agostini. So he's running in 10th position, and another pit stopper this time. So Stephen Warner is in, ready to hand over to Martin Tite. This is the car that was running in 3rd position, and this is the car that Jack has been awaiting to arrive into the pit lane, so you can probably have a word with them as and when the driver change has taken place, and no doubt only once the next driver is strapped in and the car is on its way again we'll be able to grab a word. But you can see drivers working together there. Out jumps one driver, in jumps the next. Make sure that the seatbelts are nice and tight, make sure that the straps go over the top of the hand and neck support, the hands device, and then all of this needs to take place whilst the engine is off as well, and you can only really start the engine once the driver is in and you're about ready to go. New fastest lap of the race again last time through for Carl Chambers at the wheel of the Peugeot. 2 minutes 37.119 for the man from just over the border in Suffolk, the Peugeot specialist. So he's pushing hard. He has pitted, and there's only one car now that hasn't pitted, and that is Andrew Marson, the race leader. So he is heading round through Coreham and up towards the braking area for Murray's. There are still 3 minutes of the pit window being open, so he doesn't necessarily need to pit this lap, Andrew Marson. He could stay out for one further lap should he wish, And is he going to? No, he's diving in for the pits this time through. So race leader is in. So now the race really is between the car that's entering the pit lane and Carl Chambers and the Peugeot out on circuit. How quickly can Carl get back round and over the start-finish line relative to the Abarth that's coming to a halt now in the pit lane area? Now, comes to a halt now. I think everybody else has been the right side of the line in terms of the pit stops, barring one car, so there could be a potential penalty heading in the direction of car number 68, James Jonow. Now, he's already had a few spins as James, but his pit stop time is showing as being not the minimum of 1 minute and 30 seconds. His pit stop time is showing as being 1 minute and 25.111. Bob Hosier's pit stop time was 1 minute 25.514, so that was a short stop from him as well. So those could be cars that might be picking up some sort of time penalty for being too short at this stage. But for Carl Chambers, he's just coming around through Brundle and Nelson. Andrew Marson is still stationary in the pit lane at the moment. The Peugeot's coming up towards the bomb hole, and we will just hang on for the moment to see as to what's going to happen for the lead of the race before we hand down to Jack, who I think has got a driver to chat to, because Carl Chambers is now heading round through Coram and up towards the braking areas for Murray's, and Andrew Marson is still stationary in the pit lane. He now gets rolling down the pit lane, but of course he's got to stay at pit lane speed limit whilst Carl Chambers splashes his way through Murray's and tries to pick up the throttle and propel the Peugeot as quickly as he can onto the centre straight. Andrew Marson is nearly at the end of the pit lane and he's going to be able to take off the pit lane speed limiter, but Carl Chambers is at full race pace coming up towards the start finish line, and Carl Chambers should now have picked up the lead of the race. Yet he gets up towards Ritchie's corner ahead of the car that's just coming out of the pit lane. So ultimately those two cars now, the Peugeot and the Abarth, are fighting for the lead of the race, and we can hand you down to the pit lane and Jack.
Great stuff, thank you very much, Mark. And of course still positions changing out on circuit, but I've got Stephen Warner next to me, and it seems like that's been a pretty busy stint from yourself, because you've dealt with light rain, heavy rain, and then it's gone quite greasy as well. How do you find it?
It's really, really slippery out there. It's probably the most slippiest I've ever seen Snetterton, actually. Really, really greasy. Coupled with the fact that it's my first ever race, so the pressure was on. But yeah, it's really, really enjoyable. Really enjoyable.
Great stuff. Well, I've got to say, congratulations. That's a cracking performance for your first time racing.
Well, thank you very much. Let's hope we finish the race in a good placing. Thank you.
Great stuff. Cheers, Stephen. Back up to you, Mark. So a quick chat there with Stephen Warner from the grey and red Mini Cooper S, and Mark, obviously you will have the best seats in the house. You'll be able to see what's going on up in the commentary box. You've got the cameras as well, and the sun's coming back out. What's it like going on up there?
Well, at the moment, yeah, Carl Chambers, having taken up that lead of the race, is looking to try and pull away from Andrew Marson. He's fallen away, I would say, over the course of this particular lap. Andrew Marson, the man who'd been doing all of the leading. Carl Chambers, quickest on the circuit out there. Fastest lap is with him, 2 minutes 37.119 from a few laps ago. He's just heading up towards the bomb hole in the leader race, whilst the second place car is just coming out of Nelson. So there's not a huge amount of daylight between the pair of them. Andrew Marson, depending on where they are on circuit, should be able to see the target of Carl Chambers ahead of him, but Carl is becoming ever more distant through the windscreen, I would have thought. And for Carl Chambers, he knows Snetterton well. He's raced here many times over the years, whether it be in this Peugeot, which gets really sideways coming through Murray's. The tail end starts to break away, but typical front-wheel drive car, plant your foot, it will come out of the slide. That's exactly what he had to do there. He's raced this Peugeot 208 for a good number of years now in the tin tops, and he is a driver who has also raced in the normally aspirated tin tops that we saw out earlier on in the Peugeot 306 for a good number of years. Another new fastest lap of the race for him as well, that time through, so no longer in the 237s, now in the 236s, 2 minutes 36.521 from Carl Chambers. Now what we need to try and keep an eye on is what might be going on for second place, because Andrew Marson is not only now out of the lead and down to second, but he's losing time over the third place car. The gold Mini of John Wyatt is beginning to close in. John Wyatt was 6 seconds quicker than erstwhile race leader Andrew Marson that time through, and he's now only 7.2 behind, so the gap is certainly going in the right direction as far as John Wyatt is concerned at the wheel of that number 17 car. So he's just heading up towards the left-hander at Palmer. Out of Palmer comes Andrew Marson. And let's just have a look. Yeah, there's still plenty of work to be done to catch, let alone get past, but he is going about the task rather well, I would say, is John Wyatt. So they're just turning their way for the 10th time through Agostini. Carl Chambers disappearing up the road, but the fight for second and third beginning to fall.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want at this stage in the race. We've still got 12.5 minutes, and the track isn't really drying now, because what we've been saying all day is the sun will work its way through the clouds, and then the wind coupled with the heat from the sun, the track will dry. But now it's very overcast, and the water's not really going anywhere apart from up in the air following these following the cars that are going round. So very soon we will slowly start to see the battles form again, and as per usual it will either be in the mid-pack or right up towards the top end of the order, but between 7th and 8th there's only 2 seconds now.
So I think that's going to come down even further this next time through. I mean, the rate of close of John Wyatt was enormous last time through. What of Phil Briggs? Well, remember, he's got a time penalty to serve as a result of the jump start, so it'll be a 10-second penalty added to his car. He, at the moment, is there in 4th position, heading down the Bentley Straight. So a quick run down through the order. Carl Chambers, number 72, leads the way. 59, Andrew Marson is second, with 17, John Wyatt third. 4th is 5, Phil Briggs. 5th is number 3, which is David Marson. And Tom Oakley, car number 16, completes the top 6 at the moment. James Jono, despite several spins, is 7th. 8th is car number 175, which is going to be David Tyson. 9th is 199 Bob Hosier, and completing the top 10 is car number 2, started by Stephen Warner, who you spoke to, and is now in the hands of Martin Tite. So that gives you the order of the top 10. Carl Chambers, the race leader, goes through. Another new fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 36.086, and another spin for Bob Hosier. This time, that looks like Palmer.
Yeah, so really struggling with the now greasy conditions, as you mentioned, Mark. This is the bit that not many race drivers like, because it is in that weird bit between fully wet and dry. It can be quite slippy, and we saw, if you're watching on the live stream, you can now see the change of position on circuit. It's not a change of position overall, however. Phil Briggs coming under pressure in that Seat Leon from Keith Issat, but Keith isn't fighting for overall position. Keith is right the way down into 13th place. Phil Briggs is sat there in 4th, but if Phil Briggs is so caught up on fighting the car that is right the way down in 14th or 13th place, he's going to lose ever more time to cars behind. And there's only, 6 seconds, which on the face of it sounds like a lot, but if you're caught up battling in conditions that are unfavourable, you can very quickly fall into the clutches of the car behind.
Carl Chambers with a bit of work to do now as he looks to try and weave his way through and past a little bit of the traffic. So the car that he's trying to catch is going to be the blue Mini, so that'll be in the hands of Keith Neville. He's going to try to get towards Oggies now. I think he realises he's got enough time in hand at the moment just to be able to wait until the exit of Oggies, or maybe even the exit of Williams, to try and pass the first of the back markers. But even once he's passed that light blue Mini of Keith Neville, there's still then a bit more work to do, because there's another Mini just up the road as well, which is going to be the next of the cars he's going to want to try and squeeze his way through and past. So work still to be done, and I think the next of the cars is going to be probably the car that's now in the hands of Kev Smith, isn't it? Is the second of those 2 Minis. Andrew Marson is still circulating at the wheel of the number 59 Abarth in what will be second position. He was caught still, but not to a huge degree, by John Wyatt's gold Mini last time through, so the battle for second and third hasn't actually fully formed as yet. There's still work to be done. There's still 6 seconds between them both as they come in towards Brundle and Nelson, but certainly John Wyatt will be more than able to see exactly what he's trying to hunt down, because the Abarth splashes its way out of Brundle and Nelson as he's midway through it now.
Yep, so definitely closing up is John Wyatt onto the tail end of Andrew Marson, and we've just got to wait and see. That's all it is now. It's just a bit of a waiting game to see who is going to be bold enough in these conditions to really start to push forward, because of course now Andrew Marson will be able to see that gold Mini Cooper SR56 in his rear view mirror as they work their way through the final corner at Murray's, on towards the start-finish straight once again. Back past us goes the leader, Carl Chambers, and the gap between second and third last time through, I didn't quite catch it, Mark. I'm assuming it will have been up towards, 5 or 6 seconds. We'll wait for them to cross the line once again. Here they come over the line. There goes Wyatt, and this time 12 seconds the gap to the leader from Andrew Marson, and then what is it now, 4 seconds separating the pair of them. So there's very little between them, and 8 minutes to go. I can see a battle forming and maybe even an overtake.
Yeah, it's taken a bit longer to form because I think there was just a poor lap from Andrew Marson. Now he's upped his pace again. So, however, on that lap, we've still got the mini pressing on because John Wyatt still posted his best individual lap of the race so far. So he's got the impetus and the fire in his belly to push as hard as he possibly can. Cole Chambers now leads in the wheel of the Peugeot by 12.1 seconds. He is leading by at this stage with 7 minutes to go. And we also did have a great little fight going on for 11th and 12th place. The two minis were side by side coming over the start-finish line, but it now looks as though Keith Neville has taken the place away from Kev Smith, and actually now the metallic blue mini has pulled away quite substantively. So they were just separated by 72 thousandths over the start-finish line, but now there's several mini lengths between the pair of them this time through. So 7 minutes to go. The battle for second and third ever forming. Now the good thing for John Wyatt that might aid his cause as he tries to hone in and hunt down the second place car of Andrew Marson is that there's a little bit of traffic coming up for Andrew very shortly. Now, if Andrew meets it in the wrong place and John meets it in the right place, that could be the catalyst for him getting right onto the coattails of the car that he's trying to hunt down, but we'll have to wait and see exactly where they meet that traffic.
Yeah, that is definitely something you've got to think about, especially in a race that is this long. It's not only then the pit stop management and the strategy management, and we have had a change of position. That's James Stranow that has managed to work his way through and past the number 16 of Tom Oatley in the white, sort of black and red Renault Clio. So there is the change of position. Heading through Wilson now is the battle that we've just mentioned, that have swapped around. But James Stranow has done everything he needs to do. We saw him closing up. I think you spotted it first, Mark, to be honest. They were closing up, and eventually they've got there. And you mentioned traffic as well. By the looks of that, John Wyatt has got trapped behind a little bit of traffic, finally works his way through on the way into Coram, and then hard on the brakes for Murray's, but visually I'd say that's not held him up. He's probably even closer than he was last lap.
I'm not sure. No, I actually think he might have dropped away very, very slightly. He just seemed to, I think, take either a bit more caution, feeding his way through the first of those little bits of traffic that he met, which will be the number 123 car of Kev Smith. But we'll wait and see when they get over the start-finish line. It was 4.4 seconds between second and third. This time through, no, you're right, it's down to 2.4 seconds. 2 seconds quicker, even through the traffic, was John Wyatt. So he's now starting to close in ever more towards Andrew Marson. 5.5 minutes of this race to go. The battle for the lead long disappeared, but the battle for second and third is getting ever closer, and there's still a little bit more traffic also for Andrew Marson to deal with, because he hasn't as yet managed to catch and get past Keith Neville's number 148 Mini, which is the supercharged R53 variant, whereas the car that's hunting him down is the turbocharged R56 car.
Yep, so it's just waiting to see what happens in the final 5 minutes of the race. Potentially an off there for the Seat Leon of Phil Briggs. He joined the what was the camera lens on the very right-hand side at the exit of Wilson, so maybe outbraked himself very slightly in towards the hairpin. The gap between second and third, they're just going through Agostini, definitely closer than 2.4 seconds once again, and a bit more traffic to deal with up the road in the way of the 148 of what it will now be Kevin Neville behind the wheel of that supercharged Mini, like you said, Mark. So waiting for them to work their way through and past. Heading through Oggies now, up towards Williams they will go, and on towards the Bentley straight away goes through the Abarth, and then we're just waiting to see what John Wyatt can do. Takes the wider line on the exit of Williams, and then heading down the Bentley straight they go. There is the leader working his way through Nelson now. He's extended that lead margin up to 13 seconds, but it's all go for second place. 2.4 seconds this time. You know what, I'd probably say it's about the same.
I think he's probably eaten into it a little bit as he's managed to finally get past the traffic of, I've been calling him Keith Neville, it's Kevin Neville, I've written it down wrong on my grid sheet, and he gives us surnames, I've scribbled down the wrong Christian name. So yeah, Kevin Neville, now he's managed to get through and past him. So John Wyatt now back to full pace once more, pushing on as hard as he possibly can. Race leader, which is Carl Chambers, just threading his way out of Murray's and over the start-finish line, ready to start what could well be the penultimate lap of the race this time through. So through and over the start-finish line goes Carl Chambers. You see the car steaming up a little bit, and John Wyatt's had a bit of an off as he's come round through Coram that time through. At the tail end has stepped away from him and he's gone rally crossing. The front grille is now full of grass and mud and detritus, and that has let Andrew Marson off the hook a little bit there, because the gap that was heading in the right direction has now all of a sudden opened all the way back up again. That hard work that he'd done has all come undone in a flash, and the gap now is back up to 5.8 seconds.
Yeah, such a shame from John Wyatt. He's just slowly started to lose the tail end of the car straight into the grass, and as you mentioned, that front grille is now covered and caked in grass and mud, and on a turbo car that's the last thing you want, because if it's got an oil cooler it will be down towards the lower end of the radiator, and having seen under the bonnet of these Minis a couple of times, obviously that radiator is crucial to cooling the engine, and they shouldn't be too bad with only, well, potentially one lap remaining at the end of this one, and he shouldn't have any major overheating issues, but that's definitely something to consider. We saw there Robert Hosier just trying to remain out of the way of our race leader on the exit of Agostini. And there is the number 72 machine of Carl Chambers heading in towards Oggies once again. It's been a fairly faultless race from him.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant race from Carl Chambers. Whilst others have sort of had spins and part spins and a few little moments, he doesn't seem to have had any at all. He just seems to have got quicker and quicker and quicker throughout the race. I was trying to look at what the camber was doing on the front right-hand wheel of Bob Hosier's car. It didn't quite look as though all was good there. We'll have to wait and see. The two Renault Clios have still been having a good little battle, haven't they? This is for 6th and 7th place. James Jono, who had just about managed to get himself ahead and pull away from Tom Oakley, all of a sudden now finds himself back under pressure once more as the two of them head over the start-finish line. The 68 car from the 16 flashing their way through and over the start-finish line, and they will be heading on to what should be their I would say penultimate lap of the race this time through. It really depends as to where Carl Chambers is relative to others, as to whether he can get over the start-finish line. He's got to try and work his way past Bob Hosier though, so there's still a little bit of traffic to deal with. Yeah,
I'm trying to figure out whether he is just running a very high camber setup or there is something wrong with that car. We'll wait to see it till it comes directly towards the camera through Coram. It doesn't look like there's anything majorly wrong with it, but somewhat off the pace. We know the car struggled with braking. Still indicating to the right is Bob Hosier, and assuming he is going into the pit lane. No, he's not. He continues on, so clearly nothing major. He's just making sure he stays well and truly out of the way of our race leader. Crossing the line to go on to the final lap of the race now is Carl Chambers. The battle for second, as we saw, has somewhat dissipated. Andrew Marston still sat there in second place. John Wyatt still sat there in third place, but after that spin, all of the hard work, Mark, and all of that time that he put into slowly chipping away that time and potentially forcing a mistake in the later stages of the race, unfortunately the mistake went for John.
Yeah, so it went up to 5.8 seconds. It's now back down to 4.7 seconds, so it's going back the right way, but he's only got one more lap to try and close in, so he's going to come up short a little bit, and it's a case of, oh, what could have been, really. But you never know. It may well be that Andrew Marsden makes a mistake this time through. You simply do not know. Until you get to the checkered flag, you have no idea. The clock has ticked to 0, so the race is up in reality. They are on their final lap of the race now, and can John Wyatt squeeze anything further out of him and the Mini, which have largely been a good combination, apart from that one small mistake which potentially could have cost him a place higher on the podium. He's still on the podium slots at the moment. He is still closing in on Andrew Marsden, who, remember, did lead in the early stages for a good chunk of this race, but the mid-race pace and the latter race pace from Carl Chambers is what turned the tables. There's been no looking back from Carl since, because he has built a 15.2 second lead, really, since taking up the lead of the race. But for the squabble for second and third, Andrew Marsden will be watching his mirrors. I'm sure he'll think that he's got just about enough in hand as he flicks his way up towards Hamilton on the final lap.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to chat to John Wyatt, just to go through what was going on behind the wheel, because he was pushing really hard and the motivation will have been high. You could see the car up the road, and just unfortunately that mistake came just about the wrong time. But Heading underneath the bridge in towards Brundle and Nelson is our leader, Carl Chambers. And you can't really miss it. Dayglow green nose on that car with the blue tail end. Through Nelson, he will go. Avoiding the curbs, taking that wider line, still the dry line being preferred because, as we mentioned, the sun hasn't really come out, the wind has dropped, so the track isn't dry, and the Renault Clio's come back past us for the penultimate time to go on to their final lap. They're still battling away as well. The number 59 of Andrew Marston, he's got plenty of time in hand. He can just let off. He doesn't really need to drive at full race pace as he works his way through Coram, but the race leader, Mark, just heading into Murray's for his final time.
Yep, so it looks as though Carl Chambers, after disappointment at Silverstone when he retired very, very early on in the Lowens Turbo Tin Top section of the race that they had there, is going to bounce back in the best possible way and is going to pick up the win in the second race of the season. So Carl Chambers heads towards the checkered flag and a win in the Lowen Turbo Tin Tops, so he will be more than pleased with that one. He will also pick up a 30-second penalty for the rest of the season. Wait the arrival of the second place car over the start-finish line. It's going to be Andrew Marsden that comes through to finish in second place. Not that far behind him is the third place car in the hands of John Wyatt, so he'll come through and finish in third place. The gap was just 3.9 seconds between the pair of those in the end, as we say, oh, what could have been. And Phil Briggs will finish fourth on the road, but remember there's a 10-second penalty being applied for what was deemed to be a jump start for Phil Briggs, so whilst he will take the checkered flag in fourth place, he should still be able to hang on to that, because I think he's got more than 10 seconds in hand between himself and the next car. So I think as he goes over the start-finish line, he probably doesn't need to worry about that, because I think the car that was there in fifth place is David Marson, who is a fair way away in fifth position. And then sixth place should be Tom Oakley. We've also had further penalties. Remember, Tom Oakley was fighting away, wasn't he, with James Jonow? Well, I did say James Jonow's stop was a little bit short in the pit window, and James Jonow is also now being shown on our timing screen as having picked up a penalty, and that has dropped him from what would have been sort of 6th/7th place all the way down to 9th position. So I think it's a penalty of how short you are in the pit stop plus an extra 30 seconds, I think, is the penalty for a short pit stop, if memory serves me correctly. So I think that is what is heading in his direction for not complying with the pit stop regulations. So still a few more cars though to encourage over the line. Just about to take the checker flag now will be the car that will be finishing in 5th position, number 3 David Marson. There we still get those two Renaults which are still fighting together on track, but for James Jonow, he is unfortunately going to end up further down through the order than he's maybe expecting. So he's ahead of Tom Oakley on road, but by the time that penalty is applied, say he's going to drop from what would be ultimately 6th position down into 9th place for having a pit stop that was less than 1.5 minutes. So those two cars head over to take the checkered flag, and I think we've just got 2 more cars now to take the checkered flags. Also, there's a penalty for Bob Hosier as well. His was another car that was short on the pit stop, so he's got a 34.4 second penalty applied for being too short on the pit stop. You want to be as close as you can to 90 seconds, but you've got to be the right side of the line, and if you go the wrong side of the line, you pick up the time penalty for how short you were on the pit stop, plus an extra 30 seconds on top. So it's quite a draconian penalty, but it's there for a reason, to stop people trying to cut it too fine. So last car to take the checkered flag over the start-finish line, it will come now, which is going to be Martin Tite, who has taken over the car from Stephen Warner, who Jack spoke to down there in the pits, and he will be the last of the cars to head over the start-finish line for the Lowen Turbo Tin Tops. So back to blue skies here at Snetterton, albeit there's some more grey stuff in the distance, so the track is certainly going to be wet, and we'll no doubt have 2 green flag laps for our next race, which will be coming up shortly, which will be the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. But of course, before we do all of that, we need to confirm our results before we head down to Parc Fermé, Jack. So just to confirm the results then, the win goes the way of Carl Chambers in the Peugeot, comfortably in the end by 15 seconds over Andrew Marsden, and John Wyatt finishes in 3rd place. Phil Briggs was 4th, ahead of David Marsden and Tom Oakley, who completed the top 6. David Tyson was there in 7th, and James Jonow ultimately dropped to 8th position by the time a time penalty was applied to him. And then it was Warner and Tite that were there in 9th place, ahead of Keith Issett that was there in 10th place, with the pairing of Little and Neville in 11th place, Bob Hosier 12th, and Paul Clothier and Kev Smith completed the last of the runners in 13th position. Retirements for Marson, for the Selby and Lewis Fiesta, and also for David Cox in the Volkswagen Golf in the Lowen Tin Tops. So with that race done and dusted, let's hand you downstairs to Jack, who's going to get some reaction from the drivers.
Hi there, I'm with Carl Chambers, driver of the number 72 Peugeot, winner of that race as well. Carl, very changeable conditions in that race. We saw the sort of half wet, very, very wet, and then it sort of went greasy and never really dried out. How was it from your perspective?
Scary. That was hard work, very hard work. There was no grip at all, and it was just all over the place. Just a case of hanging on and hoping we get to the end, really. But yeah, we got there. It's good.
And of course, with changeable conditions comes changeable driving styles and changeable lines. You didn't really seem to put a foot wrong. Everybody, there was either a bit of a wiggle or a spin through 180 degrees, but I've got to say it was very calm and a very collected drive from yourself.
No, there was lots of moments. Just a case of hanging on and keeping it on the black stuff. But yeah, there was lots of moments.
Good motivation for the rest of the year?
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah. We didn't have a finish at the first round, so obviously this makes up for that, so it's all good.
Great stuff. Congratulations, Carl. We'll walk a little bit further down just to try and grab our next driver. It will be the driver of the number 59 machine, Andrew Marson. If we can get Andrew just here so we can grab a quick chat with Andrew. He finished second overall, first in class, first in the E-Class. That seemed like quite a busy race because there was battles and then there was a bit of quiet time and then there was battles again. It must have been busy to keep up with.
It was, right at the start, yeah, very hectic for me. The Fiesta was just on my left-hand side and the Seat managed to get him on one of the hairpins. But then after that, yeah, I had quite a quiet race for a while until after the pit stops, really. I was doing, going as quick as I could, made a slight mistake on one of the hairpins, went straight on, but then it opened up again after the pits for me. So, yeah, lots of fun. We thoroughly enjoyed it.
Well, it looked great fun, and did the rain add to it? Do you like driving in the rain?
Oh, yeah, I absolutely love driving in the rain. It adds this extra spice to it that you don't get in the dry, and a bit of a level playing field as well for everybody. So, yeah, it's been a good day for me, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it. So, yeah, thank you.
Great stuff, thank you, Andrew. And then one final interview. This one will be with the driver of the number 17, John Wyatt. We'll grab a quick interview with John. John, so you finished third on the road, second in class. It seemed like everything was going the right way. You were catching and catching and catching, and it was just the case of a small mistake.
Pushing on a little bit too hard in the end, but just trying to get to second. But I've done my best, and thanks to the boys at SRR. Produced a lovely car, and I'm really happy, to be honest. It was a great day, really, and safe, and we're all home in one piece.
Absolutely. How did you find the conditions? Because it was dry and then wet and then a bit in between.
Every season in one race, so it was really wet, and then it was damp, then it was greasy, then we thought it was going to dry out, then it started raining again, but all in all it was brilliant. I loved every minute. It's really good. Great
stuff. Congratulations on third place on the road and of course second in class. Brilliant. They're all the interviews that we've got down here from our top three. I've heard there's a bit of
Thank you, Jack. And we could just see, as Jack alluded to, a little bit of clearing up just being done. That is the Lisa Selby and Toby Harris Ford Fiesta that retired very early on in the race whilst running inside the top three. That's just being winched onto the back of the flatbed recovery unit, so that's 2 retirements out of 2 races so far from them in the low-end turbo tin tops. So whilst we just clear away the final few low-end turbo tin tops, very shortly then out onto the grid will come the cars for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. Now we've already seen some cars out earlier on today that are having a second race. That's the likes of the JMC Special Saloons and Mod Sports and the Liquid Moly Slick Series, which have got 2 races today, but also the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens have 2 races to look forward to today as well. Both of their races are slightly shorter races as well. So the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, this first race is going to be a 30-minute race for them, and then they will have a further 30-minute race a little bit later on. So it's not the 40-minute races that we've been having, it's the 30-minute races, which does mean that the pit stop window will change for them as well. So the pit stop window in the race coming up for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens will be just a 10-minute window, so slap bang in the middle of the race from the 10th minute to the 20th minute is when the pit window will open for those. And we do have a few cars that are being shared as well. The vast majority of cars are being driven solo, but there were a couple of cars in qualifying that are being shared. So for those cars, the driver change will need to take place during that period of what will be a mandatory pit stop for them all. So Ford Fiesta making its way back into the paddock area, and from having had all of that rain at the beginning of the low and turbo tin tops at the very start of it, and then a drier second part of the race, the wind has blown in the next cloud, I'm afraid to say, which means that the rain's falling again now here at Snetterton, albeit once this cloud passes over, I think we're going to be okay again then, because there's a beautiful bit of sunshine coming up in the distance, which is, I think, shortly going to get towards us. The breeze that had abated slightly is now picked up again as well, so it's properly getting breezy again out there now. So once the circuit is clear, then the marshals in the assembly area, which is where all of the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens cars will be assembled at the moment, we'll get the instruction to release them out onto the circuit, and then we'll get them out there. Remember, it's not just Caterhams, whilst it's always largely Caterhams we see on the grid. The Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens is for any Lotus 7 inspired car, so likes of Caterhams, Westfields, MKs, Tigers, DAX, Stuart Taylor, low costs, Raws, anything at all that's got that Lotus 7 inspired design is eligible for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. Now the grid for this one is set based on qualifying times for this particular race. They've got another race later on, and the grid for the second race is based on the finishing positions of race number 1. Now there is an exception to that, and that is if you win your group overall. So if you're the winner of Group 1, in other words, you're the first car home in either Class A, B or C, you pick up a penalty. And if you're the first car home in Group 2, which caters for cars running in Class D, E, F, G, H, I, J and K, you pick up a penalty as well. And that penalty, it's not an extra time penalty in the pit stops like we see in the other series. Exclusively for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, you pick up a grid drop. So whoever wins their group in this race will have a 10-place grid drop as their starting position for the next race later on today. Or should they win race 1 and not compete in race 2, that grid drop gets carried over to the next time they appear. So we shall have to wait and see as to what happens. So yeah, sun is now out, which means that again the visibility with the sun bouncing off the wet tarmac could make things rather interesting. No confirmation as yet as to whether this is going to be a single or 2 green flag laps. We'll have to wait and see as to what it may be. But we see the cars coming out onto the circuit in advance of the first of 2 races for them. And again, now that we've got the sunshine, of course, we've got that fantastic rainbow over us here in Norfolk. So 26 cars having qualified over the course of the morning, and the pole time was a quick one. Christian Pittard qualified on pole position, 1 minute 55.650. That was 2.8 seconds quicker than anybody else could manage. James Tubby will line up alongside him. Richard Carter and Andrew Grant sit there on row number 2, and it's Jeremy Adams and Jonathan Edwards that complete row number 3. Robert Forsdyke, local man, lines up on the inside of the 4th row of the grid alongside Harry Senior, who had problems in qualifying and maybe has got a few more places to pick up in the race. And then onto row number 5, the first of the shared cars. Pascal Green will start. Alongside him is Jonathan Constable. Onto row 6, Chris Mayhew lines up, and he's got Daniel Bruce that sits alongside him. And then onto row number 7, on the inside of that 7th row of the grid, it's George Ralph, and for company he's got Charles Holroyd. Row number 8, on the inside of the 8th row of the grid, Alex Harbour, long-time Caterham racer, lines up alongside David White, both of them in Caterham Supersport cars and having qualified within a second of each other. Johnny Pittard has got the 10-place grid drop because he was a winner at Silverstone, so he lines up on the 9th row of the grid. Alongside him is Chris Biglin. Andy Yeomans sits there on row number 10, and it's Russell Gunter that will start on the wheel of the number 163 car. Malcolm Ash and Sean Cronin line up there on the 11th row of the grid. Row number 12, which is the penultimate row of the grid, sees Andrew Cronin line up alongside David Stephen, and the final row of the grid is where we see Stephen Trinder, who lines up alongside Gregory Spaniaz. So that's the way that the grid looks. Oh, and then of course we have another row after that. Of course, Tim Bishop lines up alongside Stephen James as well towards the tail end of the field, but those cars didn't set any times in qualifying, and it may well be that that row of the grid they're both absent potentially because of the problems that they had over the course of qualifying. We'll wait and see as to how it looks. So it looks as though it is going to be a second green flag lap for these cars. So it will be 2 green flag laps. The race time will commence at the start of the second green flag lap, so it's a 30-minute race, but as we've seen with all of the others, the clock will start to tick as and when they have started their second green flag lap. So it's not quite going to be a 30-minute race. By the time they've done that second green flag lap, it's going to be something like 27 minutes or 26.5 minutes, something like that. So Johnny Pittard, having had a 10-place grid drop because of that win at Silverstone, he'll be one to watch out for. His is the black car with the gold stripes down the centre of it, but he only came up second best in terms of qualifying because Christian Pittard had the pace this morning, but I don't think we can read hugely into that because the qualifying this morning was bone dry. It's rather greasy out there now, and depending on what they thought the weather conditions might do for this race, might have perhaps dictated as to how hard or soft they're running things like suspension and anti-roll bars on these cars, because if they've plumped for a dry setup, they might struggle at the start of the race. If they've plumped for an intermediate setup, they might be good regardless of the conditions.
Yeah, it's so tricky because there's so many different things you can change. These are live rear axle, aren't they?
No, some of them will be independent, yeah.
Okay.
Most won't be, will be not live rear axle, they'll be Didion.
So definitely something to think about. Obviously there's then the different mechanicals underneath the cars as well, and if you have a softer rear anti-roll bar, obviously you don't quite get the oversteer, but then that could introduce understeer, which is probably the last thing you want, because if you're going onto wet grass, you almost speed up. You can hit the brakes and just speed up at that point. So there's so many different things the drivers need to contend with in this race, and now visibility just up here, Mark, and we're not down at driver's level. The track is almost blinding because it's just got a very thin layer of water over the top of it. The sun's bouncing off it, and then of course we're looking through a window, they're looking through a visor which will be covered in water as well whilst looking through a bit of spray. It's going to be a tricky old job.
Yeah, I think you definitely need a tinted visor, or if you've not got a tinted visor, you need to make sure you've got your shades on for this one. And the problem is if the clouds come in, all of a sudden it gets very dark again. So we'll wait and see what happens in this particular one. Cars that may be qualified a little bit out of position. For me, Harry Senior was one of those. I thought Harry would qualify a bit better at the wheel of car number 128. He only mustered 9th quickest in qualifying, but his car I think was the one that stopped at the end of the Bentley straight early on, and then he reappeared later on in the session. So of all of those, I think we perhaps need to see what progress he makes. Of course it's him, and the other car of course is Johnny Pittard, the Silverstone winner, who was second quickest in qualifying but gets the 10th-place grid drop because of that win at Silverstone. Watch out for his progress as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, it just adds another element into the Magnificent 7 series. And if you want to watch brilliant wheel-to-wheel action in this weekend, changeable conditions with little things like grid drops and drivers maybe starting out of position, the Mag 7s is definitely where you need to be. And of course, with the conditions far from settled at the moment, dare I say it, it looks pretty clear all round, Mark. I know you said it did earlier, but we've been saying that all day, and every single time we say it, the rain comes again. So for the moment, it's looking nice and clear. The track should slowly start to dry out now the sun's here. The wind has picked up again, so the track can rapidly dry. But the tricky thing is now, Mark, we've got standing water out there.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too much though, should there? I don't think there'll be any sort of real puddles that splash their way through.
You can see at the exit of pit exit almost, there's little bits that have worked their way in, and if that means cars leaving the pit lane, spray it out. Like you said, it could be dry by the time it becomes an issue.
I think there might be the odd little puddle, probably where the water rolls from one side of the circuit to the other. There's not much gradient at Snetterton, but there will be a few bits, particularly the bomb hole, of course, because you're always banked into there, and it'll be trickling from the high point down to the low point. So that'll be one that we need to keep an eye on to see as to what's going on there. So yeah, there might be a few little bits, but again, that track's going to evolve. The conditions now are not going to be the conditions in another couple of laps' time.
No, and of course with the capacity grid we've got, that's all these cars putting down rubber and pushing the water out of the racing line, which is definitely what we want. This is the one that I don't seem to have had any colours for. It's clearly a very busy qualifying session for everybody, but we just need to wait and see what happens, because of course the time has already started at the end of the first lap, and we've nearly finished our second green flag lap, and we'll very shortly be getting underway.
Yeah, well, I said I thought there'd be about sort of 26 and a half minutes of racing. Well, the clock is ticking down. It's saying 26 and 3/4 already. So The cars are only just coming around through the bomb hole now. The pace of the second green flag lap that little bit slower means that, yeah, we're going to have just less than 26.5 minutes before we get the race fully underway. So Christian Pittard in the orange car with the black flashes down the centre of it is going to start from pole position. James Tubby in the light blue car is going to line up alongside. Row 2 of the grid is Richard Carter. His car is light green with some black flashes down the side of it. Alongside him is the white and light blue car of Andrew Grant. And row 3 of the grid is yellow and black for Jeremy Adams, alongside largely red and black car number 777, which is going to be Jonathan Edwards. So those are the colours on the first few rows of the grid, and we're about to get the first of two 30-minute races underway here for the Gold Darts Magnificent Sevens here at Snetterton. Watch out for Harry Senior from the tail end of the order, tail end of the top 10. Watch out for Jonathan Pittard with his 10th-place grid drop as a result of having won last time out at Silverstone. Those will be two cars to keep an eye on the progress in the early stages of what is going to be a damp and a tricky few laps. Here we go, we're about to get things underway, and it is a good start from Christian Pittard, who instantly rockets away from James Tubby. James Tubby a little bit slower away, and Richard Carter is trying to draw himself alongside, but I can see already that Richard Carter has sort of backed out of it and doesn't want to get involved at the first corner when you've got 30 minutes of racing still to go. All the way around the outside goes Pascal Green of Jonathan Edwards, so place picked up there by the number 34 car of Pascal Green, who'll hand the car over to Father Richard a little bit later on. But for Christian Pittard, out front leading the way. James Tubby in second place. It looks as though it's Andrew Grant that's up there into third position. Everybody just feeling their way around, and remember, already making progress is number 81 Johnny Pittard as a result of that 10th place grid drop. And we'll also try and keep an eye on what's going on with Harry Senior and how much progress he might be making at the wheel of his 420R.
And you can see now they're up to racing speed. The rooster tails and the bit of spray just coming out of the back of the cars isn't as much as we thought it initially would be, but a great start from Christian Pittard. We saw a couple of drivers in the mid-pack squirming for grip, and just about there. That was the number 34 of Pascal Green. You just mentioned him heading through Agostini, slightly outbraked himself, maybe a bit of a lockup, but just about kept it out of the grass crucially, and now he can carry on and re-attack.
Yep, so Pascal Green, yeah, a little bit of probably cadence braking there just to stop the fronts locking, and maybe as the race wears on again you have to tweak as to how much brake bias you want towards the front of the car. A few drivers just treading very gingerly, a couple of drivers losing 2 or 3 places down through the infield section of the circuit. I think that was car number 128 that lost a couple of places, which is Harry Senior. He was one of the cars I thought might make progress, but having gained a few places, he's now lost a few more, and Pascal Green sides his way through and past at the wheel of the number 34 car as they head down the Bentley Straight for the first time and in towards the braking area for Brundle and Nelson. For third position, Richard Carter looks as though he's reasserted himself in third place. It was a bit of a poorish first few corners from Richard Carter. He gets very sideways though on the gas coming out of Nelson, but he has picked off 1 place. That is through and ahead of Andrew Grant now at the wheel of the number 68 car, who drops down into 4th.
Yep, so more chopping and changing again. The mid-pack is all just vying for position, trying to find who is more confident, and you mentioned it as well, going through the middle section of the circuit, the infield section, if you will. There was lots of drivers that were a bit more confident in the wet conditions, that maybe had some slightly better tyre warm-up, but already coming out of the final corner and coming towards the line is Christian Pittard to tick lap number 1 in the book across the line. He will go very shortly, followed by James Tubby, and then is it still Richard Carter in third? Yes, it is. The battle for 4th, however, that is already which Pittard is that? That's managed to Jonathan Pittard that might have just worked his way up into 4th place, still side by side as they head through turn 1. I've got a feeling Johnny Pittard has just about managed to wrangle 4th place.
Yeah, we thought Johnny Pittard would make progress, so and absolutely he has. So he's carved his way up through the order. 12 places gained from him. The other car I thought might make progress, Harry Senior, didn't gain a single place in that one. And who else has made good progress in that one? The number 40 car, which started right off the tail end of the field because it had problems in qualifying, has now worked its way right into contention as well. So that is going to be 13 places gained over the course of that lap. So whatever the problems were for that car in qualifying, they are well and truly behind it now, and Stephen James is pressing on.
Yes, just still trying to I'm sure find his way around the Snetterton circuit, because of course it is very changeable still now, even more than ever. Mike, you mentioned it earlier, this is greasy because the water has slowly started to dry up. You can see the dry spots throughout the circuit, but what that has done in turn is bring all the oil and all the dirt up through the circuit, and then it will leave it back on the top again, so it won't just be greasy, there'll be little bits of sediment and what have you just laid on the top of the circuit, so there's no real line that is going to be the cleanest and indeed quickest one. We'll have a look back to see whereabouts the battles are taking place. That's another position gained, I think, from Pascal Green. He might have just worked his way through and past the car of Jeremy Adams. Wait to see, it's just silhouettes at this point because of the height of the sun. No, he was under pressure there, but he is trying to chase down Jeremy Adams, is Pascal Green. You mentioned him earlier on, he should be fairly quick, but I think he's trying to mix attack and defence all at the same time.
Yeah, all of this is just allowing Christian Pittard to rocket away in the lead of the race. He was leading by 2 seconds after just the first lap of racing. Everybody else down in towards Brundle and Nelson at the moment. There's a good little fight going on further down through the order that I want to try and pick up on if I can. And I think that's Jonathan Constable, who is busy squabbling away at the wheel of the number 71 car. Yeah, so Jonathan Constable heads round through the bomb hole and up towards Coram, looking to try and attack the car that lies just ahead of him, as over the start-finish line goes Christian Pittard in the lead of the race and sets the fastest lap of the race on the first flying lap, not unsurprising. 2 minutes 27.5 exactly. However, Johnny Pittard a few moments later goes even quicker, 2 minutes 27.235. So the Pittard brothers swapping and changing the fastest lap of the race in the early stages of this one. Now the pit window is about to open because it's a 30-minute race, and of course we got the clock counting down after the first green flag lap. The pit window will be open in 10 seconds time.
It will indeed. A very slow car on the exit of Williams, I think that was, going onto the Bentley Straight. I didn't quite pick out exactly who that was. Jonathan Constable heading through turn 1 on the run up towards the Wilson hairpin. He's still trying to just work his way through and maybe force a mistake, which is easily done. And of course there we can see, if you are watching on the stream, through Wilson there's 2 differing lines, the inside and the outside, and Pascal Green really starting to feel the pressure of Jonathan Constable now, and in the closing laps we should potentially see a change of position. But of course Pascal Green, he's still got to go into the pit lane and hand over to Father Richard.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, they'll all have to come in and serve that mandatory 90-second pit stop, and even if Pascal Green can hand over to Richard Green quicker, they've still got to stay in the pit lane for that minimum 90-second period, so you can't go any quicker. Now Pascal Green taking a much wider sweep in towards Agostini. Bottling up behind him now is Jonathan Constable. Jonathan Constable will also be feeling the pinch a little bit as he's got someone else tucked up behind him, which I think might be the number 39 car, which is David White possibly, that's just behind him. So this is a 3-car squabble at the moment for 8th, 9th and 10th position, whilst our race leader is already down in towards Brundle and Nelson on the 3rd lap of the race. Christian Pittard leading the way at this stage. 2 minutes 27.5 exactly from him last time through. Now James Tubby was in 2nd place as they came over the start-finish line, but is he still going to be in 2nd, or has Johnny Pittard been able to pick him off on this lap? No, Johnny Pittard I think has gone through, so I think it will be, yeah, Johnny Pittard is indeed through and up into 2nd position, which means that James Tubby drops down into 3rd and has got Richard Green not that far behind him either, whilst that squabble I was talking about between Pascal Green and the number 71 car, Jonathan Constable, works its way through Brundle and Nelson. Jonathan Constable gets a better drive coming out of Nelson and is almost side by side as they go round through the bomb hole. Pascal Green gets a bit of a wiggle on the exit of the corner, and I think, yep, Jonathan Constable is through now as they head up towards Coram, so there has been the shuffle in that order. That means Constable is up into 8th position, and Pascal Green, his progress has been arrested by Constable as he drops down into 9th.
Yep, so still changes being made out on circuit. I'm just sat in the pit lane waiting Pascal Green's arrival, because obviously he will hand over to Richard, so we're just waiting for that to happen. I'll grab a quick word with Pascal once he comes in, but in these conditions it's just interesting to see how they can deal with the little bits of standing water, all the differing lines, but having just lost that position, it could just be set up like you mentioned at the start of the race, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. Depends on when they gaze to the sky in the assembly area, did they just soften up the suspension a couple of bits, bearing in mind that they thought it would rain, or have they sort of left it as a dry setup, thinking, okay, we'll deal with it on the first few laps, but we think it's going to be dry thereafter. We simply don't know. That will be the stories that we might be able to ferret out at the end of this race that's taking place now. Another new fastest lap of the race last time through for Johnny Pittard, 2 minutes 25.099 for him that time through. That was 2.5 seconds quicker than Christian Pittard managed in the lead of the race, so the lead advantage was down to just less than 3.9 seconds last time through. We're still seeing all of these varying lines being taken, including a wide sweep in towards Agostini by number 40, Stephen James, who had problems in qualifying. I don't know what the problem was with his car in qualifying, but he has certainly made up for it, because he started down in something like 27th position and is now up into 10th place at the wheel of the number 40 car, so he's making really good progress. And the other car that had problems in qualifying and started off the back of the grid in 28th position was Tim Bishop, and he is now up into 13th, so they have made remarkable progress at this stage. So pit window is open. Nobody as yet, I think, has decided to head into the pit lane area. I'm assuming this is usually a 30-minute race does have a pit window after 10 minutes, but it hasn't flashed up on screen the pit window is open as yet, which has got me scratching my head as to whether this is a race where they would, there's a column where they've pitted, but usually it flashes up to say the window is open, and it's not saying that. So I do wonder, is it a pit stop race? It's got to be, because you've got drivers that are sharing cars, so I can't see how it can be anything else, unless, of course, it might be one to try and ferret out from the pits, Jack. Maybe one driver's doing one race and one's doing the other, and neither of them are pit stop races. Another new fastest lap of the race last time through. Again, it comes from Johnny Pittard, 2 minutes 24.110. That was only just a shade quicker than Christian Pittard managed that time through. So the gap does come down, but it only comes down by 1/10 of a second on that occasion. We've still got cars heading round through Murray's at the moment, and I think Pascal Green is a man who is still under pressure, really. He's not the only man under pressure, because also Robert Forsdyke at the wheel of car number 188, he is looking to see whether he can work his way through and ahead of Chris Mayhew's Boss Racing number 94 car. The two of those are pretty much together as they come over the start-finish line. Busy section of the circuit at the moment, and I think Chris Mayhew's got the inside line, has he? Yeah, he's going to sneak up the inside and go through, so that is place gained by Chris Mayhew over Robert Forsdyke, but on the exit of the corner, Robert Forsdyke gets the undercut, and I think he's then on the inside line as they head down in towards the braking area for the Wilson hairpin. So does the white and the black car of Robert Forsdyke retake the position? Yes, he does. So they've swapped and swapped back, those two cars. So Chris Mayhew is going to have to sort of scratch his head and work out exactly where he might be able to wiggle his way through and past once more. So 14 minutes of the race still remaining. Up towards the braking area for Agostini goes the number 10 car of Tim Bishop, so he's still making progress. That time through, he snuck up the inside of the number 71 car of Jamie Constable, so that is up into 9th place now for Tim Bishop, off the back of the grid from 28th position. So both himself and Stephen James, having had problems in qualifying, didn't set a single lap time over the course of the qualifying session, so we're both off the very, very back of the grid. Up towards Agostini, we've got another good little fight as well. That looked as though that was Pascal Green who was closing in on David White's car. So those two will be fighting for 11th and 12th place, which means that David White has gone through and ahead of Pascal Green since they came over the start-finish line last time through. Another new fastest lap of the race to our race leader as well, Christian Pittard, which a split second later was bettered by Johnny Pittard. So Johnny Pittard now 2 minutes 21.229. The lead advantage came down by 1.9 seconds to exactly 1.9 seconds that time through. So we could have a battle for the lead of the race maybe in another lap or so's time. So the black car with the gold flashes, number 81, Johnny Pittard, closing in on Christian. The two siblings will be rolling their sleeves up and slugging it out, I would have thought, before a great deal longer. So, through the right-hander, 12 minutes to go. I think the question has probably been answered as to whether this is a pit stop race, because nobody has yet pitted still, and the pit window is only 2.5 minutes still to go if it were a pit stop race. So I think they are two 30-minute races, and therefore where we've got cars being shared by drivers, one will do one race, one will do the other. Who's that's had the off? Let's just have a quick look. That's the number 50 car that's had the off, which means that is Chris Biglim, who has gathered up the Caterham Supersport, albeit rather muddy on one side now, having had an off onto the grass on the exit of Brundle and Nelson, and he'll get going once more. But for the lead of the race, Christian Pittard still leads the way, but look in his mirrors, Johnny Pittard is right with him, and Johnny Pittard is going to pick up a toe as they head along the Bentley Straight this time through, so he'll be closing, ever closing on the car ahead as they head down towards the bottom of the Bentley Straight. He's probably a little bit too far back actually this time through to get the toe. Need to be within about a second of it. He was 1.9 seconds adrift as they came over the start-finish line, but I'm not sure he really was quite close enough on the top section of the Bentley Straight. You can see how they are almost steering the car on the power coming out through Brundle and Nelson. A little twitch of oversteer as the driver gets on the gas. Another couple of little twitches mid-corner as you go round through the bomb hole. The tyres on the very edge of Adhesion. There's also probably a little bit of traffic just up the road as well that they'll need to deal with before too much longer, which will be Russell Gunter. And Russell Gunter is busy at the moment having his own little squabble with, I think that might be Tim Harbour possibly that's just ahead of him. We'll have to wait and see, but they're about to be gobbled up by the race leaders as they come over the start-finish line. Now it's Sean Cronin is the car that he's doing battle with, so Sean Cronin moves out of harm's way. He doesn't want to get involved. Russell Gunter sees them coming, or does he? No, comes straight across the nose of Christian Pittard heading in towards Ritchie's corner. That delays Christian Pittard. Johnny Pittard got delayed slightly as well, which now means the pair of them with 10 minutes to go are absolutely together heading into towards the braking area for the Wilson hairpin. So over the slight crest, downhill to Wilson, slightly uphill on the straight that brings you very slightly downhill again in towards Palmer, and the squabble is on for the lead of the race. Now Johnny Pittard looking as though he might try and get the overlap here on Christian Pittard as they head down the straight and up towards the braking area for Agostini. He's got the inside line, but he's not quite brave enough. He blends out of the throttle that little bit earlier, takes a big wide sweep into Agostini to try and triangulate the exit of it and get a better drive coming off the corner. There's more traffic just up the road to deal with, so Christian Pittard has got his hands full. He's not quite going to be able to sneak through and ahead of Alex Harbour before Hamilton, so he will try and do it on the run in towards Oggies. Alex Harbour stays out of the way. Christian Pittard sneaks his way through, but of course he's on the usual racing line, which is not really what you want to take in the wet conditions. You want the less polished surface, and Johnny Pittard is now fully in the slipstream. I think there's a bit of a gesticulation there from Johnny Pittard, suggesting that no, let's just work together, let's enjoy it for a few minutes, and we can roll our sleeves up and have the proper battle in maybe 5 or 10 minutes' time. So down the Bentley Straight they'll go. Johnny Pittard, without question this time, will be picking up the toe from Christian Pittard that lies ahead, and again there's more traffic that the pair of them will need to deal with as they head through Brundle and then through Nelson. Traffic will want to try and stay out of the way, but they're also busy overtaking each other, some of these back markers. So Charles Holroyd manages to work his way past the car that was indicating over to the left-hand side, and as soon as he gets past that slower car, then instantly he moves out the way to allow the race leaders to go through. But the order still remains the same. The orange car of Christian Pittard still leading the way. Johnny Pittard is right with him, and now Johnny Pittard's trying all the way around the outside at Corham to get the inside line as they head in towards Murray's corner, and it worked. The less polished surface all the way around the outside at Corham. It gave him the grip. He is through and ahead and into the lead of the race. So it's still a Pittard that bleeds, but it's the opposite way round. But on the exit of the corner, so Christian Pittard has more drive in a straight line and is going to rocket his way back through once more. So they've swapped, and they swap back as they head up to Ritchie's on lap number 8.
Yeah, an amazing move by Christian Pittard all the way around the outside. By Johnny Pittard, pardon me, all the way around the outside, and then a big flick of oversteer on the exit of Ritchie's. Just managed to get the moment collected up. Very experienced, so I'm sure he's not used to a bit of oversteer in one of these Caterhams, but manages to continue on and chasing down his brother. After that was, I can't get over that, all the way around the outside, found all the grip on the less polished surface like you said, Mark. We're just waiting to see them reappear as they head in towards Agostini in a few moments' time. Traffic has played a part in this one. It's still Christian Pittard leading Johnny Pittard, but there's nothing to pick between the pair of them. Into Agostini they will go, and they're just doing what they can to work their way through traffic as a pair. They have done that, they've negotiated the traffic, and they leave that section of the circuit exactly how they entered, a quick flick left through Hamilton. And it's still Christian Pittard just about in the lead of the race, but Johnny Pittard is well and truly there. Before they get to the Bentley Straight, there's not really much that Johnny Pittard can do, when we've seen Christian is much quicker in a straight line.
Yeah, so Christian with the 2.5 litre normally aspirated car. Johnny Pittard is similar engine capacity. It is supercharged. I mean, again, he's trying around the outside at Williams, but it was getting quite marginal, the gap there, and the amount of daylight between the edge of the circuit and Christian Pittard's car. So I think he had to get off the gas a little bit there. Otherwise, he had a reasonably good run. He's sitting in the slipstream now. He's just, I think, a little bit too far back as they head down in towards Brundle and Nelson. So it's still Christian Pittard ahead of Johnny Pittard. Again, let's just have a look, see whether we get that sort of oversteer on the way out of the corner. Yes, we do, as Johnny Pittard tries to plant his foot into the floor, but the tail end of the Caterham just tells him that you're on the very limit. There's another mid-corner wiggle again from the second place car as they head round through the bomb hole and in towards the braking area for what will be Murray's shortly. And again, Johnny Pittard's trying all the way around the outside at Coram to get the inside line for Murray's, as he did on the previous lap. He's got the job done. Can he get the car turned in at Murray's and get the good exit off the corner, which he didn't manage last time? He's not quite as quick coming off the exit of the corner, which means that Christian Pittard gets the run, and the two of them again are going to be side by side over the start-finish line whilst they squeeze their way through and past David White as a back marker as well. That was close, but it looks as though this time Johnny Pittard is still going to hang on to it, or is he? No, Christian's all the way around the outside at Ritchie's corner, and Johnny Pittard finally gets his nose ahead by the time they get to the exit of the corner. Has he got enough momentum though as they head in towards the braking area for Wilson? Yes, he has. He finally has picked up the lead of the race, but then takes a big wide sweep around Wilson and still just about has enough momentum to hang on to the place.
Yeah, great battle to watch for the lead, and we've still got 5 minutes and 40 seconds of the race remaining, and if everything stayed as it was until the end of the race, Christian Pittard was just quick enough out of the final corner at Murray's to cross the line in the lead. If that were the final lap, there was 62 thousandths between the pair of them, as they were 3 wide when they crossed the start-finish line. We look back towards Brundle and Nelson. We're looking at the number 90 machine on the stream of Gregory Spaniers, maybe missing a gear there. The car seemed quite jumpy off the exit of the corner, but not doing, not really worried about the oversteer as much as Christian Pittard. He seems like he's having a bit of a moment, or is Johnny Pittard, pardon me. He's wiggling around, but it looks like he's finally managed to get it tamed. You see the helmet bobbing away as he's desperately trying to find some traction, but for the moment that lead seems somewhat safe.
Other cars that we said were making progress from the tail end of the field, well, Stephen James from 27th on the grid is now up into 6th position, and Tim Bishop, who had his problems in qualifying, from 28th on the grid, was up into 8th, but is now back down into 10th again on the previous lap because he's lost a couple of places with potentially a small mistake somewhere, because Jeremy Adams has gone back through, and also car number 188 Robert Forsdyke has gone back through and ahead. So we'll try and keep an eye as to whether there's a problem with Tim Bishop or whether it was just a one-off mistake from him that cost him dear. No, Tim Bishop has dropped another 6 places on this lap, so there must be a problem with Tim, and he may well have retired out on circuit somewhere. So that is such a shame for the driver that didn't set a time in qualifying, carved his way through the order, and is now dropping back down like a stone. But the race leaders are still together as they come up about to start lap number 10.
Yeah, but this time Johnny Pittard didn't have to go all the way around the outside to get the position made, and he's got a good enough run and a decent enough amount of daylight between himself and Christian behind. Johnny Pittard that time through fastest lap of the race, a 2 minute 20.249. Now he's in clean air. That's somewhat 7 tenths quicker than Christian behind, and Christian himself set a personal fastest lap. You can tell the track is drying and the conditions are more favourable, because up and down the order mark they're setting personal fastest laps, so we could see yet more battles slowly start to introduce themselves in the closing stages of the race. Once again, Johnny Pittard very wide around the Wilson hairpin, but it means he can fire the car off the corner because of all the grip on the unpolished surface, and it means that he can just about retain that lead.
Yeah, most of them are setting faster laps than they've done before as the conditions improve, but amazingly they are still, the front runners, 25 seconds slower than qualifying, so it just goes to show how conditions out there are still rather greasy, to say the least. So Johnny Pittard heads out of Agostini. Another huge wiggle on the race-leading car coming out of Agostini. There's more traffic up the road that they need to deal with. I think that's going to be Andy Yeomans, is it, that is going to want to try and stay out of harm's way. Yep, so one passes one's way, one passes the other. Andy Yeomans is now placed a lap down by the race leaders with 2.5 minutes to go. They'll be on their penultimate lap of the race at the moment. James Tubby is a long, long way adrift in 3rd place. Number 43 car is in 3rd place. watching the stream, kind of a 777. Jonathan Edwards is outside of the top 10 at the moment, so he started 7th. He's rather dropped down through the order, down into 11th position. But for the battle for the lead of the race, Christian Pittard gets a good run on Johnny Pittard this time, heading down the Bentley Straight. He's got the inside line when he gets towards Brundle and Nelson, and he's slipstreamed his way back through to the lead of the race. So it's Christian Pittard that leads. Johnny Pittard back down into second again for the moment, but a better run coming out of Nelson means that Johnny Pittard has the inside line for the bomb hole. They go wheel to wheel through the bomb hole, almost leaning on each other, but finally it's Christian Pittard that retakes the lead of the race. The orange car number 51 is leading the way.
Yeah, but absolutely nothing between them once again. Johnny Pittard's favourite move all the way around the outside. You can see the car wiggling, struggling to find the traction. Nothing between the pair of them. Around the outside of Christian Pittard goes Johnny through the final corner. A little bit of traffic is going to be difficult to negotiate that, but it looks like Johnny Pittard managed to work his way through and past without too much of an issue. But then Christian Pittard, slightly quicker orange machine, will be able to tow up to the tail end, and he throws the car over to the inside for Ritchie's. Can he get the car slowed down and remain on the inside? Just about. Johnny Pittard still on the outside, still side by side, lap after lap. A massive flick of oversteer from Johnny Pittard. It's great to see that they can race this close on the very limit of grip in changeable conditions. Once again, the much wider line from Johnny Pittard through the Wilson hairpin puts him back into the lead, having Christian been in the lead for what, an entire 5 seconds.
Yeah, brilliant stuff between this pair, and it's not done and dusted yet, because we've still got another 3/4 of a lap of this as they head up towards Agostini for the final time. Brilliant racing and good respect. You know, wheel to wheel stuff through the bomb hole and Coram. You've got to trust the driver alongside you. Why would you not trust a fellow family member? Christian Pittard leads the way. Johnny Pittard in second place. There's more traffic just up the road that they're certainly going to have to meet before the end of the lap. Up towards Hamilton they will go. Christian Pittard just has his nose ahead as they pitch their way in towards the left-hander, then onto the brakes on this ever-drying circuit as well as they go through Oggies for the final time. Now, we know Christian Pittard is remarkably quick in a straight line. Johnny Pittard, though, is going to have the advantage of the tow this time as they head onto the Bentley Straight, and they're going to meet the traffic on the straight as well, which aids both of them.
Yes, it does indeed, and this is going to be a run to the line, I think, Mark, because we know Johnny Pittard is very quick through the final couple of corners, but we know Christian Pittard is much quicker on the run to the line as well, so there's lots of different things the drivers need to be made aware of, and of course they've got the traffic to try and negotiate. In towards Brundle and Nelson goes Christian Pittard in the lead of the race. Johnny Pittard not quite as close as we've seen him, and unless it is flat out all the way around the outside and a great run out of the final corner, I've got a feeling this will go the way of Christian Pittard, but there's still traffic to negotiate, which Christian does, and then Johnny Pittard manages to work his way through and past. But in towards the final corner for the final time goes Christian Pittard, leading Johnny Pittard, and for the moment it's looking like the race is going to go Christian's way, Mark.
Yeah, because we know he's got the extra grunt on the run to the line and gets his foot down, gets a clean exit off the corner, and the amount of daylight is just growing. But of course Johnny Pittard will sit in the slipstream, but he's not quite going to have enough in hand as they get towards the checkered flag. Christian Pittard claims the win, and on the very last lap sets the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 19.195. Johnny Pittard finishes in second place. Remember, he started 10 places further back than he qualified, so it was a good race from Johnny Pittard. A long gap before we await the arrival of the third place car. Only now over the start finish line will come James Tubby, who finishes in third place. Richard Carter in the lime green car will finish in fourth position. Fifth place should go the way of Andrew Grant, who will be heading towards the checkered flag very shortly at the wheel of the number 68 car. His car's largely white and blue, isn't it, Andrew Grant? He will be heading up towards the checkered flag in a bit. I think he's just coming round through Murray's for the final time, so there's a few back markers coming through. In the meantime, the likes of Richard Green coming through, and car number 39, David White, grabbing the checkered flag, as does number 22 as well, who's just come through to complete the race, which is Daniel Bruce. There, over the start finish line, does go the fourth place car of Andrew Grant. And then fifth, Stephen James off the back of the grid. You know, that's worth a shout out as well, because he's had to work terribly hard at the wheel of the number 40 car after problems in qualifying. So well done to Stephen James for finishing in 6th position, having started 27th in that race. And then Harry Senior will come through as the next of the finishers, car number 128. His car not going quite as well as I thought it might do over the course of that qualifying session, or the race that we saw a few seconds ago. And then, of course, just to complete the top 10, it should be the number 3 car would be next through, which would be Jeremy Adams. So there goes Harry Senior over the start-finish line. Then we'll need Jeremy Adams to come through. Robert Forsdyke and Jonathan Edwards should be the final 3 cars inside the top 10, but I think they are largely going to be only now just about to come up and complete the lap. So Jeremy Adams is the yellow car just coming towards the flag now. Robert Forsdyke was right behind him in the end, actually, so he was just a tenth and a bit of a second behind him, and then the red car coming through will be the number 777 car of Jonathan Edwards, who will complete the top 10 by the look of things. And the good thing is we'll have another race for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens a little bit later on over the course of this afternoon as well, another 30-minute race for them, and I'm guessing again it will be another non-pit stop race, so it might be a 30-minute race for which you would usually have a pit stop, but for this weekend it's just flat out 30-minute races, and I think the last of the cars has now taken the checkered flag. Brilliant race, wasn't it, between Christian Pittard and Johnny Pittard, and in the end it was separated by just a quarter of a second. Let's confirm the results for you then for our first Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens race. Christian Pittard claims the win by just 0.2 of a second from Johnny Pittard, and James Tubby was there in 3rd place. Richard Carter, Andrew Grant and Stephen James complete the top 6, with Harry Senior in 7th, Jeremy Adams in 8th place, Robert Forsdyke and Jonathan Edwards 9th and 10th respectively. Just outside of the top 10 it was Jonathan Constable who finished there in 11th place, Chris Mayhew in 8th and Pascal Green, Jonathan Constable in 11th, Chris Mayhew in 12th, Pascal Green in 13th, head of David White and Daniel Bruce, with Chris Biglin finishing in 16th, head of Malcolm Ash and Ralph, and then David Holroyd and Alex Harbour, who completed the top 20. Just outside of the top 20, Russell Gunter, head of Sean Cronin, David Stephen, Andrew Cronin, Greg Spanias and Andy Yeomans were the last couple of finishers in the Gold Arts Magnificent Seven. So let's hand you downstairs to Jack, who's going to chat to the top 3.
Yeah, so I'm here with Christian Pittard, who is just chatting away with brother Johnny. Christian, that was a busy old race, fighting really hard with Johnny. We saw you trading places constantly. You slightly faster on the straights, Johnny slightly quicker in the corners. How was that from your perspective?
Brilliant, really, really good fun. Loved it, loved every minute. I thought this was going to be quite a dull race, so I was taking it quite gently, and then I couldn't believe that he'd come up from 16th on the grid. I did a double take and I saw his crash helmet and I thought, here we go, this is going to be fun. And then lap after that, I didn't want it to end. I would have happily carried on. It was brilliant, really cool, really clean, amazing racing. So I've been racing since 2012, and we've been racing together, but we've not had as good a race as that in over 10 years. So thank you, Snetterton, and thank you, Rain. That was amazing, love it. So I can't wait for the second race.
Great stuff. It was great to watch, and congratulations on the fastest lap. You said it on the fastest lap of on the final lap of the race as well.
Under pressure.
Under pressure, exactly. That's the one. So we'll try and grab a quick word with Johnny Pittard. Johnny, can we grab you for a quick interview? Thank you very much, Johnny. A shake of the hand there from Christian.
The Boss built car winning. Sorry, just being cheeky. Yeah, it was an amazing race. Christian and I waited it seems like a long time to really have an outright race for the win, and to really, dice. I just kept looking for the checkered flag. I kept thinking, surely that's half an hour, surely that's half an hour. I was able to pass him around Coram at every lap, apart from the last one. I just wasn't far enough away, and there was a back marker which just slowed me up a little bit. But it was the closest finish in race. It was huge fun. It's very, very sketchy. I'm amazed that neither of us put it off the track at some point. Came very close a number of times. So it was armfuls of opposite lock, and well, the cars are just incredible. But I have a sneaking suspicion that has a little bit more than mine, which I wasn't counting on, because I've got a supercharger. So we'll have to have a debrief, but hopefully we can have more of the same in race 2, I hope.
Fingers crossed. Great stuff. Congratulations on second place as well, Johnny. So we'll try and grab James Tubby for a quick chat. James, hello. That seemed like a fairly quiet race. The start was fairly hectic. Yeah, the start was a great start, and then it just got busier and then quieter and then busier and then changing conditions. How was it for you?
It was great. I'm chuffed to bits with third, to be honest with you. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it. I kept Richard behind me, so that was the main thing, and it got a little bit sort of, with sort of back markers and stuff and sort of coming through, and I thought everyone drove well. it was a bit scary at times. But yeah, I'm taken back a bit. That's brilliant. So yeah, we only just got the car sorted out a few weeks ago. So we blew it up here last year, and everything's gone really smoothly, which is not really like motorsport, is it? So yeah, brilliant.
Great stuff. Quickly, talk us through your plans for race 2. Talk us through your plans for race 2. It's obviously another race to go and potentially different conditions.
Fingers crossed it's going to be dry, because I haven't really got much tyres left, so I don't really have a plan. We're just going at it. So yeah, fast as we can. Yeah, brilliant.
Brilliant. Congratulations on P3, James. Thank you. They're the top 3 from the Magnificent Sevens Race 1 here at Snetterton. In a few moments' time, we'll get the racing action back underway, but back up to the commentary box and Mark Warrell.
Thanks, Jack. Yep, so maybe a tiny bit of clearing up to do, and then we will see the cars heading onto the track for race number 5 of the afternoon. It's cars that we've already seen out. We saw earlier on today the Liqui-Moly Slicks Series have a combined 20-minute race with the JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sports. Well, they are now coming back out, but to have their own pit stop race. So it is a 30-minute race. This one will have a pit stop, unlike the slight confusion I had with the Mag 7s, which didn't in the 30-minute race. This one does say, yes, pit stop race. So it's Liqui-Moly Slick Series racing on their own, and we don't have any time penalties to worry about in this one, because that race earlier on, the sprint race, does not carry a time penalty, so there's no extra time penalty for anybody to spend in the pits. The only time penalty we would need to consider would be the winner of Silverstone, and we already know that that car is not here. So we've got no time penalties to worry about. There's a few cars that will have been missing from earlier on. We know of the woes of Pete Chalice, a local man from just down the road, who had his off with brake failure in qualifying this morning. We know of the woes of Chris Murphy's Woodrow Motorsport BMW, which is still sitting rather forlornly in the paddock area and going nowhere and is out for the day. And obviously in the race earlier on today, we had a red flag with the hefty impact off the start for John Cockerton in the Porsche. So obviously we can pretty safely assume that that car is done for the day, looking at the amount of damage that was inflicted on it. But that still gives us hopefully a healthy 20-car grid. Now, the big dichotomy for everybody that's sitting in the assembly area at the moment is it's a damp track out there. It will dry with the circulation of the cars, but if you look in the direction of Thetford at this stage, which is where the weather is coming from, it looks rather ominous. So I think if you were in the assembly area at the moment, if you're going to run a wet tyre, if we don't get that rain in the distance, it's going to rip them apart over the course of 30 minutes. So we will have to wait and see as to what decisions are made. And Jack, I gather you've just picked up that there is a small amendment to the race duration for this one.
Yeah, there is. It's no longer a 30-minute race. It's 27 minutes, so only 3 minutes shorter. The pit window still remains as those middle 10 minutes in the race, so we will be able to hopefully grab some interviews with the drivers that are getting out. And of course, at that point, we may end up seeing the weather slowly starting to change. But yeah, if I was in response to your question, Mark, what would you do? Because that is a very scary looking it's not just the cloud you can see, you can actually see the rain. What do you do? Because you want to go with a wet setup, which I'd imagine a few of them have done, if not all. But that's a lot of horsepower on the grid on wet tyres, and we've seen it can go wrong in the dry. It could be a scary race for some.
The problem is that you can't have tyre warmers on these cars. You know, this is club motorsport at the end of the day, and so if you're going on a slick, you are going to have to work your socks off on the outlap to build some brake temperature, get that brake temperature radiating out into the tyres, that weave from side to side to try and get some temperature into the tyres, because you can race on a slick tyre on a damp track, but you've got to have temperature in the slick to be able to do it. At the moment, the slicks are cold, so work your socks off if you're going out there on slicks, and try and get a bit of temperature into them if you can get them working. However, I think it would be a treaded tyre for me. big powerful car. It's still damp out there, treaded tyre, which for the first few laps is still going to be difficult. It might start to rip itself apart if that rain doesn't come and the circuit starts to dry, but I think that rain is really only a matter of a few moments away. Let's guide you through the grid then for this race, the Liqui-Moly Slicks Series for this race, and the way that they line up is that Colin Turkington will start from pole position. Alongside him is William Ashmore. It's Andre Severs that will start on row number 2 with Christian Douglas and the Ariel Atom. Row 3 sees Andy Roby and the Marcus Mantis line up alongside the Ginetta of Dylan Popovich, and row number 4 it's Nathan Wells who is behind the wheel of the E46 BMW GTR, and for company he's got the Ginetta G55 that'll be started by Tom Cresswell. Row 5 of the grid is Tim Davies and another Ginetta that lines up alongside him, and all Ginetta. 5th row of the grid, Mark Lee, with row 6 being Dave Griffin at the wheel of his BMW E90 alongside the Lotus 340R of Dave Harvey. Row 7, it's a Ginetta G50 on the inside of row number 7, which is going to be Harry Petch who will start alongside Warren Tattersall at the wheel of the Seat Leon Cupra TCR, and row 8 of the grid is Tommy Grout's BMW, the E36, alongside the E46, which will be started by William Lynch. Row 9 of the grid, Ross Irvine at the wheel of the Volkswagen Golf, alongside the Lamborghini Gallardo GT3 of Jordan Billington, and then the 10th row of the grid, I think we'll have the gap where we should have seen John Cockerton. Hopefully we might see Ollie Smith out at the wheel of the BMW Z4, scheduled to share with Ian White, and I don't think we'll see either car off the back of the grid, Pete Challis and Chris Murphy, both of whom are out for the day with mechanical woes. So that's the way that the grid then lines up for this one, and they've already had the opportunity to experience the Snetterton circuit in wet conditions, so it'll just be a single formation lap for them this time through. And of course the race earlier on today, we saw Colin Turkington grab the win, and as a result of that, you could argue he'll be the man to beat in this one, but it is a pit stop race. He'll be handing the car over to Mark Smith at some point.
Yeah, we do have driver changes, of course, in this one, and that's one thing to consider, because if you've set the car up on the wet setup, so both drivers are comfortable driving that in the wet, but of course, if you're Colin Turkington, you're going to start the race, maybe win a couple of your battles, lose a couple of your battles, and then hand the car over to Mark Smith. Mark Smith is going to get in the car on what could be a very wet track or a very sort of damp and greasy track. We still just don't know. So it's not only for the starting drivers, but it's for the drivers that are getting in. They have no idea what they could be experiencing, and all of the tyre temperature that they build up throughout the race, once they come in for their pit stop, they've got to drive through the pit lane, of course, and the pit lane's probably the wettest part of the circuit, Mark, so that could just bleed the temperature out of the tyre.
I think by the time they complete this first lap of the race, I think we're going to start to get spots of rain in the sky, because it's not that far away now from beginning to get here. So yeah, I think maybe part of the way around the first lap we'll start to see the first few little spits begin to appear on our commentary box window. We'll have to wait and see whether that is the case, though, as the safety car is about to peel its way in towards the pit lane, and Colin Turkington and William Ashmore will try and get things underway. Remember, Colin Turkington said to Jack earlier on today he made the mistake of switching from 2nd to 5th gear on the first attempt at the start. Thankfully that was the aborted red flag start, so let's see whether he can get it sorted this time through. He said he was going to start in 3rd gear, didn't he, this time through, to avoid that complication. So here we go. It is the BMW and the Ferrari on the front row of the grid. Red lights on, red lights go out now, and it's not a bad start again from Colin Turkington. A really good start from Andre Severs as well at the wheel of the Ginetta G50. Now the Ferrari of William Ashmore gets stoked up into full power, but he is at least down into 3rd position and coming under pressure by the look of things from the next of the cars behind him, which is going to be the car of Nathan Wells, who's had a really good start at the wheel of the number 23 BMW. So Colin Turkington leads the way. It is Andre Severs there in 2nd position, and up to 3rd comes Nathan Wells, who dives his way at the inside of William Ashmore and might actually gain another place potentially over Andre Severs on the exit of the corner. So looks as though they're all safely through the first part of the corner, albeit are they? Because I think I saw Andy Roby stricken on the exit of the corner there at the wheel of the Marcos.
Yeah, very well avoided by everybody, and Andrew Roby just about avoided by the entire pack, but it's still Colin Turkington leading the way from Andre Severs, and then you get back to William Ashmore, and who has dropped back a couple of places. Yeah, it looks like Andre Severs has lost a couple of places, having been sat there in second place in a big flicks of oversteer. I did spot the Seat Leon TCR of Warren Tattersall did have his wipers on already, so maybe over the other side of the section of the circuit there could be rain slowly starting to fall. There's great battles all the way around the infield section of the circuit. All the way around the outside, however, goes William Lynch in the BMW M3 E46. It was one of the Ginettas. I didn't quite pick out exactly which one, Mark, but it seems like the rain is pretty much here.
That's Tim Davis, who went backwards, didn't he, at the start last time through. So Tim Davis going backwards again in the early stages of this race here. Colin Turkington heads down in towards Brundle and Nelson for the first time. The BMW not really under pressure for the lead of the race, because Nathan Wells at the wheel of his slightly newer E46 spec GTR BMW is sufficiently far down the road so as to just allow Colin Turkington to fully focus on what's going ahead. Again, another big twitch from Tim Davis. That Ginetta really is not to his liking at this stage. He is potentially going to lose a further place here to Mark Lee's Ginetta G55, and have also got the Seat Leon closing right in on their coattails as well. But for the conclusion of the first lap of the race leaders are just coming in towards Murray's now. BMW leads, Colin Turkington leads the way, BMW second, that being Nathan Wells from 7th on the grid up to 2nd place. It's a Ferrari of William Ashmore that's there in 3rd place, and then 4th starts to get a bit close then, because it's Tom Cresswell that's there in 4th place ahead of Andre Severs, and then closing in on them all is kind of a 176 William Lynch, who was rocketed up 9 places on that first lap.
Yeah, it seems like the first lap is definitely for the BMWs, because our leading BMW of Colin Turkington has already extended a lead margin of 5.6 seconds. Then sat there in 2nd place, as you mentioned, Nathan Wells. He's come up from 7th right the way up to 2nd, so a great start from himself. And then, yeah, the 176 machine currently in the hands of William Lynch. It will be handed over to Frederick Lynch later on in the race. Mark, you've spotted something, the Marcos Mantas. Oh, no, actually, yeah, we've got somebody in the pits. That is the number 34 of Dave Griffin. And is that car destined for retirement? By the body language of that, yes it is, in towards the paddock, so clearly some sort of mechanical gremlin with that. And then another spin for the Marcos Mantas at the final corner. That's Andrew Roby. Andy Roby really struggling with the conditions, and can he get that car fired back up? So it is in the firing line, but it's still sat stationary.
Yeah, just trying to look, see whether there's any tread pattern on those tyres. I think Andy Roby's on slicks, and of course in the Marcos Mantis there are no creature comforts at all. It's very much a mechanical car, no traction control, no ABS, lots of power, rear wheel drive, so yeah, maybe that's what's catching him out, and I think whatever is catching him out as he comes over the start finish line, in stark contrast with the progress that William Lynch made on the first lap, and I think some of these shuffles we're seeing are purely down to tyre choice.
Yeah, it seems like that is the case. It was a bit of a surprise to see Andy Roby go back past, unless he is just waiting for the pit window to open in a couple of minutes' time so that he can swap tyres then. We're then seeing a battle between the Ginettas, the 199 of Mark Lee fighting away with Tim Davies, heading down the Bentley straight in towards Brundle and Nelson. They're chasing down the Seat Leon Cupra TCR of Warren Tattersall. Who gets the best of the Ginetta battle? It is Mark Lee who will work his way past Tim Davies, but like you mentioned, Mark, it could be down to tyre choice.
Yeah, absolutely. We simply don't know. None of us were down there in the assembly area, so we haven't got a clue who has plumped for slicks in the Liqui Moly Slick Series and who has gone for a wet, or who might have gone for a slick tyre but with a wet setup. We really don't know. Colin Turkington, fastest lap of the race on the first flying lap. William Ashmore in 3rd place at the wheel of Ferrari is coming under big old pressure here, because Tom Cresswell is looking to try and draw the Ginetta G55 alongside him as they come over the start-finish line. The Ginetta runs out of puff a little bit in a straight line as they head up towards the braking area for Richie's corner. He is still going to be in 3rd place, is William Ashmore, but certainly the Ginetta behind has the raw pace at the moment if it can find a way through.
Yeah, William Ashmore, of course, racing for Army Motorsports. Chatting to him earlier, he's in the Royal Signals. He's got a busy old job, hasn't he? Because that is it's a very quick car on a changing circuit. Because of course, at the moment, it will still be drying out because it isn't raining at this point. So the track will still continue to dry, but the rain hasn't come here yet. It will be here very, very shortly by the look of things, Mark. But the battle is still arting up for 3rd place. The final spot on the provisional podium, of course, that's William Ashmore heading in towards Agostini. It's just about drizzling. I think there's not too much between sort of wet and dry now, but now they're side by side for 3rd place. That's William Ashmore still under pressure, this time from the Cresswell Ginetta and just about William Ashmore all the way around the outside. How that worked, I don't know, but he just about managed to hold on to third place. But this is the battle now. What will it be like in 5 minutes' time when the rain is properly here, because it is spitting, the spots are on our window, Mark.
Yeah, I thought it might be the first lap. It's not. They've only completed 2 and the spits are now beginning to appear. Yeah, William Ashmore was very decisive there. He knew full well he was going to chop across the nose of that Ginetta. We will know those cars that are on slick tyres, because once those spits of rain begin to fall, which they are now, not quite yet, but maybe another lap's time, all of a sudden any car that was on slicks is going to start to head backwards through the order again, and it will become very apparent very quickly as to who might be struggling. Now the pit window is about to open as well, so if you're on a slick tyre and the rain is coming, yeah, maybe just wait another lap or so until it starts to get a bit marginal, and then come into the pits and hope that your team might be able to, if you've got a team supporting you, change the tyres on the car. Have to wait and see. Colin Turkington with that 2-minute 14.065 that time through. He is rocketing off into the distance, into the pit lane. We've got our first taker. Now that car was in the pit lane before the pit window opened. It's Dylan Popovic.
Yes, he was indeed, so definitely something to think about for later on in case he picks up a penalty. The battle for third still being fought between Thomas Cresswell and William Ashmore. Not too much to pick between the pair of them. Again, William Ashmore, he is set, he is saying these are my corners. Once again, Thomas Cresswell, he was on the inside, he was almost alongside, but couldn't quite force the door open, so there's nothing to pick between the pair of them really. One thing I did note, Mark, Thomas Cresswell diving for puddles down the Bentley straight, so potentially he is trying to cool those wet tyres down that are on that car. Presumably the number 68 of Andre Severs under ever more pressure from Mark Lee in the white Ginetta G55. So the Ginetta's having a great little battle.
Yeah, so it makes you wonder with the quick start from Andre Severs, and now that he's dropping back down through the order, did they gamble on slicks? And now it's just starting to get a little bit greasy out there again. So we'll pick up on some of the stories, and when we probably get a chat to some of the drivers getting out of the car, it'll give us a better understanding as to what the tyre choice or what the setup might have been. We can also see the Seat Leon is diving to try and cool its tyres down as well, so that's probably a suggestion that that car also started on the wet tyres, and they're just starting to move around the blocks a little bit now. The car's a bit unsettled, because any car that dives for a wetter part of the track is surely going to be on a wet tyre. Any car that's trying to stick to the normal racing line that wants to be on the driest part is probably going to be on a slick. So out of Hamilton, up towards the braking area for Oggies goes Andre Severs at the wheel of number 68 car. Long time Formula V racer was Andre Severs. I think he was a champion a couple of times in Formula V, was he not, some years ago, Andre Severs? Mark Lee trying to hunt him down. Then you've got the car of Tim Davies not that far behind as well, as they all start to make their way out of Williams and onto the Bentley straight. So Ginetta G50 from Ginetta G55 and another Ginetta G55. Despite the deterioration of the conditions, Colin Turkington still lapping quicker than anybody else. Another new fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 13.912. And those few spots of rain on the window seem to have just eased the game now. So whilst conditions had deteriorated very slightly, they seem to have improved over the course of the last lap or so. Nathan Wells is some 18 seconds adrift in second place, with William Ashmore in the Ferrari in third place, but the best of the battles at the moment is for 7th, 8th and 9th place. The trio of Ginettas, the older of the trio at the front, the Ginetta G55 in the hands of Andre Severs, who will hand the car over to Jake Severs. Into the pit lane dives the car that was second in that train of the 3 Ginettas. Marks Lee is into the pit lane at the wheel of car number 199, so he is the first of our cars to pit inside the pit window. We did see Dylan Popovic's Ginetta G50 in the pits, but that was outside of the window, and they are coming off a slick tyre and onto a wet by the look of things. So that car has gone up onto its air jacks, and it looks as though treaded tyres are being put on it. Into the pit lane also comes the Lamborghini now, so that is Jordan Billington in towards the pit lane at the wheel of the ex-Reiter Engineering GT3 Lamborghini Gallardo. Of course, the Gallardo superseded by the Huracan. Also need to try and keep an eye on what's going on for second and third, because Nathan Wells at the wheel of the BMW was 2 3/4 seconds up the road from the William Ashmore Ferrari, and all of a sudden now there's nothing between the pair of them. Tommy Grout out of the car very quickly. Lots and lots and lots of smoke coming from Tommy Grout's car, and he's parked that up on the outside of the bomb hole by the look of things. And I think the marshals are on hand with fire extinguishers. There's smoke is all I can see for the moment, but the way Tommy got out of that car was a suggestion that things have got a little bit hot under the bonnet, and I think they're going to have a quick look. And yeah, there are now extinguishers being placed upon that car to try and put out whatever is happening under the bonnet. So brave marshals on the outside of the bomb hole dealing with an incident, so hopefully all of the drivers will absolutely adhere to the waved yellow flags and double waved yellow flags and slow down at that area of the circuit. You know, dampen a slippy circuit, small mistake, you don't want to be going off and anywhere near marshals that are trying to deal with a separate incident. So I think everybody treading gingerly at that part of the circuit. Mark Lee's pit stop still taking place at the moment, so they are still swapping the car from slicks onto wets, and it does seem as though he's been in the pit lane for more than a requisite 90 seconds, so they're just tightening up all of the wheel nuts on it now, and then hopefully we'll see him back out onto track. He was the first into the pit lane, but he's going to be second coming off it because the Lamborghini Huracan of Jordan Billington, which pitted after him, is already back out on circuit. And I was also saying that the deterioration of the weather had stopped. Well, the spits of rain beginning to appear on the windows again now. We've still got 15 minutes of this race to go. Now, yeah, right now, Nathan Wells diving for the wet parts of the circuit there in the BMW. So he has lost out to William Ashmore's Ferrari. So it's BMW from Ferrari from BMW at the moment. The yellow Ferrari now up into second position, and already quite a large amount of daylight actually between himself and Nathan Wells, who he's only just taken the place away from. Into the pit lane also comes David Harvey at the wheel of the Lotus 340R. He's the man who won at Silverstone. So for David Harvey, serve a penalty? No, he won't, because Nigel Musson, Craig Dolby, I should say, rather, won at Silverstone. He won one of the other races that we had at Silverstone. It wasn't the Liquid Wally Slick Series race that he won. Finally, Mark Lee heads back out of the pit lane. So they've changed the car from slicks onto wets. He is heading back out onto the track, whilst Colin Turkington continues on his merry way. 20 seconds is the lead advantage that Colin Turkington has built up now between himself and the Ferrari, and doesn't look as though as yet Colin Turkington is heading in towards the pit lane. So the Northern Irishman, the 4-times British Touring Car champion, heads over the start-finish line and is going to continue round for a further lap as yet. He will have to be in at the next lap through, I would have thought, because the pit window closes for the final 10 minutes. So he could do this lap, but he'll need to be in by the end of it. And most of the cars haven't pitted as yet, but now the rain is properly falling. Anybody that's on a slick is going to start to really struggle. William Ashmore, fastest lap of the race he's just done in the wheel of the Ferrari, 2 minutes 13.602 in deteriorating conditions. That perhaps answers as to what tyre he is on. Warren Tattersall at the wheel of the Seat Leon heading round through Murray's corner. Andy Roby, who was struggling earlier on at the wheel of the number 29 Marcus Mantis, not that far behind him as they exit Murray's. But in these deteriorating conditions, I'm not sure a Marcus Mantis, even on wet tyres, is something that I would relish driving. They are brutal cars, and again, it's another car which harks back to a one-make series that we had, the Marcos Mantis Challenge, some years ago. Andy Roby's car for sale currently at the moment as well. So weather conditions deteriorating, more pit stops going on, and that is Tom Cresswell giving way to Nick Cresswell. So that's another Ginetta that's in the pit lane. And Jack might have news as to what's going on. Go on, Jack. Right, so no news from Jack there. Hopefully we'll hear from him very shortly. And that pit stop continuing. And racing still continuing out on circuit, as again you've got the number 68 car, which is still in the hands of Andre Severs. He hasn't as yet brought that car into the pit lane to hand it over to Jake, sneaking through and ahead of Andy Roby to place a lap on him, that will be. So that's a squabble out on circuit with back markers getting lapped, but surely it can't be that much longer before we see that car dive its way in towards the pit lane. wouldn't have thought it'd be that much longer before we see our race leader Colin Turkington making his way in towards the pit lane, because the weather is closing in, the pit window is starting to get towards the end, and indeed yet Colin Turkington dives for the pit lane. So this is where Mark Smith, the car's owner, will take over. Mark Smith suited and booted and ready to go. Aaron Moulton-Smith, the man behind Amp Speed, opens the door. Out jumps Colin Turkington. In will jump Mark Smith, and then we'll see as to what he can do with that car in the final 10 minutes or so, and try to see whether that was a slick or a wet that the car was on. I'm not quite sure whether our cameraman might be able to, with a bit of direction, pick up on whether that's a slick or a wet tyre on that car, and the Ferrari that lies ahead as well. Jack Werrell also might be able to, if we can hear from him, be able to pick up on what the cars are on. And that's a wet tyre, so that's a wet tyre that car is on. Great work by the cameraman there, and our director Barry Welsh to pick up on what that car is on, so at least it allows us to understand it. The Ferrari ahead would be handy to know as to what that car is on as well. William Ashmore, whether we get that opportunity as well. More and more cars diving for the pit lane, so Nathan Wells is into the pit lane in the third place BMW. Also into the pit lane is car number 176, which is William Lynch, ready to hand over to Fred Lynch. We've also got the Seat Leon in, which is Warren Tattersall, in towards the pit lane. Number 32, Tim Davies, is also in towards the pit lane as well. So they're all pitting towards the tail end of the window. And Mark Smith on the wet shod car makes his way back out onto circuit as the conditions really start to deteriorate again now, and they are changing tyres on the Ferrari by the look of things. So that was on slicks. He had set the fastest lap of the race, but now with the deteriorating conditions, no choice but to swap that car over onto a wet tyre, which is going to delay the pit stop for William Ashmore, who was in second place. But that car is now surely going to tumble its way down through the order. In fact, there it goes now. I'm sure I saw a slick tyre coming off that car, but they must have dealt with all of those tyre changes rather quickly. William Ashmore, 1 minute 34 seconds in the pits. I did see a slick tyre in the hands of a mechanic that looked as though it'd come off the left rear of the car, but I'm now questioning as to whether they did change the tyres on that car, whether they were poised to put slicks on and decided not, rather than taking slicks off. Simply don't know. What I do know is that the BMW that was in the hands of Colin Turkington is now in the hands of Mark Smith, is definitely on treaded tyres, so that is on the correct tyre now for the conditions at this stage. So we've got 8.5 minutes of the race to go. Warren Tattersall makes his way back out of the pit lane. Tim Davis sitting patiently in the pit lane as the Michelin slick tyres are removed from his Ginetta G55. And on is going a Michelin treaded tyre. That was why he was struggling at the front end of the race in what were at that stage damp conditions, rather than what are, it's not fully, well, it is wet now, it is, but it's not as though we've got huge rooster tails and a properly very, very wet circuit as we did have earlier on today. But Mark Smith will be leading the way at the wheel of the BMW, and it will be a handsome lead that he has inherited as a result of all of the hard work done by Colin Turkington in the early stages of the race. As for William Ashmore's Ferrari F430 Challenge spec car, as he alluded to with Jack, because it's a Challenge spec car, there's not huge amounts of changes that you can do to the car in reality, but he'll be hoping that, you know, a tweak of the tyre pressures and certainly making sure he's got the right tyre on for these conditions might just allow him to see whether he can close the gap on the race leader and bring it down from what is, yeah, nearly 20 seconds. Black and white warning flag for driving standards going out to car number 29, it says. Well, that's Andy Roby, so one can only assume that maybe that's because he's had a spin or two too many, and he's just been asked to rein it in. But hopefully Jack will have some news from the pit lane.
I do indeed. I've got Colin Turkington with me. You nailed the start that time. You said you were going to start in third gear to try and get the start going well, and it was a bit hit and miss whether it was going to be dry and whether it was going to be wet. You seem like you made the right call.
Yeah, it was 50-50 really. The Ferrari beside me started on slicks. Our car is quite kind on its tyres, so So we opted to go for the wet. You know, when it's 50-50, it's just trying to get heat into the front axles, the difficult bit. So we decided to go wets and just manage what we've got. But it's been a race of two halves because it nearly dried out and now it's raining again. So yeah. Again, I really enjoyed my stint. You know, challenging conditions. But yeah, Mark Smith is in the seat now. So yeah, he's not got an easy job to bring it home. It's very slippy and greasy out there.
Great stuff. Best of luck for the rest of the race, Colin. Back up to you, Mark.
Thanks a lot, Jack. Yeah, so good to hear from Colin Turkington. Whilst we were hearing from Colin Turkington, there was a spin out on circuit for Jake Severs, and I think he's the first person we've seen today have a spin coming out of Williams. So that was at the top of the Bentley straight that he had a rotation, and the Ginetta was onto the grass. He's pointed it back round in the right direction, will continue on his merry way, but time and possibly positions lost there for the car that was running inside the top 6. Yeah, he's now certainly dropped to 7th place, and we'll have to wait and see as to whether it's any worse than that for Jake Severs. For Mark Smith, though, he still continues to lead the way. 5.5 minutes of this race to go. Of course, he is on his outlap in reality. He hasn't done a flying lap, so it's getting behind the wheel of the car. He's looking still to try and close in on some traffic, so he is fast approaching the white number 199 Ginetta of Mark Lee as he heads in towards Brundle and Nelson. Mark Lee was a driver that started on slicks and has now swapped to the wet tyre, so his was a fairly lengthy pit stop. It was the best part of 3 minutes and 21 seconds rather than the minute and a half, which is the bare minimum, so a huge chunk of time, if not the best part of 3/4 of a lap lost with that change. Nathan Wells nearly running wide at the wheel of the number 23 BMW E46 coming through Brundle and Nelson, so he sort of just about found the very limit of that car and almost ran out of room. But for our race leader, he's about to come over the start-finish line and start lap number 10 this time through. So Mark Smith leading the way as he comes over the start-finish line, and straight away down to the kind of times that you'd expect him to be doing. So we'll try and keep an eye on what the relative gap is between himself and the William Ashmore Ferrari to see what's happening. Now that we've had the few spits of rain, they've disappeared again. So for the final 3 or 4 minutes, the track, I think, might begin to dry up again. So it's been a really, really, really strange race in reality, where it's never quite been fully wet, it's never quite been fully dry, and it's just sort of flip-flop between the pair, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing to note as well, Colin said it, I'm sure you mentioned it after, William Ashmore, he was indeed on slick tyres. So very well driven to still be in second place, including, and the fastest lap as well, a 2 minute 13.6, 3 tenths quicker than the Turkington and Smith BMW has gone all race, and he's still going well.
He is going brilliantly well, is William Ashmore, and we'll be looking to see what he might be able to do. William Ashmore was 4 seconds quicker than Mark Smith last time through, and it brought the gap down to just 6.1 seconds. So the rate of close for the Ferrari at the moment is sufficient, based on the current conditions that we've got, to be able to catch Mark Smith, and in theory he should be able to get past as well. But Mark Smith is not going to make it easy, that is for sure, and the clock is ticking. We've only got 3 minutes of the race remaining, so haven't fully got the battle formed for the lead yet, but it's on its way.
It is indeed. There's definitely a closing margin between the pair of them. Last time they crossed the line, 6.1 seconds was the gap between William Ashmore in the Ferrari and Mark Smith in the BMW M3. So there's nothing really between them. The Ginetta's still fighting away. The confidence on the throttle there from Mark Lee on a wet track and half the car on the curb. He planted his foot, dealt with the oversteer, and then just continued to work his way forward. Go on, Mark.
Yeah, and it's because we know he's on a wet tyre. They changed him from a slick onto a wet, whereas I think Jake Severs in the Ginetta G50 is still struggling with the wet tyres and has had a spin, by the look of things, on the exit of the bomb hole, the number 68 car of Jake Severs. He fires the car back into life. We saw him have a spin at Williams. I think he's the first car that spun there. He's now the first car, I think, that I've seen spin all day at the bomb hole as well. But Mark Smith will be heading on to the final lap of the race this time through, for what has really been an intriguing race under a mixture of skies, some blue skies, some grey skies.
Yeah, and I've got to say, looking at that margin and heading towards the end of the Bentley straight through Brundle and Nelson, William Ashmore and Mark Smith, there was nothing really to shout about, but he had definitely got closer. But I think with that spinning Ginetta, that's allowed William Ashmore to just drop back a little bit. He doesn't quite have the pace in that car. Last time through was a 2 minute 23 for William Ashmore, still just over half a second quicker than, over a full second quicker, yeah, almost 1.5 seconds quicker for William Ashmore. 4.6 seconds was the margin. If there was 2 or 3 more laps, I think we'd be on for a lead battle.
Well, we might be on for a lead battle, but even if we are, it won't matter, because I'm afraid car number 17, William Ashmore, is going to get a 1-minute penalty. He was caught speeding in the pit lane, so William Ashmore may well not be aware of that as yet, because it hasn't as yet been displayed when he's come over the start-finish line on the great big gantry that's there and the signage that's there. So he'll keep pressing on unless there's a pit car radial. He'll be blissfully unaware, so he's going to keep pushing, but it's all going to be in vain, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's such a shame, because that car's been going well all race. They've started on slick tyres as well, and they've dealt with the rain, dealt with the traffic, and just continued to push forward. Now even closing the gap on the lead of the leading car of Mark Smith. So very well driven race from William Ashmore, but it could literally have just been a mile an hour over, but the speed limit is there and it's got to be adhered to.
It's there for a reason, absolutely, and unfortunately it's going to drop him off the podium places, and you may well have to be the bearer of that news. That's when he arrives down there in the Parc Fermé area, because we've only got 30 seconds remaining on the clock, and the gap is to the naked eye coming down on track, at least, between our race leader number 36 Mark Smith and William Ashmore. But there's only a couple of corners to go, and say for William Ashmore, I think he's going to come up short anyway, but he's definitely going to come up short by the time that 1-minute penalty has been applied to the number 17 Ferrari for its transgression of the pit lane speed limit when the window was open. So through the bomb hole up towards Corham and in towards the left-hander at Murray's for the final time comes Mark Smith. Colin Turkington did all of the hard work in the early stages of this second Liquid Moly Slicks Series race, but it is going to be Mark Smith that brings the car home to the checkered flag and the win. It's a win for Colin Turkington and Mark Smith. Finishing second on the road is William Ashmore, but remember, he's going to have a 1-minute penalty applied, and that has already been applied. He's come over the start-finish line, so he's showing in second at the moment, but he will drop down like a stone through the finishing order as and when other cars come over the start-finish line. So here comes number 23 Nathan Wells. He will be promoted up to second on corrected times, albeit 20 seconds adrift of the race leader, and third on corrected times will be William and Fred Lynch at the wheel of their number 176 BMW. We don't know what tyre that car started on, but again, may well be worth checking. One can only imagine it was probably a wet tyre again, based on the fact that the car didn't have a great deal of drop-off even when the weather had changed, albeit they might lose out here, because I think Warren Tattersall at the wheel of the Seat Leon was just ahead of that BMW as they came in towards Murray's, and indeed, yeah, it looks as though the Seat Leon is going to go over the start-finish line and should, yeah, and does, finish in third position, the number 14 car, which means that the Lynch's BMW finishes down in fourth position. William Ashmore is showing in fifth at the moment and will remain in fifth on corrected times at the wheel of the Ferrari, and completing the top six will be the Cresswells, Tom and Nick, with their Ginetta G50. Jordan Billington, good race from him. He had a spin this morning in qualifying in the Lamborghini, but from 18th on the grid up to 7th in that one. We didn't really mention him much, but that's not a bad thing, because he clearly didn't draw attention to himself in a negative way, so a good run from him. Mark Lee, even with a tyre change, finishes in 8th place. David Harvey in the Lotus is 9th, and another car with a tyre change, Tim Davies, completes the top 10. But we've still got confirmation of the cars in 7th, 8th and 9th to come over the start-finish line, and we just wait and see that they have all maintained their position, or have they? Right. Having said that Jordan Billington hadn't had too much of a problem, I think he has lost a place on this final lap, but that's only because we know that Mark Lee is on a treaded tyre now, and I think the pace of that car, latter stages of the race on a wet tyre, has netted him 7th place, and Jordan Billington will finish in 8th place in the end. David Harvey should be the last of the cars to take the checkered flag at the wheel of the Lotus, and then we can confirm all of our results with you, which meant that we saw, I think, 15 cars take the checkered flag in the end. Tommy Grout, we know, had problems with the marshals having to deal with his car. Dylan Popovich we saw come into the pit lane very early on in the race and retire the Ginetta G50, and Dave Griffin, the Aussie, also with his number 34 BMW, also having retired the car as well. We've also got the odd penalty coming up as well, a 30-second penalty for Oliver Smith and Ian White at the wheel of number 185 as a result of their pit stop being too short, one would have thought. However, the pit stop time suggests to me, no, their pit stop was okay, but they've picked up a 30-second penalty for something else by the look of things. And also number 60 has picked up a penalty for speeding in the pit lane as well, a 1 minute penalty. So that is another car that we need to try and have a look at. Is there a number 60 in the race? There is not a number 60 in the race, but the timing screen is suggesting there is a number 60, so we'll have to pick up on that one. So hopefully we should be able to confirm the results. Unfortunately, what happened was David Harvey didn't take the checkered flag. He came into the pit lane at the end of the final lap, so our timekeepers will just be, I think, sorting that out, and then they will be able to confirm the results very shortly with regards to what it looked like for the Liquid Moly Slick Series, who have now done and dusted for the day. So that is it for them. They've had their shorter race earlier on, a slightly longer race for them. Next up will be the JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sports. But before we hand downstairs to Jack, I think we should just be able to confirm some results for you very, very shortly for that brilliant race in forever changeable and mixed conditions for the Liquid Moly Slick Series. Some of them not opting for the slick, and rightly so, in what were difficult conditions. So what we'll do is, before we give results, we'll hand you downstairs to chat to the drivers.
Thank you very much, Mark. You join me with Nathan Wells, driver of the number 23 BMW M3 GTR. I've been made aware that you're now aware you managed to pick up second place due to a penalty. That makes all that hard work pay off just that little bit extra, doesn't it?
Well, not really, because somebody else got a penalty, but to be honest, I'm just happy that we finished the race, because we've had just an absolute nightmare the last 2 days with the car, like, stuff breaking down. One of the boys did an 8-hour round trip back to Bromsgrove to pick up a new ECU, which didn't even solve the issue in the end, so, we missed qualifying for one of the races this morning, and yeah, so it's just been an absolute nightmare couple of days, but yeah, thank God the car's working now. Made the right tyre choice at the start, copy what Turkington was doing. The wets were going away a bit as they're overheating, so I was praying for a bit of rain, which never quite came, but just sort of held on at the end there. So yeah, delighted, really, really happy.
And of course, changing conditions throughout the race. It was wet and greasy, and then almost dry, and then back to wet. How was that?
It was okay actually, because I managed to get enough heat in the tyres at the start. I managed to pick up quite a few positions and then build a bit of a gap behind. Then, the Ferrari and a few other guys behind started catching me up. I could see them coming. I was like, yeah, I just haven't got the grip at this point. Trying to find a bit of wet down the back straight to keep them cool. Hoping the rain was going to come, and a bit came, but not enough to really help me before the Ferrari had its pit stop. Obviously, got a penalty anyway, so not sure it made much difference. But yeah, but it's a really fun race actually. Yeah, quite enjoyed that. So yeah.
Great stuff. Congratulations on second place and all the best. Thank you. So we do have Mark Smith here for an interview. Mark, we'll try and grab him for a quick interview. We'll grab you. We'll bring you here. We'll bring you here and get your car in the background and everything. So that seemed like you were handed the car in a great position, and then from there it was just drive it to the end. Talk us through it.
I think my granny could have driven it home with the lead that Colin had built up for me. It was a hell of a buffer. I think we lost a bit of time in the pit stop. I don't know how, but we did. And then all I had to do was manage the car and not do anything silly. That Ginetta was seriously on it. He had a spin, and I kind of trying not to lose too much time from it. That was very well driven, and they came on the radio and said the Ferrari behind you is in second place, so get a bit of a wiggle on. But there was a wiggle and there was a wiggle. I just had to balance it.
Great stuff. Well, congratulations on the race win, and yeah, all the best.
Thank you very much.
That's all the time we've got for the interviews down here. Back up to you, Mark, for the results of that race.
So yeah, just to confirm the results then of that race. I'm not sure we're going to get the graphic, but the win went the way of Colin Turkington and Mark Smith. They won by 20 seconds in the end from Nathan Wells, who finished in second place. And third in the end went the way of that superbly well-driven Seat of Tattersall that finished in third place. It was a Lynch's BMW that finished in fourth place, ahead of Ashmore in fifth place, and Mark Lee in the Ginetta completing the top six. The Cresswell's Donetta was there in seventh place, ahead of the Lamborghini of Billington that was there in eighth place. David Harvey and Tom Davis completed the top 10, and that is the top 10 for the Liquid Moly Slicks Series race that we've just seen. So from those very changeable and unusual conditions that we've had, we can see in the distance of Snetterton the grey clouds that brought about those changeable conditions are now heading out towards Norwich and the east coast. However, what we've now got is glorious sunshine again and blue skies for the next period of time, which means for the cars that are heading out onto circuit, the JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sports, they're in an enviable position again of trying to understand what you want to go out on. At the moment, I would say a wet tyre would be absolutely the choice, but we've got clear blue skies for the next 10 minutes or so, and therefore if you put a wet tyre on, it's really going to be struggling towards the end of this one. Now, this race should have been a 15-minute race. It is going to be a 10-minute race, I'm afraid to say. We have lost a little bit of time throughout the course of the day with an incident or so here and there. This race should have been underway 10 minutes ago, so we're about 10 minutes behind in reality. And of course, with it being the last day of Greenwich Mean Time before the clocks change and we move to British summertime tomorrow, we are slightly restricted on light, but we're also restricted on curfew as well. All of the cars have to have completed all of their racing here and be back in the paddock by 6:30. So in order to ensure that we comply with that, we need to crack on. So the cars are heading out there onto the track. We can guide you through the grid for this one. It is Rod Burley that starts from pole position in the BMW, and alongside is going to be Jack Gadd. Peter Kennelly at the wheel of the Marcus has David Claxton for company on row number 2, and it's Colin Claxton that lines up alongside the 7-litre Ram Cobra. That could be fun in this weather, of Andy Lambert that is next up. Then there'll be a gap where we should have had Andy Southcott, but his car I think is out with mechanical issues. Martin Reynolds starts as the next of those, and I think we might have Michael Scott and Craig Percy off the back of the grid. Didn't see the graphic there, but they might have been able to slot it in on the back of the grid if their cars are still able to go after any problems that they may well have had earlier on over the course of the day. So we have got this race still to come up. After the JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sports, we've then got another Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens race to look forward to, and our final race of the day is going to be for the Wasp New Millennium and Viren Builders Open Series race. And my suggestion to you, whether you're either here at the circuit or watching a live stream, is don't go anywhere, because we've got the shorter 10-minute race coming up, what should have been originally a 15-minute race, but it's down to 10 minutes, and then in theory a 30-minute and a 40-minute race were timetabled for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens and the Wasp New Millennium and Viren Builders, but we'll wait and see as to whether the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens gets cut slightly from 30 and whether the New Millennium and Viren Builders Open Series get cut slightly from what was scheduled to be their 40-minute races.
Yeah, but of course we've still got the changeable conditions to bear in mind. Of course the track is now once again, Mark, at that point, because it has rained and now the sun has come back out. The visibility is very, very difficult. I'm just looking down towards pit exit and I'm always having to squint, so I can't imagine what that's like down at driver's eye level. So another little aspect for the drivers to worry about, because like you said, Mark, it's tricky. Do you go slicks, do you go wets? You want to go wets because it is quite greasy, but now the sun's out, the wind is still just about here, the track could dry out, but in 10 minutes I think wets are the way to go.
Yeah, I think wets are the way to go, and you just have to manage them. I think that's about all you can do. But yeah, we are going to end up in 10 minutes' time with a substantively drier track, because I really can't see any more rain clouds in the distance at all now. Looking all the way, as far as I can see, to the horizon, it looks either light white clouds rather than being darker in colour, or clear skies. So I think we should be okay. So it's going to be a rolling start. So we're down a few cars in this one following problems from earlier on. So what have we got? 2, 4, 6, I think 8 cars will go in this one, which is a shame, but it gives the JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sports the opportunity to get to grips with the Snetterton circuit on their own. Rob Burley in the black BMW starts from pole position. Jack Gadd at the wheel of the Sonny Howard built Ford Escort Mark 1 clone, so it's a space frame car with a fiberglass body shell on it, built by Sonny Howard and SHP in the Midlands, the same people as build all of the trucks for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship, that lines up alongside Peter Kennelly in the Marcos, alongside David Claxton in the Dolly Sprint that sits there on the second row of the grid. So Rod Burley is just controlling the pace at the front, and let's see as to what he can do here at Snetterton. Is it going to be another win to add to the tally? Not a bad start from Rod Burley, but it's matched by Jack Gadd, who I think in a straight line is looking to try and squeeze Rod Burley onto the damper part of the circuit, which means that Jack Gadd will pick up the lead of the race as they head up towards Ritchie's for the first time. So it's Jack Gadd that leads the way. Rod Burley is second. Peter Kennelly is there in third place, and Colin Claxton has gone ahead of David Claxton, which means that the Ford Escort now is up into fourth, and the Triumph Dolomite Sprint is down into fifth.
Yeah, great start by Jack Gadd. He was alongside well and truly by the time they crossed the timing line, and then as soon as they got to turn one, like you say, clever driving from Jack just forced him onto the slightly damper line, and now we're seeing battles in the mid-pack once again. That's Colin Claxton under pressure from the Triumph Dolly Sprint of David Claxton. But at the moment, Jack Gadd, he's not just got in front, he's slowly started to build up a margin, whether that could be tyre temperatures or something like that. But Rod Burley, he knows what he's doing. He spent plenty of time behind the wheel in his years of racing, so we'll see what happens in regards to the gap between the pair of those two. In the Marcos GT of Peter Kennelly, the red and yellow machine, but that's the Dolly Sprint backwards. Mark, you saw that as it happened. Go on.
Yeah, absolutely. Just I think still on the brakes as he turned into the corner. Cold rear tyres, and the tail end of that car swapped around very, very quickly indeed. He gets it going again. So it's a Dolly Sprint, but the boot on that is certainly shorter than a normal. Yeah, it's a shorter boot, isn't it? Yes.
And just look over towards the infield section of the circuit. Martin Reynolds slightly slower. We'll wait to see what happens in that regard, but then we look back to the leader, and it's still Jack Gadd leading the way, still extending that margin over Rod Burley as well. So comfortable in the conditions, comfortable on the setup. He's definitely made the right setup call. The car looks really composed, Mark. It's not really sliding, it's just dealing with the rain and the slippy surface as best it can, and it doesn't even look combined at any point. He's just quite happy turning these laps and extending that margin. If you are watching on the stream, Colin Claxton, and then we've got the Marcos GT backwards of Peter Kennelly. It had a good start to the race, and he spun out from third place, Mark.
Yeah, he spun out from third position, and by the time he rejoins the circuit, I think pretty much everybody has gone by. So Andy Lambert has managed to squeeze his way through. Even Michael Scott has gone through as well at the wheel of the number 88 Vauxhall. So that's dropped Peter Kennelly from third down to something like, I would imagine, seventh place at the moment. He might pick up one more place by the time they get to the start-finish line, but that will be about it. So it is Jack Gadd that leads by nearly 7 seconds from the black BMW of Rod Burley. Say 50 years ago this weekend, Rod Burley started his racing career here at Snetterton, and here he is 50 years later, still running at the front. It's a long gap back before we see the third place car come through, which is Colin Claxton in third place, David Claxton there in fourth. The car of Peter Kennelly that had that spin, the Marcos, comes through in fifth at the end of that lap, but the damage is already done.
Yes, it is indeed, and I was wondering where that car had gone, and Michael Scott has brought the Vauxhall Cavalier Mark 1 into the pit lane. Of course, it's almost just it is a space frame indeed. It does resemble the original car, but not quite to a T. We'll just see whereabouts he is going, and back into the paddock. So clearly some sort of mechanical gremlin or some sort of issue with that car has forced it into retirement. That's such a shame.
Yeah, so that is the second retirement for them. So the rather recalcitrant former Euro car, but with the Vauxhall body, heads into the pit lane. Also going out there slowly again, Martin Reynolds, who we thought had gone slowly but then still came through at the end of the lap, is starting to slow up again out there on circuit. So we'll need to keep an eye on the number 27 car to see as to whether Martin is able to drive around the problem or whether it's going to bring him in towards the pit lane. Simply don't know. Good fight going on at the moment is between the Claxton family members, which is Colin Claxton under pressure from David Claxton, but it's still just about Ford Escort Mark 1 ahead of Triumph Dolomite at the moment, as our race leader Jack Gadd slides his way beautifully coming through Brundle and Nelson, having further extended the amount of daylight between himself and the second place BMW of Rod Burley with 5 3/4 minutes remaining.
Yeah, not long left at all, already closing up on the halfway point of this race. Jack Gadd just managing his pace really, really nicely. He's not pushing on too hard. He's got plenty of breathing room. He really doesn't need to wring the neck out of that car, but sideways on the exit of Murray's was Jack. So clearly just having a bit of fun now. Of course, visibility, now the sun's come back out, it will become another issue again. potentially more so for Rod Burley, of course, because he doesn't drive with a full face helmet, so he doesn't exactly have a visor he can put down. So we'll see what happens with that one across the start-finish line. You can see the sun is directly in the driver's eyes, but the Claxton family having a great little battle over the final step on the podium. That's the 86 and the 84. Colin Claxton leading David Claxton at the moment. They work their way through Coram in towards Murray's. Goes the pair of them, and for the moment Colin Claxton, he's got it somewhat settled. He's just quick enough in the straight and composed enough through the corners, but we'll see what happens this time. It's a good run on the exit was gained by David Claxton, but he won't be close enough. But while they're battling away, this is bringing back into the fold Peter Kennelly, having made that earlier mistake. He's doing everything he can to make up for it, and he's closing up on what could potentially be the last step on the podium.
Yeah, let's have a look and see how hard he can push and see whether he can get right up onto terms with the pair of Claxtons that lie ahead. Well, he's pretty much with them by the time he gets in towards the braking area for Wilson, but he's not quite close enough to attack into that braking area. And of course, as soon as you move off line, you're going from a slightly damp line onto a much wetter line, so he's got to be careful. By the look of things, the Claxtons are busy squabbling amongst themselves at the moment, because David Claxton on the outside line, all the way around the outside of Palmer, might go through and ahead of Colin Claxton here, and I think he's made it stick. As the Triumph goes through all the way around the outside. Can he hang on to it down the straight in towards the braking area for Agostini? Yes, he can at the moment, because I think Colin Claxton is too far away now to try anything on the brakes. So it is David Claxton at the wheel of the dolly that goes through. Colin Claxton loses one place, and he might lose another here as Peter Kennelly throws the markers up the inside, heading in towards Agostini. And by the time they get towards Hamilton, he's got the job done as well. So 2 places lost for the number 86 Ford Escort Mark 1.
Yeah, that Marcos GT, it visually, at least to my eye, looks a lot nicer, and clearly much more confident on the brakes, maybe slightly lighter as well, a bit less car to slow down, and got that inside line, forced his way through, and Peter Kennelly up into 4th place, having picked off Colin Claxton. David Claxton will be the next target for himself. We'll figure out what goes on, but quicker in a straight line is Colin Claxton and screams back past Peter Kennelly, and I'm not sure what happened there, because it seems like he's tucked back in and then caught back up. Jack Gadd, fastest lap of the race at 2 minutes 18.391, averaging 77 miles an hour, which on a damp track it's not exactly slow, Mark.
No, not at all. These are very, very well set up cars, these Sonny Howard built Ford Escort RSRs. And Jack Gadd and the Gadd family have been racing them for a season or two now, really. I think it's Martin Gadd, is it not, which is the other Gadd family member that usually races these cars, whether it be in Special Saloons and Mod Sports or the Ford modified Ford series as well. We see them both competing in. So 2.5 minutes just under to go. David Claxton wrestles the Triumph round through Murray's corner. Colin Claxton and then Peter Kennelly all not that far away. So it's still Triumph from Ford Escort from Marcus for what is the final spot on the podium at the moment as they head over the start-finish line. In a straight line, Colin Claxton is much quicker. Can he wrestle the Ford Escort ahead into the braking area at Ritchie's corner? Well, he's just that little bit behind. He's not going to try and brave it out around the outside going round through the corner. He might try and cut back on the exit though, so David Claxton needs to cover that off, but he hasn't been able to. So Colin Claxton should have the place, but he's got to brake on the damper part of the circuit and therefore opts for discretion rather than valet.
Yeah, very clever driving, but that's now gone the way once again of Peter Kennelly, because he doesn't really have to work as hard to catch the pair of them, because they're battling away once again, so that drops them back in. And they have reversed roles from the overtake made just a few laps ago. This time it's Colin Claxton going round the outside of David Claxton. Following suit is Peter Kennelly. Let's see what he can do on the brakes on the run up towards Agostini. He's on the outside, has a little look to the inside, but decides maybe now isn't the time to do it. I think he was focusing on defending, and of course the longer Peter Kennelly stays behind David Claxton, that will allow Colin Claxton to drive away into the distance. So there's so many different ways that this little race can go, and I'm loving it. They're all nose to tail, all in different cars, and it's really good fun, just as you've seen Jack Gadd slide his way through Coram in towards Murray's to go on to the final lap of the race.
Yep, so less than 60 seconds to go. He slides his way on the exit of Murray's as well, so it's been a stellar performance from Jack Gadd, getting the jump on Rob Burley as the lights went out, and hasn't really been troubled for the lead of the race since then. He's built up the best part of a 15-second advantage between himself and the black BMW in the hands of the man from West Kingsdown on the doorstep of Brands Hatch, Rob Burley, who only now is working his way onto the centre straight. What's going on for third, fourth and fifth position between David Claxton, Colin Claxton and Peter Kennelly, I hear you ask? Well, at the moment, it is still Colin Claxton from David Claxton and Peter Kennelly. The order hasn't shuffled since we last picked up on it, and they are just now threading their way round through the bomb hole for the penultimate time. The difficult thing for Peter Kennelly is through the twiddly parts, his car is more than planted, but he just runs out of puff a little bit, doesn't he, in the Marcos down the straights?
Yeah, he doesn't quite have what the others do, and of course, as was pointed out, David Claxton and Colin Claxton, they've both got turbochargers, so they're not naturally aspirated. They will have more pace in the straight. It seems like he just needs the straights to be 100, 200 metres just a little bit shorter, so he can stay within touching distance and then make the most of the braking performance in that Marcos. You say that, but heading up towards Ritchie's now, on the inside goes Peter Kennelly. Can he get the car slowed down and grab the apex? Yes, he can. So the number 56 red and yellow Marcos has worked his way up the inside of the Triumph Dolomite Sprint, but then it's a half spin, very well avoided, just gets the car stopped before the barrier and any sort of connection with David Claxton, who was on the inside at that point, trying to get the cutback.
Yeah, that was very close. He did the right thing. He saw the spin was coming. He got off the gas, tried to control it, and as the car started to spear from the outside of the circuit to the inside, the brakes were locked. He got back off the brakes and got a bit of steering input into it, and thankfully the grass is wet, but not soaking wet, so it was just enough to avoid making any contact with the barriers there. But for our race leader, Jack Gadd, he's just threading his way through Nelson for the final time, accelerating the Ford Escort RSR up towards the bomb hole in what has been a faultless race from him. He opted for the wet tyre when he was in the assembly area, and whilst now the track is pretty dry to say the least, and the car will be moving around that little bit more as the tyres start to overheat, it was the right decision as far as Jack Gadd is concerned, because it's going to net him a win in the JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sport as he exits the final corner, plants his foot to the floor and accelerates his way up towards the checkered flag. So Jack Gadd is going to win the second of our JMC Special Saloons and Mod Sport races. He comes through to claim what was a fairly untroubled win in the end from him. We wait the arrival of Rod Burley into sight as he propels the BMW E36 over the start-finish line and finishes in second position, 14 seconds adrift of Jack Gadd in the end. And what's going on for third and fourth? Well, it's down to just the Claxtons now, isn't it? David and Colin. Well, it's Colin that's still ahead at the wheel of the Ford Escort, but look at his mirrors. Who's there? David Claxton has not gone away at all, has he, at the wheel of the Triumph? So through Coram and very shortly about to head in towards the final corner at Murray's. The two of them are evenly matched around the circuit and evenly matched in a straight line as well, albeit Colin Claxton made a small mistake coming round through Murray, so David is trying to get the drop on him, but I think in a straight line the Ford Escort just has the edge, but almost threw it away there did Colin Claxton. He clings on despite the mistake at the final corner to finish in third position, and that was just half a second adrift in the end was David Claxton, who finishes in fourth place. Peter Kennelly had a few problems along the way with a couple of spins at the wheel of the Marcus, but he will come through to finish in fifth place, having had a good old race actually. I'm sure he'll clamber out of the car with a big smile on his face for what was a hard-fought race from him. Had some good squabbles despite the spins, and then we've got one more car to take the checkered flag. There'll just be 6 cars that will finish this race. Andy Lambert at the wheel of the Ram Cobra will be the last of the cars. I think that's the ex-Cheng Lim car, looking at the colour of it, from a season or so ago. We just wait for him to come over the start-finish line, and we should be able to confirm the results of that race. So Andy Lambert is just now threading his way for the final time round through Coram and in towards the braking area for Murray's at the wheel of the 7-litre Cobra replica. He will be the last of the finishers because, of course, we knew there were problems and retirements for Martin Reynolds. We saw his number 27 car slowing out on circuit, and we saw very early on in the race Malcolm Scott come into the pit lane and retire his car as well. So the final car takes the checkered flag, and we can then hopefully very shortly confirm the results for the JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sports. Let's just confirm the results for you. It was a win for Jack Gadd by 14 seconds in the end from Rob Burley in second place, and Colin Claxton was there just in third place. David Claxton, Peter Kennelly and Andy Lambert were the last of the finishers. Retirements for Martin Reynolds, retirements for Michael Scott. So that's the results. Let's hand you back downstairs to Jack, who can chat to the drivers.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yes, I'm down here in Parc Fermé with Jack Gadd, race winner. It seemed like from pretty much start to finish it was going your way. A great start, got in front, but then you didn't just get in front, you pulled away and you managed the conditions. We were looking and the car was almost sliding. There was great car control, and that just worked for you. How'd you find it?
Yeah, no, it was great. I mean, we wasn't sure whether it's slicks or wets. Everyone was making the decision. The plan was just to try and get ahead of Rod. We made a gap, and then it was just about trying to maintain that gap. So, no, it was great.
Great stuff, and of course the track was sort of wet and dry at the same time, and the sun was out. Visibility an issue?
Yeah, definitely finished dry, that's for sure. They're slicks now.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Jack. Congratulations. We'll grab a quick word with Rod Burley. So 50 years ago, almost to the day, if not to the day, here you started your racing career. If we'd told you 50 years ago you'd be sat here on the podium, would you have believed us?
Well, it was actually Silverstone, but it begins with an S, but yeah, that's fine. No, I never did, and even this week, yeah, a lot of work went in. We finished it, got here at midnight last night, finished working on the car about 10 o'clock. Hats off to Joe, Spotter, Ash, Barry, and everybody who's helped me. Yeah, we nearly gave up yesterday, but we just thought, well, if nothing else, we'll give it a test drive. So I didn't get to see you after the first race because we all got sort of muddled up with the slick cars. But yeah, I was determined to come up and see you this time. Couldn't quite match Jack. He's, you know, it's a really good car, that is. And yeah, you know, I was just happy to win the class and start the year off well. Yeah, it's been good. We had a terrible year last year, so this year, fingers crossed, is going to be a lot better.
Great stuff. Thank you very much and congratulations, Rod. Have we got anybody else? Yes, we do. So, Mr. Colin Claxton, you were fighting away for quite some time. There was a Marcos involved and a Triumph involved. Of course, yeah, your son was all over the tail and you were trading places. How was it from your perspective?
It was very greasy, very greasy. I just had cut slicks, which really would have been wets, really. You know, we changed the last. I was going to go out slicks because I thought if it was a dry line, then you're away. But it done the job, but I couldn't control it. I was on the limit, not in speed, but in just trying to keep it on the track. Yeah.
Yeah, I bet absolutely. It seemed like a busy job, and there was a great battles throughout. But
a good bunch of lads in this class as well.
Yeah, a lot of respect as well between all of you. But congratulations and best of luck for the rest of the season. Those are the top three finishers from that most recent race, and I think we've got another magnificent Sevens race on the way. So back up to the commentary box and Mark Werrell.
Thanks, Jack. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Another race for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, which are making their way out onto circuit. Single green flag lap for them because they've already experienced all types of conditions here at Snetterton. It's sort of that in-between, really. Blue skies, but a greasy track, so it should be able to guide you very shortly through the grid and the way that they will line up. Any of the drivers that secured group wins last time through will have grid drops this time through. So Johnny Pittard starts from pole position in the supercharged CSR. It's another CSR alongside him, but it's the car of James Tubby. Richard Carter and Andrew Grant line up there on row number 2, and it's going to be Stephen James and Harry Senior that complete the third row of the grid. Jeremy Adams and Robert Forsdyke are there on row number 4 respectively, and in 9th position on the inside of the 5th row of the grid it's Jonathan Edwards and another Jonathan, it's Jonathan Constable that will sit alongside. Row number 6 of the grid, that's where we see Christian Pittard, so watch out for him. He's got the 10th place grid drop as a result of winning earlier on today. Chris Mayhew will keep him company, and then it is going to be Richard Green and Daniel Bruce that are there on row number 7. Row number 8 on the inside of the 8th row of the grid, Chris Biglin will have Malcolm Ash for company, the two Caterham Supersports. And then onto row 9 of the grid, it's George Ralph and Charles Holroyd that are there on the 9th row of the grid. And row 10 is completed on the inside by Alex Harbour, and on the outside it will be Tom Gunter that will start behind the wheel of the Sigma powered car. The 11th row of the grid, it is the first of the Cronin family members. It's Sean Cronin, and David Stephen will sit for company with him on the 11th row of the grid. Row number 12 will be the second member of the Cronin family. It'll be Andrew Cronin and David White on row number 12. Row 13 is going to be the next row, and that's where we'll see Greg Spaniers, and alongside him will be Andy Yeomans, who gets a 10-place grid drop because he won his group earlier on today. And then off the tail end of the field will be number 15, Stephen Trinder, and again off the back of the field, Tim Bishop, who made great progress on the back of the field last time through, for the car then to give him problems, so he non-finished, which means he's tasked with coming from the back of the field again in this one. So it'll be interesting to see exactly how far up the order Tim Bishop can get this time, because last time through, what was he, 8th position, I think, before then he started to drop down through the order. So we've got all of that hard work to do again, Jack.
Yes, he does, and it's a drier track than earlier. It's not quite as greasy. You're definitely on something. Have you ever thought about being a weatherman? You've absolutely nailed that, because there's no more rain on the way. The sun has burnt quite a big hole in the clouds, so there's only going to be dry track on the way. The more cars that circulate, the more water that gets dispersed. So there's the track is only going to get quicker as well, and I'm looking forward to seeing how the Pittards get on, because they were fighting away tooth and nail through race 1. But yeah, it's just going to be down to who can not only manage their tyres and manage their driving style throughout the race. It's a 30-minute race, so you could be battling with almost everybody from top to bottom of the order, so there's still lots to think about with 30 minutes of racing on the way.
Yep, so the car's just trundling their way around through Coreham, so it's just for colour purposes. It's the black car of Johnny Pittard that starts from pole position. The light blue car is going to be James Tubby that sits alongside. The light green car on row number 2 is Richard Carter. He's third, and he's got the white car with the blue flashes of Andrew Grant alongside. And it's white for Stephen James, another car that came off the back of the grid and made good progress but didn't retire last time, number 40. He's on row number 3. He's got the white car with the blue flashes of Harry Senior. That sits alongside, white, blue and black really, Harry Senior that sits alongside. So those are the colours on the front 3 rows of the grid, which is fully formed and is working its way up towards the start-finish line. Now that the safety car has peeled its way into the pit lane, we're about to get our final Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens race of the weekend underway, the penultimate race of today underway. Johnny Pittard gets a good start, but James Tubby matches him for pace, and if anything, just gets his nose ahead as they head up towards Ritchie's for the first time. So I think it might be the light blue car that will pick up the lead of the race as they turn in towards Ritchie's corner. Indeed it is. James Tubby leads the way on the inside line. I think Jeremy Adams was seeing that the gap was beginning to close, so got out of the throttle, otherwise he could have maybe gained an extra few places. But brilliant start from James Tubby from the outside of the front row of the grid. Johnny Pittard in second place, Richard Carter's there in third, and Harry Senior having a better race now. He's there in 4th position from 6th on the grid at the wheel of the number 128 car. Watch out though for the quick cars from the tail end of the field fighting their way through, including that orange machine of race 1 winner Christian Pittard.
Yeah, Christian Pittard on a mission already, trying to fight his way through the pack. A great start from Harry Senior, like you mentioned, a better one than this morning, but already under pressure is that's Tubby, James Tubby under pressure from Johnny Pittard. We didn't see whether they managed to trade places. We'll have a look. We'll turn around in towards Hamilton and Oggies. They will go. Johnny Pittard is now indeed in the lead. He's managed to work his way through and past James Tubby. And I was watching Johnny on the run up towards the grid, and he flicked his visor down, maybe caught slightly off guard, and the car was wiggling all the way down the straight, of course, on the dead side of the grid.
Yep, so he's now in the lead of the race, front 2, well and truly away from what is a quartet of cars fighting over 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th places at the moment. We've got, I'd say, down towards just outside maybe of the top 10 at the moment, Christian Pittard. He started 11th, but I think he'll be hovering around the top 10 at the top of the Bentley Straight, but he might be up to about 7th or 8th by the time he gets to the bottom of it, such is the pace of that car in a straight line. The race leader will be already starting to thread his way through the bomb hole and up towards Coreham at the moment. The black car of Johnny Pittard already now starting to get away a little bit from the lighter blue car in the hands of James Tubby, while the tail end of the field are still filing their way round through Brundle and Nelson and up towards the bomb hole, sort of in the midfield to tail end of the field at the moment. But lap number 1 is about to be chalked into the book by our race leader, and it's going to be Johnny Pittard that leads the way. Over the start-finish line goes Johnny Pittard in the lead of the race. James Tubby in 2nd position. It's going to be Andrew Grant who's there in 3rd place, but he's got Richard Carter looking to try and attack him as they head up towards Ritchie's. Richard Carter too far back though to try anything to sneak his way through, so the Boss Racing prepared car has to sit behind his teammate, whilst behind them is is Jeremy Adams at the wheel of another Boss Racing prepared car, the company from down on the doorstep of Brands Hatch. So good little squabbles and a big locked up break from Jeremy Adams, who almost runs out of tarmac down at the Wilson hairpin. He gathers up the moment, hooks up the right gear and will get going again, but yeah, time lost and, well, several positions lost there for the number 3 car.
Yeah, lots of time lost for Jeremy Adams. The last thing you want just as you're approaching a battle, and the number 68 machine, like you say, Andrew Grant, currently sat there in 3rd place, under pressure from the car behind. Number 42 of Richard Carter, of course, teammates in towards Agostini. Goes Christian Pittard, picking up yet another position. I'm guessing that was on Harry Senior after his good start, but Christian Pittard desperately trying to force his way back up in towards the top 5, and we've got a car stopped. We'll try and pick out exactly who that was. I've got a feeling it was Steve Owen.
Chris Mayhew, I think.
Chris Mayhew, and another one off again, this time number 34. That will be Pascal Green in that car. Richard Green started that car, but that was 2 cars off at the same piece of tarmac, and normally that means they've either come together or somebody else has laid something down on the circuit.
Yeah, it's still a green flag being shown on the exit of Agostini now, so I think one of those cars might still be stricken there at the moment, but we'll have to pick up on whom that will be. Racing still continues as things currently stand, and Richard Carter has had a good lap here. He's got himself ahead of Andrew Grant. Andrew Grant at the wheel of the white car with its blue rollover hoop, now coming under pressure from the man from 11th on the grid, the race 1 winner, Christian Pittard, who peels his way through and passed rather effortlessly on the way out of the bomb hole and on the run in towards Coram. So another place gained by Christian Pittard. Is he going to sneak through and ahead of Richard Carter? Well, not quite as yet. So this is going to be Christian Pittard, I would say, probably up into 4th place by the time they get onto the start-finish line this time through, because he's got more grunt in a straight line than Richard Carter. He fouls his way through and over the start-finish line. And in fact, that's Christian Pittard now up into what is 3rd position. 4 places gained on that lap.
Yeah, really, really good lap from Christian Pittard. And of course, getting those positions done nice and early means that as soon, actually, we've just had, as we suspected, that is, I'll try and pick out who that is, but at Agostini, turn number 4, we've just received a caution saying there is oil down, and that is what we mentioned. We saw 2 cars off at the same point, and that'll be why the car we saw on the live stream, Mark, who was it?
I think it was Stephen James. It looked like the number 40 car. We could see the 4, but you couldn't see the 0, but the colour matches with Stephen James, as did the crash helmet as well. So one of the drivers that had problems in qualifying, worked his all the way through the grid in race number 1, is out in race number 2. Hopefully it's not the same problem. You can see the cars there, having to move offline as they come in towards Agostini. They can clearly see where that line of lubricant and oil is now, and are just making sure when they see that yellow and red striped flag, which indicate that there's a change of surface condition, then they are just staying off the regular racing line and avoiding the oil, which caught a couple out.
Yeah, absolutely, and we saw it earlier on, thinking, oh, that's 2 cars, same point, maybe something, and indeed it is. So very well spotted by our marshals indeed, and that's a great train heading in towards Agostini now. We're almost 2 by 2 by the looks of that. That is Alex Harbour under pressure from losing a position. I couldn't quite pick out exactly who it was, but he gets the power down nice and early, fires the car off the corner up towards Hamilton, doesn't lose a position. It was Chris Biglin that was behind, trying to sneak his way up the inside, and then we've got further battles just slightly further up the road and up the inside once again. That time Alex Harbury's gone from potentially losing a position to gaining one. Is that our race leader, Mark?
It is. That's Johnny Pittard, hand aloft as he gets down to the bottom of the Bentley Straight, and I'm afraid we've lost the number 81 car from the lead of the race. Now, he had his hand aloft and then he went down the escape route and has rejoined the circuit. But yeah, no, hand is still aloft, so yeah, he is out of the race, I'm afraid, which now means that through and into the lead of the race has gone Christian Pittard, having won the previous race and had to fight hard for it. He leads this one now by 2.2 seconds from James Tubby in 2nd place. The number 43 car of James Tubby in 2nd has got Richard Carter breathing down his neck at the moment, so that is a really good fight to watch out for. One of the best fights we need to keep an eye on is Chris Mayhew, the number 94 car, Boss Racing Machine, which is just coming round through Coram now, has got a queue of cars that sit behind him. Jonathan Constable is next in the queue, Alex Harbour, Chris Biglin, then you've got another car thereafter, which I think is going to be the car of Malcolm Ash, so that is a huge train of cars heading over the start-finish line.
Yes, it is indeed, and you could see just as our previous race leader, Christian Pittard, was trying to work his way through Coram, that train caught onto him, and everybody was very cautious and just worked their way through nice and easy, didn't try and make any overtake through that section of the circuit. They all remain as they cross the line in towards turn 1. And Johnny Pittard has managed to bring his car into the pit lane. I'm just looking out towards Coram. It might just be me, but it looks like there could be a little bit of debris slap bang in the middle of the long right-hander. You'll have to see what you think, Mark, but that's the last thing you want. You've got oil at one section of the circuit, potentially debris at the other. The cars are going very wide, maybe round the outside of that debris to try and avoid it. The track is still continuing to dry. We're still getting personal fastest lap times. At the moment, the fastest lap of the race goes the way of Jonathan Pittard on the last lap that he completed. Of course, he retired on the previous lap, but the lap prior to that was a 2-minute 2.953. So we're getting closer to that sub 2-minute mark.
No, you're absolutely right. It is a little bit of debris that's on the track. It is a left rear wheel arch off one of the cars that's in that train fighting for what is 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th position. I just spotted there was a rear wheel arch which is missing from one of those cars. Into the pit lane has come Johnny Pittard, the Boss Racing team going to work. Bonnet is off the car to try and understand as to what the problem is with it. The car that's missing the rear wheel arch is number 34, so it's Richard Green. That's that little bit of debris that's was in the middle of the track. It's no longer in the middle of the track. Someone's run over the fiberglass wheel arch. It's out of harm's way.
Yeah, it is indeed. So, albeit it's great to get the debris out of the way, but of course that means somebody's hit it, and that may mean a slow puncher or some sort of damage on their car as well. And Johnny Pittard, like you say, the mechanics from Boss Racing looking under the bonnet to figure out what's going on, and Boss Racing, they've been around for a while, they will know exactly what to look for. But that train heading through the bomb hole now, it's absolutely great to see, all nose to tail. The thing is with Magnificent 7 Racing is these could all be in a completely different order come the end of the next lap, and somebody else has just managed to collect another piece of bodywork. That was the number 71 machine of Jonathan Constable. Clearly there was still a little bit of bodywork strewn in the middle of the circuit, Mark, because Jonathan found it.
That's that train of cars that's about to come over the start-finish line now, as Johnny Pittard still sits patiently in the pit lane. The bonnet was going to be put on his car, but I think Boss Racing have taken it off again. They're diving back into the deepest parts of the engine bay, and he's getting out the car now, so they've clearly given him the nudge that we are not going to see Johnny Pittard performing any further duties in this race. Yeah, that great little fight heading up towards the Wilson hairpin at the moment. Chris Mayhew with his hands rather full. Jonathan Constable looks so he had a good run on him this time through, but still couldn't quite squeeze his way through to gain the place. Then right behind them is going to be the car of George Ralph. We've also got in that mix as well the likes of Chris Biglin, Malcolm Ash is in there as well, so we've got some great little squabbles going on, and I think it's just getting busier and busier and busier. So out of Palmer in towards the braking area for Agostini. What have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars in this queue, all wanting to be 10th at the moment.
Yeah, lots of cars battling away. It's typical Mag 7s racing. This is what it's all about. Just all kinds of different cars just fighting away. Underneath, you strip them away and they are all very similar. But of course, like you mentioned earlier, this weekend we've only got Caterhams and one RLM, but you can have anything based off that sort of that original Caterham 7 design, and seeing them race all as close as they do with various different power outputs as well is great to see, and on changing track conditions as well as 2 different trains. One has just gone through Oggies, which I was watching, and now I've had a quick look over onto the live stream, and they're heading down the Bentley straight up towards Brundle and Nelson. The lead car in that battle at the moment is maybe potentially number 94. Yeah, so number 94 still leading that battle, that being Chris Mayhew. And we're just waiting to see what's going to happen, because they've all been very well behaved. They've all stayed nose to tail, and with 18 minutes of the race to go, and still a pit stop in this one potentially as well.
No, I don't think there is. No, I think both of these races, whilst they're 30 minutes, neither will have a pit stop. Otherwise, the pit window would be open now, and there's been no indication of that. So, yeah, good little fights that we've got going on, both for the top 5 places and for everybody else thereafter. By the look of things, we've just had a shuffle in the order there, as Jeremy Adams was able to squeeze his way through and ahead of Harry Senior. So the yellow car through Hamilton goes through and up into what will be 3rd place. Harry Senior dropping down into 4th, but he's trying to re-attack again as they head round through Williams. Big slide on turning from Jeremy Adams, but he gets a good exit coming off the corner. Harry Senior now coming under pressure and might lose a further place because Jonathan Edwards at the wheel of the red number 777 car draws himself, or tries to at least draw himself alongside, and all of this is happening behind our race leader Christian Pittard at this stage, who I think has probably just eased off the pace a little bit because he wants to enjoy some of the squabbles that are going on. So we've got 17 minutes of this still to enjoy, and our race leader Christian Pittard has now completed almost completed 6 laps.
Yeah, one thing to note, Mark, as well, is of course we saw that mistake very, very early on from Jeremy Adams in the yellow number 3 machine, and he's back up to 4th place, 2.6 seconds off Christian Pittard. And I've just been watching the body language of that car. He is pushing hard. He's desperate to try and make up yet more positions, but the battle really to watch is the battle for what will be 5th place. It comes past us over the start-finish line now. It is Jonathan Edwards fighting away with Harry Senior. Harry Senior, good start to the race. From where he started, he's picked up, what, 1 place, potentially 2. You'll know better than I will. We'll have a quick look. He's currently sat in 5th place, having started in 6th. He's gone the right way, and all he's doing now is trying to chase those leaders. But look, through Wilson goes Jeremy Adams up into 3rd place, and he is pushing really hard.
Yeah, Harry Senior was as high as 3rd, but he lost 2 places on that lap. The other car that's sort of gone off the boil a little bit is car number 43, James Tubby, because he did lead, didn't he, when the lights went out? He took the lead of the race, but James Tubby now, at the wheel of number 43 light blue car, is all the way down in 6th place at the moment and is dropping away. He's now 7.5 seconds behind the 5th place car, so he really has struggled in this one. 16 minutes of the race to go. Harry Senior at the wheel of car number 128 in 5th place slides his way out of the corner. We've got somebody else going slow around the circuit as well there, just caught going in towards Bombhole, so I think we might have another visitor for the pit lane before too much longer. And have we had a shuffle in that great little battle that was going on for 10th position? Because I cannot see anymore Chris Mayhew at the sharp end of that order. No, it is now Jonathan Constable who has picked up what will be 10th position, and I think it was a poor lap from Chris Mayhew because the number 94 car comes now over the start-finish line, no longer in 10th. He's down into 13th position.
Yeah, so lots of chopping and changing in that order. Potentially another one here. Up the inside goes the number 34 of Richard Green. Later on the brakes, just managed to make it work, and by the looks of that, we'll try and pick out exactly where they are. So it seems like the number 74 of George Ralph is trying to work his way up through the order as well, shortly followed by, was that Gregory Spaniers or Chris Biglin in that little battle? So there's still, it was Chris Biglin indeed, so there's still lots of little battles going on throughout the circuit. Back past us comes our race leader, 3 wide as they cross the line. Jeremy Adams now all over the tail of the number 42 of Richard Carter up towards turn 1. All they do is turn into silhouettes, really, Mark, because of the level of the sun at the moment. But as we stand, 2nd and 3rd far from being settled.
Yeah, 2nd, 3rd and 4th are all together actually as they'll head round through Wilson at the moment. But keep an eye on what's going on with them. We'll also keep an eye on what's going on with the front runners. And at the moment, Christian Pittard leading the way by 2 seconds from then that great little battle between Richard Carter, Jeremy Adams and Jonathan Edwards. You can see all 3 of them heading out of Palmer. A little bit of traffic for them to deal with as well. Richard Carter's light green car is able to squeeze its way through and past the traffic before it gets towards Agostini. That might aid his cause. Now we've also got, by the look of things, no longer in 3rd place Jeremy Adams, because the red number 777 machine of Jonathan Edwards now is ahead of the yellow car, so Jonathan Edwards will be up into 3rd place. Jeremy Adams will be down into 4th position as they head onto the brakes and round through the right-hander at Oggies, and then make sure you get the exit right at Williams, because quick exit off the corner at Williams, you'll carry all of that momentum along the Bentley straight. And for Jeremy Adams, that's key for him, because what he wants to do is pick up the slipstream from the red car that lies ahead.
Yep, absolutely. And Jonathan Edwards is just doing what he can to remain in 4th place at the moment. Of course, he's still sat there trying to chase down the top, or 2nd and 3rd, the 2 cars up the road. We'll wait to see them appear. There they are on the exit of Brundle and Nelson. And Jeremy Adams, having crossed the line last time through in 3rd place, he'll find himself down in 4th by the looks of it. Coming through Corham comes Christian Pittard in towards Murray's. He will go to take another lap in the book, a big sun strip on his visor, which he will be needing. We spoke to somebody in the pit lane, I think it was Colin Clack or Jack Gadd, the winner of the previous race, saying visibility is indeed an issue. The leader crosses the line now, and much superior straight line speed that time from Jonathan Edwards up into what is second place. When they crossed the line, there was 48 thousandths between second and third place, Mark.
Yeah, let's have a quick look. We'll catch them at the exit of Richie's corner, and yeah, he's made it through. So the red car of Jonathan Edwards now up into second place. The lime green colour car of Richard Carter is down into third place. So these are the two cars just heading round through Wilson now. Don't discount the yellow car just in the background as well, which is Jeremy Adams. He sits there in fourth position. So second, third and fourth, all still pretty close to each other, to say the least, whilst Christian Pittard in the lead of the race at the wheel of the orange machine is continuing now setting faster lap times than those around him. He has now extended his lead advantage up to almost 5 seconds. It's 4.970 seconds when he came over the start-finish line that time through. Now, Jonathan Edwards has had a busy old race, and he's either been attacking or defending for the whole race so far. A quick dab of the brakes largely down the straight, just to make sure that he's able to dive onto them when he needs to and pick up any slack in the pads. Onto the brakes as he turns his way through Oggies, and then build the speed again up towards Williams, which, as I mentioned on the previous lap, key corner, because he has got Richard Carter right behind him, and the number 42 car is going to pick up the tow and the slipstream off the newly acquired second place man in the hands of Jonathan Edwards. Richard Carter closing. I don't quite think he's going to be close enough at the end of the Bentley straight though.
No, but very decisive as well through traffic is Christian Pittard, our race leader, through the bomb hole. He will go, having just worked past two cars that were a number of laps down. Crossing the line now is the number 71 of Jonathan Constable. He's had a busy race. He's worked his way into some clean air now, though, so he'll be more than comfortable just sat where he is. Through the final corner at Murray's goes the number 51 race leader of Christian Pittard in his orange Caterham 7 CSR. And we look a little bit further back, and for me, Mark, Jonathan Edwards is slowly starting to extend that margin in second place. We'll wait for them to cross the line. Yes, he is. He's definitely pulling away, and not only from the car behind, but somebody else falling away, I would say, is Jeremy Adams.
And they're all falling away from the race leader, Christian Pittard, because he's just popped in the fastest lap of the race. The only driver to go sub 2 minutes, 1 minute 59.735 from Christian Pittard. So that means that his lead advantage now grows to 8.6 seconds between himself and Jonathan Edwards, who's still there in second place. There's still some good fights going on down through the order as well, which includes fights going up towards Agostini at the moment. So onto the brakes goes George Ralph. George Ralph is sitting there in 14th position at the moment. He's got Chris Biglin right behind him, and then not that far off Chris Biglin is going to be the next of the cars, which should be the number 39 car of David White, but they're all having to sort of carve their way through a little bit of traffic at the moment, so keep an eye towards that one. It's just heading round through Hamilton and up towards Oggies now, and then we'll very shortly be onto the Bentley straight as we head towards the final 10 minutes of the race.
Yep, so not long left now at all. Christian Pittard working his way onto the Bentley straight. Still little bits of water. You can see just rooster tails and a bit of spray flying up off the tail end of Christian Pittard's car. That might have slightly cooled down the tyres, but nothing really to worry about. He's got 8.6 seconds, more so it will be at the end of this lap. And one thing to note, Mark, obviously you pointed it out, the only driver to break the sub 2 minute barrier, or 1 minute 59.735, he did that lap time with traffic as well, which granted is a lap by lap thing at the moment because he's simply lapping that quickly and the field is so spread out. But to be the only driver to do that with all the traffic that he's had to deal with and still extend the lead margin, he knows what he's doing.
He certainly does, yeah, and the track is continually drying as well, and he'll be building the confidence all of the time. So wait and see as to whether he can eclipse that. Maybe not this time through, because he's had a bit more traffic to deal with again on this lap, or whether he might be able to do it the next lap. A good fight still going on with Chris Mayhew. He may well have lost places now over the course of the last few laps, but he's still being kept fairly honest. The car that's tucked up behind him looks as though it's Malcolm Ash at this stage, so Chris Mayhew has gained a place on that lap. Malcolm Ash was ahead of him at the start-finish line, and off, and that's Richie's corner. We have had an off, and the number 74 car of George Ralph rotates at Richie's corner. He's a long, long way off on the grass and is going to rejoin. He must have lost it on the way into the corner because he was already on the grass very early into that corner. So George Ralph, who had been having a good little fight and was running in 15th position, will have lost a place or two.
Yeah, he will indeed. And like you say, it was a long way off, so maybe a lock-up, or he just used a bit too much curb, and that unsettled the car and forced it wide. But if you are watching on the stream, in towards Agostini goes the 777 of Jonathan Edwards, side by side this time with David White. David White, I think, a lap down, but Jonathan Edwards being really decisive through traffic, making sure he knows exactly where he wants to place the car and continue to push forward, minimise any time loss to the number 42 of Richard Carter and the number 3 of Jeremy Adams behind. And that's the way to get through traffic, Mark. If you've overtaken somebody, the best thing to do is get a lapped car between yourself and them.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's really opened up the gap now for Jonathan Edwards. Richard Carter is no longer going to be in the tow heading down the Bentley Straight, and equally for Richard Carter, he has not got to worry too much about what's going on behind him now, because Jeremy Adams has fallen ever more away over the course of the last lap or so. So what was a good fight for second, third and fourth just seems to have evaporated to a reasonable degree at this stage of the race. We'll pick up on some class leaders at the moment. Car number 51, Christian Pittard, leads the race and leads Class I. Class G is being led by the car in second place, which is Jonathan Edwards. Class F is being led by Jeremy Adams, who might have lost out to Richard Carter at the wheel of his yellow number 3 car. He still continues to lead Class F. Harry Senior still leads Class E in 5th position. Class H is still being led by James Tubby at the wheel of the number 6 car. And then Class C is being led at the moment by the number 22 car that leads Class C, which is Daniel Bruce. Class D is Tim Ralph at the wheel of number 74. And Class A is the Gunters, and that is Tom Gunter for this race.
Yeah, I've just noticed as well, of course, if you want to be eligible for Class I, cars with a power output of 301 horsepower or above, presumably, and of course, Christian Pittard, he knows exactly what he's doing with all, well, probably over 301 horsepower. He knows exactly how to plant it, and we saw in the previous race, him and Johnny Pittard nose to tail, the pair of them, both in Class I, just working really, really hard to get as close as they could, and that was great to see. But I'm sure Christian Pittard, he must be, it's a quiet race for him now. He hasn't really got too much to worry about, apart from the odd bits of traffic. The lead gap has stayed about the same. Last time through a 2:05 compared to a 1:59, which is what we've seen from him prior to that. So clearly he's just quite happy chipping away and letting the race run down, work his way through traffic safely, because there really isn't any need to push. And having seen the overtake a number of laps ago, Jonathan Edwards is now almost 2 seconds to the good ahead of Richard Carter.
Yeah, it's just starting to string out a little bit, isn't it, now towards the tail end of the race. Alex Harbour, though, is there in 11th place, just heading round through Williams. And is that car fighting for position with him that sits behind? Yes, it is, because it's Richard Green that sits behind, and those two cars are about to be lapped by our second place car, Jonathan Edwards. So they're having their own little battle, whilst also needing to be aware as to what's going on behind them. So down in towards Brundle and Nelson, the red car is Jonathan Edwards. He is in second place, but the two cars behind, Alex Harbour and Richard Green, car number 34, which is behind Alex Harbour's car number 114, those two are fighting for position.
Yeah, there's so many different little aspects, because you can be trying to lap somebody, try to let a faster car through, whilst also fighting for an overall position, whilst also fighting for an in-class position. There's so many different aspects to the Magnificent 7 Series. Another fastest lap of the race, that time for Christian Pittard, a 1:59.328, averaging almost 90 miles an hour. So a very, very quick lap for Christian Pittard. I was looking halfway around this lap. I think they might have just crossed the line, or they will do soon. The gap between Grant and Tubby, the number 43 Blue Machine of Tubby, and whereabouts has Grant gone? He is the number 68 machine. That's the white and blue one. So there's very little to pick between the pair of them last time through. We'll wait to see until they cross the line again, but there was something like 0.7 of a second.
Yeah, that Alex Harbour and Richard Green battle has just been interrupted whilst some of the quicker cars are feeding their way through and past, and Jeremy Adams had managed to get himself in between the pair of them, so that's just interrupted what otherwise had been a really good squabble between those two cars. Christian Pittard still continuing to lead the way. The lead advantage as a result of that fastest lap that Jack alluded to now means that it is up to 11.3 seconds between the pair of them.
Yeah, and I thought I saw Grant and Tubby swap around, but no, Andrew Grant is still the lead car in that battle ahead of James Tubby. And they are close indeed. We'll have a look over towards the timing screen to separate the gaps between the pair of them. It is a battle for the lead in Class H. Anything happens between the pair of them, however, Robert Forsyke is still there to pick up the pieces, although he has got a bit of room, only 6.5 seconds, so even it just takes a spin, Mark, for a position change like that, but 6/10 separating the Class H leaders, so nothing really to pick between the pair of them. Christian Pittard now 11.3 seconds. He's really opened up that lead.
Yeah, he has. He's massively opened up the lead and will be just making sure that he strokes the car home, really. He'll be listening for anything at all. He'll be watching all of the gauges and just making sure that if he needs to back off anything, he can do. You know, if he doesn't need to push 100% at all anymore, he could almost poodle round at 80% and still pick up the win in this race. Another good little fight that's going on at the moment is Harry Senior trying to put a lap on the number 35 car, which is Charles Holroyd. So Harry Senior sneaks through and past that little car, briefly delayed because Charles Holroyd was trying to lap another car as well. So it was a lapped car being lapped whilst trying to lap another lapped car, if you see what I mean. All those three cars on entirely different laps at the moment. That just delayed Harry Senior, who is running in fifth position rather, at the wheel of car number 128. But for Christian Pittard, much slower lap from him. You know, I said he could afford to ease off and drive at 80%. Yeah. He might have heard me, because he's gone from doing a 1:59 to a 2:07.
Yeah, but that's exactly what you need to do, like you said, Mark. There's no real reason to push. We'll try and figure out where Christian Pittard is. Of course, he has crossed the line not too long ago, so he's on his penultimate lap of the race. The next time he crosses the line, he will be going on to his final lap of the race. We'll see who we've got that is close. I've got a feeling the best battle will be coming across the line in just a few moments' time between James Tubby and Andrew Grant. And there they go. They have swapped around. Tubby is in front. The number 68 of Andrew Grant is sat there in 7th place, but that gap has opened up as well already. So James Tubby, having got by, has extended already the Class H lead.
Yeah, he was 2.3 seconds quicker than the car of Andrew Grant that time through, so took the lead and pulled away to the tune of 1.6. So yeah, he is now in the lead of Class H at this stage. So just having a quick look, we've got some 70 seconds remaining on the clock. Christian Pittard will be heading onto his final lap of the race very shortly, but we are pushed for time, so I'm just trying to keep an eye on whether the checkered flag could potentially come out very slightly early in this one. We'll have to wait and see. Through the bomb hole comes our race leader Christian Pittard, up towards Corham and in towards Murray's for what in theory is the penultimate time. But the checkered flag is being readied, so I do think, because we are pushed a little bit for time, that it might just head out very slightly early. So Christian Pittard heading up towards the start-finish line, and he's going to get the checkered flag this time through. Christian Pittard is going to claim the win in the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. 2nd place in the end. There wasn't a great deal between the pair of them, just 0.6 of a second between Jonathan Edwards, who finished in 2nd place, and Richard Carter, who came through in 3rd place. And it will be Jeremy Adams who completes the top 4 that time through. Harry Senior, better race from him this time through. Car number 128 will come through to finish in 5th position, and then we need to wait the arrival for 6th and 7th, because of course that is the battle for the lead of Class H at the moment, with James Tubby having only just retaken the position from Andrew Grant. So that's a light blue number 43 car. Hopefully we'll get an idea as to what the gap is between himself and the white and light blue number 68 of Andrew Grant that sits behind, because they are fighting over the final place inside the top 6 and for the lead of Class H. So there is Andrew Grant, and it's not James Tubby behind him. James Tubby must have pulled away. So yeah, there goes James Tubby over the start finish line. Now it was quite a dominant win for him in the end. Not only did he take the lead of that category and that class with a lap to go, but he built a 3.5 second lead in the end to come home in 6th place. So Andrew Grant will finish in 7th place, Robert Forsyke in 8th place, 9th place will go away with car number 22, Daniel Bruce, and completing the top 10 will be car number 71, which is Jonathan Constable. So still a few more cars to take the checkered flag, not too many more, and then we should be able to guide you through that set of results for what is our penultimate race of the day. We've still got one further race to come up, and that will be the Wasp New Millennium combined with the Viren Builders Open Series will be our last race of today. And remember, we'll do it all again tomorrow here at Snetterton with a whole different batch of cars as well, because we are due to get things underway with our first race tomorrow around about 12:50 with the Modern Classics. Then we will have the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 1. The Morgan Challenge join us tomorrow as well as Mintex Classic K, Swinging 60s Group 2 and the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics all feature on day 2 of the Classic Sports Car Club programme here at Snetterton. And again, whether you are here at the track or watching the live stream, we will be doing both again tomorrow, guiding you through the commentary for all of the racing on both the live stream and for those of you that are here at the circuit as well. So I think we've got one more car to take the checkered flag, and that car, once it's done so, David Stephen will be the last of those to come through. I wonder, has he retired on the final lap? Is he there? Because it seems to be a long old gap back, and I'm not sure that he's still even appeared into sight coming out of the bomb hole, so we might be able to potentially pick up on some driver interviews before the results, because there we go. Right, okay. Checker flag now showing against every driver, so we should hopefully very shortly be able to confirm the results for you. In fact, here they are. Christian Pittard claims the win by 3.8 seconds in the end from Jonathan Edwards in 2nd place, and Richard Carter was there in 3rd position. 4th place was Jeremy Adams, ahead of Harry Senior and James Tubby, that completed the top 6. Andrew Grant was 7th, ahead of Robert Forsnight, Daniel Bruce and Jonathan Constable, who was there in 10th place. Alex Harbour was in 11th place, ahead of Richard Green in 12th, and it's Charles Holdroyd, Chris Biglin and David White, ahead of the next of the cars through, which was Thomas Gunter. George Ralph, Malcolm Ash, Chris Mayhew and Sean Cronin complete the top 20. Just outside of the top 20 in 21st position was Andrew Cronin, head of Greg Spaniers, and Stephen Trinder was the last of the finishers. Retirements for David Stephen, for Johnny Pittard and for Stephen James in our final Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens race. So with that, I'll hand you back down to Jack, who is going to grab some reaction from the drivers.
Well, I was going to grab a quick word with Christian Pittard, but he's just noticed Johnny Pittard's car has come into Parc Fermé, so we'll grab a word with John Edwards. John, congratulations, that is the win in class and 2nd overall on the road. You had to work for that as well, because it seemed like Jeremy Adams was almost there, and Richard Carter as well. That was a good race.
Yeah, I had to work really hard. I had a miserable first race with a poor tyre choice. And yeah, I had to work really hard for it, but I thoroughly enjoyed it and it was great. So thank you to everyone who's helped me out. But it's just great fun battling with these little cars, and the racing's quite hard, but that's what you want. Good, hard, fairly clean racing, but elbows out and have a good go. So congratulations to Christian on a win, but I'm very, very happy, very happy.
Great stuff, congratulations, and best of luck for the rest of the season. We'll grab Christian Pittard. Christian, well, that's 2 from 2, fastest lap of the race again, so you've done everything you need to do. It seemed fairly quiet from your perspective. Talk us through it.
Well, even though my brother's not in this race in the car breakdown, he's still managing to interrupt the podium interviews with the noisy car in the background. Yeah, well, I was coming through the field and then Johnny dropped out with a gearbox problem. So, but I think we're the only, in fairness to everyone else, and respect to John and Richard, we're the only cars in Class I, so we're running a lot more power. So we should be the only 2 racing each other, and we've got a massive power advantage. And as it dried out, that came to the fore. So without him there, it was a question of just keeping it on the dry and not losing concentration.
Well, it absolutely worked, so congratulations once again, Christian, and best of luck for the end of the season. We might just have time, Richard, for a very, very quick interview as the final race of the day is getting underway. Richard, you were involved in the same fight as Jonathan Edwards, and then you had Jeremy Adams with you as well. Just how busy was it?
It was quite hectic because I had no clutch for most of the race either, so the downshifts were a bit harsh. Yeah, I'm surprised when Jonathan came past me. He came from nowhere, so he's suddenly found really good pace.
Great stuff. Congratulations on 3rd overall and 2nd in class. But from myself, for the penultimate time today, those are all the interviews we've got time for. Back up to Mark Werrell in the commentary box.
Thanks, Jack. Yep, so our final race of the day heading out onto the circuit, which is the combined race for the Viren Builders Open Series and the Wasp New Millennium. So let's guide you through the grid. Dave Griffin starts from pole position if he's out, because of course his car did retire from one of the races earlier on, alongside his Mark Lee. Row 2 is Dylan Popovich and David Harvey. The 3rd row of the grid, we should have had Chris Murphy, but I know his car has not been out all day because of problems, so it should just be Michael Vituli who's there on his own. It'll be Barry O'Neill and Tim Davies that line up on row number 4. Onto the 5th row of the grid, James Collins in his BMW have his second weekend of racing. And alongside, here's got the number 85 car of Danny Cassar, who is sharing with Adam Brown. Then it's William Pratt and the first of the Petches, which is going to be Chris Petch, who will start that car on row number 5. Row 6 of the grid, William Lynch will start, and alongside is Richard Clark at the wheel of the Honda Type R TCR. And then it will be Tommy Grout and Nathan Wells that are next up on row number 8. The 9th row of the grid, on the inside of the 9th row of the grid, is Adrian Clark at the wheel of the Porsche 928. Jeff Beale with the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus sits alongside, and then it's Martin Pratt and Jonathan Strickland that line up on row number 10. The 11th row of the grid, on the inside of the 11th row of the grid, it is Rod Frost, and Rod Frost has got has got the Natalie McGloin and Andy Bayliss car alongside. Don't know the starting driver for that one. We'll make some research whilst the race goes on, with Stephen Archer starting on the inside of the 12th row of the grid, and alongside him will be the BMW started by Ollie Smith. David Tyson and Rob Hardy line up on row number 13, with row number 14 being comprised by, on the inside line, it will be Terence Dolphin will start, and Nigel Stuckley at the wheel of his Morgan will be sitting alongside. Row number 15, Andy Napier, and Andy Napier will have the car that is started by David Little for company with him, who starts at the wheel of the Mini, and then it will be Tony Kilby and John Bevan that go on row number 16 in this final race of the day. Colin Turkington, I don't think that we saw that car out in qualifying, or Ross Irvine set a time, so if those cars are there, they will be off the back of the grid. Confirmation that the number 85 Honda Integra will be started by Danny Cassar has just been confirmed to me, and the other car that we were waiting for confirmation on who the starting driver is, I may well have to look back through paperwork whilst the race is on to try and pick up on it, because it was the number 51 car, wasn't it, that we didn't have a starting driver for. And looking back through the paperwork, there is no starting driver identified for that car, so I can't tell you whether it's Natalie McGloin or Andy Bayliss that start. So Dave Griffin is out. Good to see that his car, which did retire earlier on, has indeed made it back out onto the grid. So the black and works liveried BMW starts from pole, the all-white Ginetta Mark Lee alongside the blue and orange car of Dylan Popovich alongside the blue Lotus of David Harvey, and then Michael Vituli on his own in the red BMW because of the absentee of Chris Murphy with his mechanical woes throughout the day, starts on his own on the next row of the grid. So a few cars with their lights on now. Light is beginning to fade. We get the final race of the day underway. And it's a good start from Dave Griffin, who's going to rocket his way through and into the lead of the race. Dylan Popovich is trying to sneak through and ahead of the white Ginetta of Mark Lee, but Mark Lee having none of it and moving over to cover off the move of Popovich. So the top three, and in fact, Dave Griffin has a spin, cold tyres at turn number 1. The pole sitter has done a full 360-degree rotation and is parked upon the grass on the exit of Ritchie's corner whilst trying to fire the car back into life. So the pole sitter already having spun down towards the very tail end of the field, which means that Mark Lee and Dylan Popovich, the two Ginettas now, are fighting it out for the lead of the race. And Dave Griffin, if he can get going, and he's not still, is stricken on the outside, has got a raft of work to do, but if he can't get that fired up, we're going to have little choice but to either go code 60 or safety car.
Yeah, absolutely. It is well and truly in the firing line at turn 1 in towards Agostini. You can see Mark Lee coming under ever more pressure from the number 12 of Barry O'Neill. Barry O'Neill on the outside in the blue BMW on the run up towards Hamilton. Can he carry the superior momentum? We'll wait to see until we get there. They're still side by side, nothing between the pair of them, almost contact, but by the looks of that, that's Barry O'Neill up into the lead of the race, just about managing to work his way around the outside of Agostini and Hamilton just to get past Mark Lee.
One car that didn't start is Andy Napier, only now is the Lotus about to exit the pit lane, so he's a little bit late on parade, I'm afraid to say, and is now making his way out onto the circuit, and we'll have to wait and see as to whether Dave Griffin can get going, but I do fear that that car has not moved since it's had its rotation, so it might not have been cold tyres, it may well have been some sort of mechanical issue, because he did retire from the race earlier on. The squabble for the lead is still absolutely fantastic. Barry O'Neill having to drive overtime to try and keep Dylan Popovich behind him, because Mark Lee now has gone from the lead of the race, not down to second, but from second down into third position at the wheel of the all-white Ginetta G55.
Yeah, and we do now have a code 60 as well, so all of that battling that we were just watching, everyone has all got to slow down to 60 kilometres an hour, ensure that no more overtaking is done. So in theory it keeps everybody as even as possible. Potentially a mistake there from Popovich that Mark Lee didn't see, But everybody should have seen the flags now being waved by the marshals over the start-finish line. Then they see the LED board, fingers crossed. Then they're on the brakes just as they're entering the waved yellow zone. Everybody else seemed to see that, but the top four, I know, granted the sun is quite low in the sky, I can understand that, but some drivers still racing well and truly, even a Porsche locking up very hard and having to avoid a Morgan locking up as well. There's lots of drivers that just can't see the code 60 flags or the LED boards, and I guess that's the sun, Mark.
Yeah, the problem is if you look upwards to the LED gantry, you're looking into the sun, and if you're generally looking at the periphery, you've got the marshals waving the flags, but again, you're looking directly into the sun, so I think that's what caused a few scary moments there. Some cars and drivers able to see it, others not, or maybe not quite as aware, but I think without question, the top three didn't slow down to the same degree as others, or slowed down later. They have slowed down now, they're doing exactly the right thing now, but they were either slow to see or didn't see, and therefore have they gained an advantage? I've got to say yes.
Yeah, exactly. It can't be one rule for one and one for the other, because of course that then means that the other car should be entitled to make up that time. And everybody else, a few more cars down the order, literally there was lots of cars all locking up, just trying to slow down, having not seen the code 60 and approaching a pack of cars that had seen the code 60. So I'd imagine there'd be a few stern words from the clerk of the course.
Mark Lee was in fourth coming over the start-finish line, and he was 3.8 seconds off the lead and 2.3 seconds behind the next car. So in other words, that being David Harvey. Those gaps, because we're under code 60, as long as we don't go green again, by the end of this lap, those gaps should be identical.
Yes.
You know, within a few thousandths, because it's not all computer controlled. If they varied, something's gone wrong somewhere.
Exactly. Someone has gone maybe slightly too fast, or someone's slowed down too much. But too much shouldn't be that. It shouldn't really be the issue. It's the fact that the cars didn't see that code 60, and to the point where they had to take very last-minute evasive action, locking up the front axle, and not just one car. There were multiple cars that did it just to try and slow down to the code 60 that in theory they should have already seen. They will have passed not only flags but LED boards as well. And if you were part of that top four, obviously you want to give up that time to make sure you don't get a penalty, but in the ideal world they wouldn't have done that in the first place, Mark.
No, I mean, I'm not suggesting that they saw the flags and kept going.
Yeah.
Not at all. You simply wouldn't do that as a driver. But yeah, the sunlight hasn't helped when you're in close racing proximity to other. That affects your visibility as well, because you can't quite see a marshal's post if you've got a car alongside you. So I'm not suggesting they did anything on purpose, but we will see as to what those gaps look like at the end of this lap, and yeah, they should be within a few thousandths of a second identical, so we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, exactly, and it's just it is one of those things because of not only how low the sun is, but where the sun is. Going down the start-finish line, now we go to code 60, we get going once again, green flag racing conditions, and one of the cars that didn't take the start is just crossing the line now, the number 26 Lotus, that being Andy Napier, has just crossed the line. We've got a little bit of a wait until the next cars come across the line, but that will be the shared BMW of Colin Turkington and Mark Smith. Mark Smith driving this one. Whereabouts is he? I thought I spotted him, maybe I didn't, but Giannetta's crossed the line once again. Mark Lee manages to just about keep in touch with that top five. So the top five have crossed the line heading through turn one now. And I'm guessing they got the BMW recovered, but quite a way back. That shows how far away the cars are up the road. Crossing the line there, Danny Cassar, and he's quite a way adrift, 12 seconds.
Yeah, he is, 12 seconds adrift of the rest, and the lap times for everybody coming over the start-finish line now are anywhere between 10 and 20 seconds slower than the cars in the top five were over the course of that lap, when in theory they should all be about the same. Of course they'll all accelerate away back under green flag conditions, but because we didn't do a full lap under code 60, we will never know. So Barry O'Neill continues to push on. He had briefly relinquished the lead to Dylan Popovic, but he's now back ahead of it, so it is the light blue BMW that leads the way once more. Andy Napier wants nothing to do with it, so moves neatly out of the way at the wheel of the Lotus Elise Series 2. So through goes Barry O'Neill, through goes Dylan Popovic, and BMW from Ginetta 1 and 2. Dave Harvey at the wheel of the Lotus is still there in third place, and the white Ginetta isn't too far away either. Mark Leach, you got the top four, and then the gap back to Michael Vituli.
Yeah, absolutely nothing between them. And then if you're watching on the stream, heading in towards Brundle and Nelson is that battle. And we're just waiting for the cars behind to appear. It is still, of course, that BMW in the lead of the race of Barry O'Neill. And then even further back, the Lotus is getting lapped there, but really, really struggling just to put a lap on that car is the BMW, the 89 BMW of Michael Vituli. And that's one thing we've got to worry about already. Somewhat 8 minutes into the race and traffic's already slowly starting to play a part.
Traffic's starting to play a part, and the pit window will start to play a part very shortly as well, because that will be opening in around about 2 minutes time. We'll see the pit window open. So over the start finish line will come our race leader, say top 4 having got away from the 5th place car, which is the red BMW of Michael Vituli. So top 4 up towards Richie's corner. New fastest lap of the race for Barry O'Neill, that time through the race leader. 2 minutes 6.647 for the sky blue BMW, which heads onto the brakes and in towards the Wilson hairpin for the 4th time. Dylan Popovich still there in 2nd place. Dave Harvey and the Lotus coming under pressure from Mark Lee, who clouts the curbs on the inside of the Wilson hairpin. So hard is he trying. And another thing we need to try and keep an eye on as well is what's going on with Dave Griffin's car, because I think once we got the Code 60 done and dusted, Dave Griffin was able to fire his car back up again, or maybe realise he'd flicked the switch off by accident, or heat soak had affected the car. But I think he's out there and pressing on again, the car that brought about the Code 60 in the first place.
Yeah, I haven't seen him as of yet. You'll have to spot him for me again, Mark. There he is heading through the final corner now. And we just wait for him to come by. It might be, like you say, we can listen for an engine issue or anything like that, but he, like you say, he's out and circulating, which is where he needs to be. Past us comes the very nice-looking number 51, Natalie McGloin and Andrew Bayliss, Porsche Cayman S. At the moment, they are a little bit down the order compared to how you'd like to see them. 24th place, and comes back past us, does the BMW, and it sounds pretty normal, Mark.
Yeah, it does. He must have just been not able to restart the car, and nothing he could do. If you can't restart it, you can't restart it. But thankfully, whatever it was that caused the spin and the Code 60, Dave Griffin at least is still out there, albeit, yeah, any chance of a result is well and truly gone. So we've got about 25 seconds before the pit window opens. It will remain open for 15 minutes, and during that period of time, everybody will have to dive their way into the pit lane and conduct their mandatory pit stops, which for the Wasp New Millennium is 1 minute and 30 seconds, and also if you're in the Viren Builders Open Series, exactly the same, 1 minute and 30 seconds you will need to serve in the pit lane for this particular one. So pit window is now open. Good fight further down through the order going on, which is the Porsche 928, which is coming under pressure. And can the Honda get through? No, it can't. Richard Clark still bottled up behind Adrian Clark at the moment. The two Clarks fighting away, but Richard Clark finally gets through and ahead of Adrian Clark. Adrian Clark now coming under pressure from the black and light green BMW E46 M3 of William Lynch, and then Richard Clark has a big mistake, loses the tail end of the Honda coming round through Coram, which spears him onto the grass on the inside. He spins through 180 degrees, he's out of harm's way, but that car is now stricken on the inside of Coram, and he needs to fire the engine up. We've also now got our first taker for the pit window by the look of things, because diving in very early is James Collins at the wheel of the number 4 BMW. So into the pit lane for James Collins. Now, we don't have any pit stops to worry about in this one. Mark Smith, who didn't set a lap time himself. In fact, Mark Smith is there, bang on cue, there on screen. I can see heading around through the Wilson hairpin is Mark Smith. And, well, he is scheduled to have a 20-second penalty in this race. So the number 36 car, because of its success at Silverstone last time out, the way it works in the regulations for the New Millennium is that winners get a 20-second penalty for the next UK race. So if they win again, then it gets doubled, but if they don't win, then it gets reduced. So he is highly unlikely to win, because he's started off the back of the grid, himself and Colin Turkington, but you just never know in reality. So another taker for the pit stops is Richard Clark. He has brought the Honda in towards the pit lane. I'm just going to double check who was scheduled to start the number 36 car. It was scheduled to be started by Mark Smith, yeah. So Colin Turkington will be taking over that car, one would imagine, towards the tail end of the race. Out on circuit, squabble's still going on. Adrian Clark at the wheel of the number 92 Porsche in a straight line, scything his way past the Morgan rather effortlessly. So he's in 11th position. The car ahead of this red Porsche heading round through Brundle and Nelson is Mark Smith at the moment, having started off the tail end of the field at the wheel of the 36 car. Jack is in the pit lane.
Yes, I am indeed. I've been stood watching the Honda Civic Type R TCR in the hands of Richard Clark come into the pit lane, and everything went to plan. They checked pressures, they were ready to send him back out, but a little bit of smoke being emitted from the front of that car, and by the looks of that, it has decided to paint the underside of the bonnet with oil. So clearly some sort of mechanical issue in regards to how the oil is moved around the engine on that number 66 Honda Civic Type R, but I've got a feeling they will play no further part in this race, Mark.
Well, maybe that was what caused his spin coming around through Coram then. Maybe it wasn't him losing the tail end of the car, maybe it was dropping up oil onto its own tyres then, because yeah, if they've concerned about oil on the car and looking as though he's out of the race, that may well have been both cause and effect for poor old Richard Clark. So 26 minutes of the race still to go. Barry O'Neill in the number 12 BMW still leading the way at this stage. He's built a 2.5 second lead between himself and Dylan Popovic. Mark Lee, who was running at the sharp end at the wheel of the 199 Ginetta, has come into the pit lane, so he has served his pit stop and has served it beautifully well. It's got to be a minimum of 1 minute and 30 seconds. Well, it was 1 minute and 32, nearly 1 minute and 33 for Mark Smith, so that is a tick in the box for having complied with the regulations in terms of the minimum pit stop time. Out on track, we've also still got some good little fights going on as well. The David Tyson Renault Clio may well be down in 16th position, but at the moment he's having a good little squabble actually. He is trying to keep the BMW Z4 behind him, which will be Oliver Smith for this first part of the race. They'll be fighting over some like 16th, 17th, 18th positions, but they're going side by side in towards the braking area for Agostini this time through.
Yeah, Mark, we do have our leader in the pit lane as well. We've got a number of cars from that top four battle all into the pit lane, so a few drivers showing their hands nice and early.
Yep, so David Harvey is in, Barry O'Neill is into the pit lane as well. We've also got one of the Morgans heading down pit road as well, which I think is the Nigel Stuckey car, which is the number 19 car, so a few cars diving for the pit lane, which now means that it puts the number 9 Ginetta into the lead of the race, which is Dylan Popovic. Everything, including Volkswagen Golf Mark 1s in this race. So that's the number 37 car that we've seen out in a couple of races so far today. .400 brake horsepower turbo engine Volkswagen Golf in the Firm Builders Open Series race. Right, now the Archer's Porsche coming under pressure there from the car that was behind it. Mark Lee still trying to fight his way back through the order at the wheel of the number 199 Ginetta. That car heading up towards the bomb hole and Coram now is going past that Volkswagen Golf Mark 1 that I was talking about. We've also now got the Archer's Porsche Boxster being overtaken around the outside at Coram by the BMW Z4, so that's place gained by Oliver Smith. That will be place lost by Stephen Archer, who started behind the wheel of the Porsche, and more cars destined for the pit lane at the end of this lap as well, so they are feeding their way in. Jonathan Strickland comes in at the wheel of his car, as out of the pit lane goes erstwhile race leader, the light blue BMW E36 in the hands of Barry O'Neill. So he has conducted his pit stop, and how quickly did he get in and out, Barry O'Neill? It was 1 minute and 34 seconds, 1 minute 34 and a half, so he lost time relative to some of the other pit stops. He lost time to David Harvey at the wheel of the Lotus, who was a little bit quicker. He lost even more time to Mark Lee at the wheel of the Ginetta, but he's just come out still ahead of the Ginetta, so I think all will still be good for Barry O'Neill, but he's lost a couple of seconds to the all-white Ginetta of Mark Lee. I can still see in the pit lane, I think he's still sitting in the car at the moment whilst the team have got the dipstick out to try and understand what's going on with the Honda, but Richard Clark is, I don't think, out of this race just as yet. Danny Cassar comes into the pit lane. We saw him do great things earlier on when he finished runner-up in the Tin Top Series, the Coward Sport Tin Tops, and he's sharing the car now with Adam Brown, who was also on the podium in the Tin Tops race earlier on. The two of them partnered up in one of Nigel Ainge's cars. And now we can see fastest lap of the race has come in, and the fastest lap of the race has come in to Mark Smith, who is now up into 4th position off the back of the grid and has yet to hand the car over to Colin Turkington. 2 minutes 5.673 from Mark Smith, the number 36 car. Now it's going to have to remain stationary for an extra 20 seconds come the pit stop, so it's in a bit of a false position in some respects because it hasn't pitted and others have, and it's got to spend longer in the pits. But of course Mark Smith has got the opportunity to hand that car over to 4 times British Touring Car champion Colin Turkington, so we know it's going to come ever more alive in part 2 of the race. 7 minutes of the pit window remaining open. Terence Dolphin at the wheel of the Ford Focus Mark 1 heading up towards Hamilton at the moment. Where is that Ford Focus in terms of position? It is running in 21st place at the moment. New fastest lap of the race, though, has just come in. It's coming from the Ginetta of Mark Lee. So 2 minutes 4.681 from Mark Lee. So that is a very, very quick lap indeed. 5 seconds quicker than Barry O'Neill. And remember, Barry O'Neill was the race leader. Mark Lee, new fastest lap of the race, is now only 7 tenths behind him. So that could very soon be a battle for the lead of the race. Whilst they have pitted, they are running in 8th and 9th place overall at the moment, so it's not for the lead, but by the time we've cycled through the pit stops, it could well be. Sun beginning to set as well. We're only just going to squeeze in all of the racing, aren't we? Curfew is 6:30 here. Checkered flag is due to go out at 6:29. So we might maybe just fall a couple of minutes short of what we would expect in this race, largely because we're going to be knocking on the door of curfew, which also means for Jack on any post-race interviews that they can't go out over the circuit PA. Whether they can go out on the stream or not depends on the technicalities of how all the wires are connected. So we will have to wait and see. For the lead battle, though, Mark Lee has now fully caught up with Barry O'Neill for the lead of the race and is hunting him down. The two of them on the Bentley straight. There's traffic just up the road that they will need to deal with before too much longer, and that is not particularly slow traffic because it's Dave Griffin, the pole sitter, who, remember, had the spin, brought about the code 60 and is running out of position rather at this stage. There's also another car just ahead of them, which is the number 16 car, which they're going to want to try and drive their way through and pass, which is Jonathan Strickland's BMW E46. Jonathan Strickland indicating out of not just the window of the car, but also dropping his indicator on to let him know that he's seen that they are coming. And now Mark Lee is, I thought, briefly going to try around the outside at Coram there to try and see whether he can pick up the lead of the race, but not quite as yet. Still BMW from Ginetta as they head over the start-finish line with 20 minutes of the race still remaining. So Dylan Popovic heads back out of the pit lane. He's going to feed out behind David Harvey's Lotus, is he? Yes, he is. So couldn't quite manage to stay ahead of the Lotus. So I think that will be Popovic in what is 4th place in the race at the moment, but ultimately would become 3rd place. And that's largely because the car that leads hasn't pitted as yet, which is the number 176 BMW of William Lynch. He'll hand it over to Frederick Lynch, later on in this race, and could still wait, another 4 minutes in which to do so. So in reality, what we're looking at coming up towards Agostini now, blue BMW from White Ginetta, ultimately will be for the lead of the race. And then in 3rd place will be the Lotus of David Harvey. 4th place will be the number 9 blue and orange Ginetta in the hands of Dylan Popovic. But Dylan Popovic has got a couple of back markers between himself and the Lotus of David Harvey. Lock brake from Mark Lee heading in towards Oggy, snatches the front brake, the unloaded wheel, the right front as he was trying to pitch the car in towards the right-hander. Very quickly, though, got back off the brakes to get the wheel rotating once more. So he will definitely need to try and see whether he can make up for that very, very small mistake that he made. Few more pit stops just taking place. One of the Morgans is in. We've still got another 3 minutes of the pit stop window as yet, so anybody that hasn't pitted could still pit. Who have we not had in? The pit lane starter, Andy Napier, I think, is the only car that either hasn't conducted its pit stop or isn't in the process of conducting its pit stop. So he's the only car that hasn't pitted as yet. And we have also now had another new fastest lap of the race, 2 minute 4.667, and that's come in from the Lotus of David Harvey now. So Barry O'Neill leads from Mark Lee, but closing in on them is Dave Harvey at the wheel of the Lotus, having set the fastest lap of the race and has gone a second quicker. Big spin, and that's one of the Marcuses down at Agostini that had got itself pointing in the wrong direction and now spins to get itself pointed back round in the right direction. That was William Pratt at the wheel of the Morgan Plus 4. We'll see him out racing tomorrow. The Lynches finally come in, so William Lynch to give way to Fred Lynch. That was the last of the cars to pit that had picked up the lead of the race, which now means that for Barry O'Neill and Mark Lee, they can fully focus their efforts on squabbling away for the lead whilst trying to work their way past the back marker traffic as well. In this case, it's Martin Pratt at the wheel of the number 52 Morgan that they had to deal with on the run in towards Agostini. So close it is for the lead of the race, and there's only now a couple of minutes of pit window remaining open, but I think everybody has conducted their pit stop, and the last car that came into the pits is now leaving as well. So Fred Lynch is now heading back out onto circuit at the wheel of number 176 BMW, as is the Ford Focus, and I think for the Lynches they're going to be outside of the top 10 now that they've completed their pit stop. They drop down to 11th place because the Colin Turkington and Mark Smith number 36 car, which either way has come off the back of the grid and has done really well in this race, is now inside the top 10 as well, and that's on pure merit because everybody has now conducted their mandatory pit stops. As the light is beginning to fade, sign going out to let all of the drivers know that they now need to turn all of their lights on. So all of their lights need to be illuminated now. I think the vast majority of the cars have headlamps fitted. There might be the odd one that's got a fiberglass cover to it or something like that, which might make things rather difficult for them. But other than that, I think everybody else has conducted their mandatory pit stops. And over the course of that lap, it looks as though Mark Lee has finally been able to work his way through and ahead of Barry O'Neill. So Mark Lee leads the way. Barry O'Neill down to second place. David Harvey still sitting there in third. Dylan Popovich completes the top 4 at this stage of the race. Andy Napier has conducted his pit stop, so that was the sole remaining car to pit, the number 26 car. He started late in the race and was the very last car to pit, but is out of the pit lane still with literally a few seconds to go, so that will count as a good one for the pit stop. And looking through all the pit stop times as well, I think every pit stop time was a good one as well. The closest in terms of minimum pit stop time was Dylan Popovich, who timed it to perfection in reality. He was a 1 minute 30.928 seconds, and that, I'm afraid, Jeff Beale, who's had a big expiry at the wheel of the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. Lots and lots and lots of, that looks like steam, so head gasket I would say has gone on the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, would be my guess there.
Yeah, so unfortunate to see something like that this late on in the race. And while I was stood in the pit lane, the 219 Lawrence Green and Terence Dolphin Ford Focus Mark 1, by the smell of that car, it did smell quite oily. So I'm not 100% sure what could have been a potential issue. It may as well. It might has been just a car that burns a lot of oil, burns more oil than others. However, it did smell quite oily indeed. I'm just looking around the circuit. Everyone is fairly equidistantly spread. I can see the Honda Civic has indeed gone into retirement, driving its way in towards the paddock area. So for the moment, it's been more of a race of attrition, Mark.
Yeah, such a shame that we've lost a few cars late on as well. We have got, 13 minutes of this race still to go, but checkered flag's going to come out at 6:29, which means that we're not going to get the chance to do any post-race interviews, because the way that we've wired the technical issues means that it would go out of the circuit PA, which just wouldn't be allowed past 6:30. So we're probably going to have to do a sign-off from in the commentary box and make sure that we stay before 6:30 in terms of sign-off, which also means the checkered flag might just come out a minute or two early. We'll have to wait and see. We won't know until that point. So Mark Lee, since taking the lead of the race, has now opened up a 2.5 second gap between himself and Barry O'Neill. Fastest lap of the race has not unsurprisingly travelled in the direction of the number 36 BMW now that Colin Turkington has taken over that car from Mark Smith. 2 minutes 1.713 from him. And we've also now got trundling its way back into the pit lane, I'm afraid to say, the Terence Dolphin and Lawrence Green Ford Focus. Terence started the car, Lawrence will be behind the wheel of it, but I think that might be it, retirement for the Focus Mark 1.
Yeah, such a shame. One thing I have noticed on Nathan Wells' car, whilst as you expect to see it on most race cars, specifically one of its heritage and its making really, flashing headlights. Of course, you tend to flash them to get past some slower cars or let another car know you're coming or distract another driver. With his car, I've noticed it over the past couple of laps, it seems to have flashing brake lights, and they're not consistently flashing. It'll be a brake and then a really quick flash and then nothing, and then all of a sudden they'll start flashing again. It's a little bit weird. Whether it's supposed to happen or not, I don't know, but it's flashing both ends of the car. And now that is Adam Brown under pressure from Colin Turkington on the exit of the Wilson hairpin, running down to Palmer at turn 3. Adam Brown dabs the brakes before the braking area just to make sure that Colin Turkington gets through and past without too much of an issue, and that will be a position overall. So having taken over that car, he's now put it up into 8th place, and we're very quickly closing up. I'd say we're almost 10 minutes away from the checkered flag mark, and for the moment Colin Turkington, he is on a mission.
He's absolutely flying, isn't he? Yeah, the next target for Colin Turkington will be trying to catch up with that dark blue and pink Ginetta, which is in the hands of Tim Davies, so we'll have to wait and see whether he can do that. And for Adam Brown, just having lost a place at the wheel of the Honda Integra DC5, he'll be watching his mirrors, because James Collins is doing good things again at the wheel of the dark green number 4 BMW E46. Remember, it's only his second weekend of racing, James Collins. He was partnered up with Nigel Greensall, the pro driver at Silverstone, and in a straight line that Beamer should be able to, you'd have thought, power its way through and past. The dark blue Ginetta with its pink flashes, which is the car I was talking about a few moments ago, Tim Davies, is just exiting the bomb hole now and coming up towards Coram. He sits there in 7th place. Look towards the back of him, though. The number 36 London and District BMW in the hands of Colin Turkington is beginning to close in. He's still a few seconds adrift, but there's still 10 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, so not too long, but plenty of time in terms of what those guys would want to do. James Collins, he didn't manage to get by Adam Brown, so that is a battle for position overall. That will be for 9th and 10th, deciding how the final two in the top 10 will cross the line. Back past us goes Colin Turkington, up into 8th place, and still closing on the cars up the road. He's got quite a gap to get there, 9.8 seconds, but he is driving like he wants to close it. And back past us once again goes Adam Brown, and the number 4 green BMW of James Collins still in that position, very wide on the exit of Agostini, I believe is that's Nigel Stuckey, who maybe didn't get the car slowed down in time and just went for a bit of a rallycross.
Yeah, I just spotted the private plate on that car as well, N19STK. Nigel Stuckey is the private plate on the Morgan. Very, very, very sideways is Tim Davis at the wheel of his Ginetta, heading out of Agostini. Now, that will because he will know that he needs to get the hurry up here. If he wants to try and hang on to 7th place, he needs to try and keep a star of British Touring cars behind him, because Colin Turkington is closing, ever closing, ever closing. 9.5 minutes still remaining. The Ford Focus, which came into the pit lane and re-entered the circuit in the hands of Lawrence Green, has now retired fully out on circuit this time. It's pulled up on the entrance to the bomb hole, so that is going to be it for the Ford Focus. It does mean that there will be localised yellows there, maybe for the next minute or so.
Yeah, it does indeed, Mark. I think you were just quickly rattling through some notes, and I did say while I was down in pit lane, I watched that car come in and stop just in front of me, the 219 Ford Focus, and it did smell quite oily, so I don't know whether there was some sort of issue with that. And the Morgan, having spun earlier on, going fairly slow as well. Nigel Stuckey in the black and silver Morgan heading up towards Brundle and Nelson. It seemed like he was going very slow indeed, so maybe yet more issues. It's definitely been a race of attrition and mechanical issues at the start of the season, Mark, slowly starting to peer their head.
Yep, so we've got just over 8.5 minutes on the clock still to go. We'll have to wait and see as to how much of that we can get in before we get towards the curfew, which is an absolute 6:30, all cars off track here at Snetterton. That also means that whether you are listening here at the circuit or whether you are listening on the live stream, we will also have to kill our commentary and be offline at 6:30 as well, which means, yeah, we won't be able to bring you any post-race interviews from this one, and we might not even get the chance to rattle through the results for it. We'll have to wait and see as to when ultimately the checkered flag comes out. So over the start-finish line goes Adam Brown. He's still busy fighting away to try and keep the number 4 BMW of James Collins behind. Mark Lee in the lead of the race is trying to wrestle his way through and past the back marker, which is going to be Fred Lynch at the wheel of his BMW, having taken over that car from William Lynch. And then we've also got, before too much longer, another back marker that would need to be dealt with by Mark Lee, and that would be the number 2 Ginetta, which is going to be the Chris and Harry Petch Ginetta. But for the moment, Mark Lee needs to put a lap on the 11th place car, so that would leave just the top 10 then on the lead lap once he works his way past this Beamer, and he should, you'd have thought, be able to do that as they come over the start-finish line and up towards Richie's corner. But is he going to be able to do it? He might try it on the inside line. Yeah, through he goes up at Richie's corner. Now that means just the top 10 cars remain on the lead lap.
Yeah, very, very late on the brakes there for Mark Lee. I think we may have just had a change of position a little bit further down. Whereabouts is David Harvey? He is currently sat there in 3rd place. I've got a feeling it was David Harvey. Yeah, and the blue BMW of... who would it be? That would have been Barry O'Neill. So that was the fight for 2nd place. They were side by side. I will look over towards the almost infield section of the circuit. It's still Barry O'Neill sat there in 2nd place, but David Harvey is well and truly there and making his intentions known. The BMW isn't exactly pulling away in a straight line in towards Agostini. They will go much later on the brakes from David Harvey. Will he be able to go all the way around the outside at Agostini? You won't be able to see it on the stream, unfortunately. But we have a look, and yes, he's just about managed to do it. So a change for 2nd place. David Harvey around the outside at Agostini. Barry O'Neill down to 3rd.
Yep, so there we go. We can see the Lotus ahead of the BMW as they head round through Hamilton and up towards Oggies. We've also now had another new fastest lap of the race for the number 36 BMW of Colin Turkington, who has got past Tim Davies at the wheel of the number 32 Ginetta now. So Turkington at the wheel of the number 36 BMW, fastest lap of the race, up into 7th position. The fastest lap is a 2-minute 0.944. So the 2nd and 3rd place squabble heading down the Bentley Straight. Lotus now ahead of BMW as they head in towards Brundle and Nelson for what will be the 15th time of asking this time through. Mark Lee is the best part of 8.4 seconds up the road from David Harvey's 2nd place Lotus 340R supercharged machine. Long-time race leader Barry O'Neill now down into 3rd position at the wheel of the BMW, which either way isn't a bad result because he qualified only 7th for this one. Would have started 6th on the grid because of the absentee of Chris Murphy, but 6th to the lead and ultimately down into a podium place. Still not bad, is it?
No, not at all. I'm sure if you were to tell him that he was going to do that at the start of the race, he would absolutely love it. Back across the line comes Mark Lee, and then we wait for the battle for 2nd, and there through goes the light blue Lotus 340R in the hands of David Harvey, followed by Barry O'Neill. And then we have Dylan Popovic still sat there in 4th place. Rounding out the top 5 is the, I've got a feeling it's the red BMW, just trying to spot it. That will be number 89, the red BMW M346, indeed, in the hands of Michael Vicciuli. And we are getting ever closer to the checkered flag mark as the sun has now disappeared behind the horizon. Visibility will only get worse from here on out, but 4 minutes 37 timetabled left. We might just about make it.
The problem is all the cars have to be on circuit.
Absolutely.
At 6:30, yeah, so I'm not quite sure we're going to get there. The one good thing is that we won't have this problem 24 hours time, because of course the clocks go forward to British summertime tomorrow, so it'll be 7:30 and it's like this, which is way after curfew, so we can do all of our racing in daylight and not in towards dusk. On the cameras, if you're watching on the stream, it looks a lot brighter than it is here looking out of our commentary box windows. Decisively, Barry O'Neill in towards Oggies, dives up the inside of Fred Lynch's slightly newer E46 BMW, because Barry O'Neill still doesn't want to lose a great deal of time if he can help it. Dylan Popovic is still running in 4th place. Michael Vicciuli is 5th, and Colin Turkington I think now is going to have plateaued at 6th place because he's got ahead of Nathan Wells on that lap, so another place gained for Colin Turkington, having taken over the car driven by Mark Smith in the first stage of the race. But with literally a minute or so to go, however long it is before the checkered flag comes out, in reality then he's 18 seconds off the next place, so I think that's probably now going to be it for Colin Turkington. Dylan Popovic, though in 4th place, still has work to do as he heads around through Brundle and Nelson. He's just put a lap on Adrian Clark's Porsche 928. So he will be looking to do that, and the checkered flag, I think, is being readied this time through, and does indeed come out. So checkered flag does come out that time through. So it is Mark Lee that claims the win. I thought it would have to come out early because we need all of the cars off track before we get to curfew. David Harvey finishes in second position, and Barry O'Neill comes through to finish in third place. Dylan Popovich should be next through, as he will come through to complete the top 4 at the wheel of the number 9 Ginetta. There he goes through. Only just though will he finish in fourth place. What's that car? No, I thought it was Michael Vichuli behind him, but no, it was another red car that was tucked right behind him. So Michael Vichuli should finish in 5th place here. Michael comes now out of Murray's and up towards the checkered flag. And what a drive from both Mark Smith and Colin Turkington, off the back of the grid, not having done a single lap in qualifying in the number 36 car, but they wrestle it to 3rd in class and 6th overall.
Yeah, not a bad performance at all. And the conditions, I've got to say, Mark, in this race, this has been the most consistent sort of condition-wise race we've had all day. It hasn't rained once, and everybody, I'm sure all the drivers will be more than happy to deal with that one. So it's just a case of waiting for the final few cars to cross the line, and then as soon as that happens, we might just about have time to run you through the results. But of course, we need to be dead silent, all of the cars off circuit, and the PA cut off by 6:30.
Yeah, so it's going to be nip and tuck stuff, really. We've only got, 2 minutes and 15 seconds still remaining, and we still need to get another 3 or 4 cars over the start-finish line before everybody is through. For some strange reason, the timing system also didn't pick up Mark Lee having taken the checkered flag, but he was definitely the first car to take the checkered flag. It's just not showing it as yet. So let's get Rodney Frost in the Jaguar XJS over the start-finish line. And then we've just got another couple of cars to come through, and then hopefully we'll be able to very quickly, even if we just get through the top 10 in terms of results, bring you a few results for the combined Wasp New Millennium and Ferrum Builders Open Series race, and do a quick sign-off as well from Jack and I, and all of that can be done hopefully before the curfew. What we will do, just while we're waiting for those results, is say a huge amount of thanks to our marshals and officials who've been out there in all weathers today. They've had the sunshine, they've nearly needed the sun cream on occasions, they've certainly needed the waterproofs on a few occasions, and they've been kept fairly busy with some good clean racing. Not many incidents, but we did have one big one that they dealt with superbly.
Yeah, absolutely, and as per always, the marshals just do everything voluntarily, and you really couldn't ask any more of them. There's always a great buzz at the start or the end of a racing day, and the best thing is they get probably the best seat in the house as well. So thank you very much to all of the marshals that have helped us just get today's racing completed. We've got a minute until we've got to sign off, Mark, so I think we'll be very close.
Yep, we're just about to do the results. Let's just guide you through some results. And Mark Lee takes the win from David Harvey in second place, and Barry O'Neill was there in third. Dylan Popovich, Michael Vichuli, and the pairing of Colin Turkington and Mark Smith finish in sixth position, with Nathan Wells, Tim Davis, Danny Cassau partnered up with Adam Brown, finishes in ninth place. And just to give you the top 10, it was James Collins that came through to finish in 10th position. There on the stream you can see what the results were for everybody else outside of the top 10, but from the two of us up here in the commentary box, Jack, a few final words from you.
Yeah, it's just been a fabulous day's racing. We've seen all kinds of weathers, all kinds of racing conditions, and it's been a fabulous day, and hopefully we get to follow it up with some more close racing tomorrow, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely, because we've got qualifying taking place at 9 o'clock in the morning. We'll be showing everything on the live stream from around about 10 to 1 tomorrow here, day 2 at Snetterton from the Classic Sports Car Club. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for enjoying the racing. See you soon. Goodbye.